Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. Story 1. A small white envelope sat in my mailbox, tucked between a few bills and advertisements. It had no return address, only my name, written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting. When I opened it, a single sentence was printed in the center of the page. I am waiting for you. The simplicity of it sent a strange chill through me, but I shredded it off as a prank. Maybe a neighbor or a kid from down the street thought it would be funny to scare someone. I crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash before heading inside. The day passed without much thought about it until the evening settled in. As I locked up for the night, I found myself hesitating at the door, glancing out the small window. The street was empty, the glow of streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. I shook my head and reminded myself it was nothing before heading upstairs to bed. Sleep did not come easily. That night, every small creak in the house made my eyes snap open, and the sound of the wind against the window made me pull the blanket tighter around me. I kept picturing the note in my mind, the weight of its meaning settling deeper into my thoughts. At some point exhaustion took over and I drifted into a restless sleep filled with uneasy dreams. The next morning, I stepped outside and stopped in my tracks. Another envelope was in my mailbox, identical to the first. My heart pounded as I slowly reached for it, my fingers trembling slightly, pulling it open. I felt my breath hitch. The same message was written again, I am waiting for you. My stomach twisted as I looked around my gaze, scanning the quiet street for any sign of movement. Determined not to let it bother me, I stuffed the note into my pocket and carried on with my day at work. I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the notes. By the time I got home, a heaviness sat in my chest, making it hard to shake the unease. I checked the mailbox before stepping inside, relieved to find it empty. Maybe it was over. Maybe whoever was doing it had grown bored. That night I woke up suddenly, my heart racing for no clear reason. The soft tapping echoed through the house. Distant yet to liberate, my mouth went dry as I strained to listen. The sound came again, slow and rhythmic. It was coming from the front door. I stayed frozen in bed, my body rigid, as I waited for it to stop. After a few moments, silence settled once more. The next morning, another note was waiting in the mailbox. This time the words had changed. I am closer. My hands shook as I stared at the paper, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I glanced around, my eyes darting over every parked car and empty window. Was someone watching me? At that very moment I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm the rising panic. I decided to install a small security camera by the front door. If someone was messing with me, I would catch them. That night I double-checked every lock and made sure all the windows were secured. The house felt unnervingly quiet, each passing second stretching into something unbearable. I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the tapping to return. Hours passed before it came again. This time it was louder, more insistent. A sharp knock followed, sending a jolt through me. I sat up, my pulse thundering in my ears. Whoever it was, they were not just tapping anymore. I reached for my phone with shaking fingers, my thumb hovering over the numbers for emergency services. The knocking stopped. Morning could not come fast enough. I rushed to check the footage, my stomach twisting with nerves. The video showed nothing but an empty doorstep. The timestamp confirming the knocking had happened. No one was there. My chest tightened as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. I wanted to believe it was some kind of mistake, but the sinking feeling in my gut told me otherwise. I barely made it through the day. My nerves stretched thin. When I arrived home, I hesitated before checking the mailbox. Another note was waiting for me. I am here. My vision blurred for a moment as I gripped the paper tightly. A shiver ran down my spine as I looked toward my front door, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. I refused to sleep that night. Every light in the house stayed on as I sat in the living room, my body. Tense hours passed with nothing but the soft hum of appliances filling the silence. Just when I started to think maybe it was over, a noise made my breath catch. The sound of my door knob turning, my entire body locked up. As I watched the handle move ever so slightly slowly, I reached for the nearest object, gripping a heavy lamp. With both hands, the knob stopped twisting, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing in the stillness. A minute passed, then another, then came the knock, soft at first, and harder, more insistent. I could not take it anymore. I raised my voice, demanding to know who was there. Silence followed, stretching long and unbearable. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps moving away from the door. I stayed frozen, barely breathing until I was sure the person was gone. The next morning, I decided I was not going to stay in that house another night. I packed a bag, booked a hotel, and left without looking back. Before I drove away, I checked the mailbox, one last time empty. A sense of relief washed over me, though it did little to calm the lingering fear. That night I finally slept without interruption. No tapping, no knocking, no strange notes waiting for me. In the morning I checked my phone and found a notification from my security camera. Motion detected at the front door. My stomach dropped as I opened the video. The footage showed a figure standing at my doorstep. The person did not knock or move. They just stood there facing the door, even though their face was obscured by the shadows. I could feel their gaze boring into the camera. Then slowly they turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. My hands trembled as I set my phone down. I never went back to that house. Whatever or whoever had been waiting for me was left behind. I moved to a new place, changed my number, and made sure no one knew where I had gone. The notes stopped, the knocking never returned, and for the first time in weeks I finally felt safe. Story 2, and I was alone in my apartment when I heard it, a whisper, faint but unmistakable, calling my name. I froze, my heart pounding as I turned my head, scanning the room for any sign of movement. The lights flickered for a brief moment, but everything else remained still. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick of the mind caused by exhaustion. I tried to shake off the unease and returned to my work. The clock on my laptop showed it was past midnight, and I had been staring at the screen for hours. The apartment was silent, except for the occasional hum of the refrigerator. I reached for my coffee, now cold, and took a sip, hoping the bitterness would keep me awake. A chill ran down my spine, but I ignored it. Just as I settled back into my chair, I heard it again. My name spoken in a hushed, almost desperate tone. This time it was closer, right behind me. I spun around so fast that my chair nearly toppled over. The room was empty. My throat went dry as I swallowed hard, trying to calm my nerves. My breathing was uneven, my chest tightening with fear. I stood up and checked every corner of my apartment, looking for any explanation. The front door was locked, the windows shut, and there were no signs of forced entry. I even opened the closet, half expecting to find someone lurking inside. Nothing. The whisper had no source, and that terrified me even more. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, but I hesitated. I did not want to sound ridiculous calling someone in the middle of the night about hearing whispers. I took a deep breath and told myself to focus on something else. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I sat back down and put on my headphones, turning up the volume to drown out any sounds. The music helped for a while, but a strange feeling lingered. An hour passed and I was beginning to feel drowsy, when my name came again, clear and close to my ear. I ripped off my headphones, my pulse racing as I pushed back from the desk. My chair hit the wall behind me with a loud thud. This time I was sure I had not imagined it. The voice had been real. I could still feel the warmth of breath against my skin. I backed away toward the bedroom, my eyes darting around the darkened apartment. My hands were clammy as I reached for the light switch, flooding the room with brightness. My reflection in the hallway mirror looked pale and shaken. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to control the panic threatening to consume me. The silence in the apartment felt heavy, pressing against me. I checked my phone, considering calling someone, but who would believe me? The whisper had come from nowhere. There was no logical explanation. I walked back to the living room, my footsteps hesitant. As I stood there listening to the stillness, the air around me grew colder. It felt as if something unseen was in the room with me, watching. The thoughts sent a shiver through me and I decided to leave. Grabbing my keys, I moved toward the front door, but as I reached for the handle, a whisper brushed against my ear. Again. My body locked up, fear rooting me in place. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the voice to stop. It did not. Instead, it grew softer, more insistent. Like it was pleading, I forced myself to move, yanking the door open and stepping into the hallway. The sudden brightness from the hallway lights was a relief. My breathing was ragged, my hands shaking as I leaned against the wall. The whisper had not followed me. I stood there for a long time trying to make sense of what had just happened. It felt unreal, like a bad dream. After a while, I gathered the courage to step back inside. The air was still cold, the feeling of being watched still present. I turned on every light, unwilling to leave any corner in darkness. My apartment looked the same, but it did not feel like it anymore. I sat on the couch trying to convince myself that I was safe, that there was nothing there. Sleep was impossible, so I stayed awake until morning. As soon as the sun came up, I left the apartment needing to be around people. The whisper had felt too real and I was not willing to stay alone in that space for another night. I spent the day at a cafe, working on my laptop and trying to distract myself. The normality of the outside world was comforting. By the time evening arrived, I felt exhausted but hesitant to go home. I thought about staying at a hotel, but that felt like running away. I told myself that it had to be my imagination, that fear had taken control. With reluctance, I returned to my apartment, heart pounding as I stepped inside. Everything was as I had left it, but the air still felt heavy. I hesitated before turning off the lights that night, leaving a lamp on by my bedside, lying in bed. I listened to every sound, waiting. Minutes passed, then hours, just as I began to drift off. My name came again, but this time it was different. It was not a whisper. It was clear, firm, spoken from right beside me. My eyes snapped open and I turned my head. Nothing was there. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up looking around the room. The lamp flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. I swallowed the FE rising in my throat and reached for my phone, my fingers unsteady. I needed to leave. As I stood up, I caught sight of something in the mirror across the room, a figure standing behind me. I spun around, but the space was empty. My reflection was the only thing staring back at me. My mind raced, trying to process what I had seen, the whisper, the feeling of being watched, and now this. I could not stay any longer. Grabbing my keys, I left without looking back, stepping into the safety of the hallway once more. I never returned to that apartment. I packed my things the next day and moved out, unwilling to spend another night there. Even after leaving, I sometimes thought I heard my name whispered in quiet moments. It always made my skin crawl, a reminder of what I had experienced. But I never looked back. Whatever had been there, I left it behind. Story 3. I parked my car in front of my apartment building the night before. It was a habit to make sure it was locked and in the exact spot I always used. The street was familiar, the same one I had parked on for years. But when I stepped outside in the morning, my car was gone. My heart pounded as I scanned the street, only to find sitting further down near the corner, facing the opposite direction. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of it. I knew I had parked it right in front, not at the corner. My hands trembled as I pulled my keys from my pocket, clicking the unlock button. The car responded, its lights flashing, confirming it was mine. I forced myself to walk toward it every step, making me feel more uneasy. The air felt thick, pressing against my chest as I reached for the handle. The door creaked as I pulled it open, and the first thing I noticed was the seat. It was not in the position I had left it in. I always adjusted it to a specific setting, slightly reclined, comfortable for my height. Now it was pushed back as if someone taller had been sitting there. The dashboard screen showed the time, but it was the trip mileage that caught my eye. It had increased since the last time I drove. I climbed in and closed the door, gripping the steering wheel as I tried to think. My mind raced through possibilities. Had I forgotten where I parked? No, that was impossible. Someone had moved my car. My chest tightened as I checked the back seat, half expecting to find someone crouching there empty, but that did not make me feel any better. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind. But what would I even say? My car had moved on its own. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken windows. I checked the glove compartment, but everything was in its place. The gas gauge, however, showed less fuel than I remembered someone had driven it. That fact sank in, slowly sending a cold chill through my body. I turned the engine on, listening to the hum that you usually felt familiar but now seemed foreign. The street outside was quiet, nothing unusual in sight. I put the car in drive and slowly made my way back to my usual parking spot. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles white, as I tried to steady my breathing. Once parked, I sat there for a long moment staring at the dashboard. A thought struck me, making my stomach twist. I reached for the center console where I kept a small notepad, flipping to the last page. I had written down the mileage from the night before. My heart dropped as I compared it to the number on the screen. It had gone up by nearly 50 mil. I had not driven anywhere since yesterday. I turned my head sharply, looking at the side mirrors, half expecting to see someone watching me. The street was still empty, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. My own reflection in mirror looked pale and shaken. I needed to find out what had happened. There had to be a logical explanation. I checked the doors again, making sure they locked properly before stepping out. The day moved slowly, my mind unable to focus on anything else. Every sound outside made me flinch. Every passing car caught my attention. By evening, I decided to check the car again. This time I went through everything more carefully. In the passenger seat I noticed something I had missed earlier, a faint smudge on the fabric, something dark. I reached out, touching it lightly. It looked like dirt, as if someone had stepped inside with muddy shoes. My stomach churned as I moved to check the floor. There was again a faint print near the pedals, larger than my own foot. My mind struggled to process what this meant. Someone had been in my car. They had driven it somewhere and returned it without a trace. But why? The idea of someone having access to my car, sitting where I sat, touching everything I owned, made my skin crawl. I locked the doors again, this time making sure to double-check. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every distant car passing outside made me restless. The thought of someone having my keys crossed my mind, but I had them with me, unless someone had made a copy. That idea unsettled me even more. I kept my bedroom light on, listening for any sounds outside my window. Morning came and I hesitated before checking the car again. A part of me hoped I had imagined it all, but as I stepped outside, my heart sank. The car was gone. My breath hitched as I scanned the street searching for it. This time it was not a few feet away. It was nowhere to be seen. I pulled my phone out, fingers shaking as I dialed the police. As I waited for them to arrive, I felt something cold settle in my chest. Someone had taken my car again, and this time they had not returned it. The officers arrived asking the usual questions, but I could barely focus on my answers. All I could think about was how easily someone had gotten in and driven away without a sound. The next few days felt like a blur. The police searched but found nothing. No security cameras had caught anything useful. It was as if the car had vanished into thin air. The worst part was not knowing who had done it or why. I found myself checking the street every morning, half expecting it to appear again. Days turned into weeks, and just when I started to accept that I would never see it again, I received a call. The police had found my car. It was abandoned on the side of a highway. Nearly an hour away, I rushed to the location, my stomach twisting with anxiety. The car looked the same, but something felt off. The moment I opened the door, the smell hit me, a strong scent of something damp and stale, like old clothes left in the rain. The seat was pushed even further back than before, and the fuel was almost empty. The trunk was unlocked, something I never did. My hands shook as I opened it, my breath catching as I took a step back. Inside was an old jacket, crumpled and covered in dirt. It was not mine. The police took it for evidence, but they had no answers. Whoever had taken my car had been living in it for days before abandoning it. The thought made my skin crawl. I had been driving in the same seat as someone I did not know, touching the same wheel they had gripped. After getting it thoroughly cleaned, I decided to sell it. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong with it. Every time I sat inside, my chest felt tight, as if something unseen still lingered. The new owner seemed happy to take it, unaware of its strange history. Watching them drive away, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I never found out who had taken it or why they had returned it the first time, but from that moment on I never left my car unattended for too long. Some mysteries were better left unsolved. Story 4. I woke up to the sharp sound of the doorbell ringing. The room was dark and the clock on my nightstand showed that it was just past 2 in the morning. My heart pounded as I sat up trying to shake off the drowsiness clouding my mind. No one ever visited at this hour and I had not been expecting anyone. I hesitated for a moment, listening for any other sounds before finally getting out of bed. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, my fingers trembling slightly as I walked toward the door. The hallway felt colder than usual and a strange sense of unease crept up my spine. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the dimly lit porch and the empty street beyond. I stood there waiting, unsure of what to do next. After a few moments, I took a deep breath and unlocked the door. The hangs creak as I slowly pulled it open, but there was no one outside. The night was eerily silent, with only the distant hum of street lights breaking the stillness. A chill ran through me as I stepped onto the porch, scanning the area for any sign of movement. The wind rustled the leaves on the trees, but nothing else seemed out of place. I called out, but no answer came from the darkness. I stood there for a moment, my breath visible in the cold air, before stepping back inside and locking the door. As I turned around, the uneasiness lingered, refusing to fade. It was possible that someone had played a prank, but something about the silence out south unsettled me. I checked the security camera feed on my phone, but the footage showed nothing unusual. I tried to convince myself that it was just a random occurrence and went back to bed, lying in the darkness. I found it hard to relax. Every creak of the house made me more alert, my senses heightened by the strange visit. Just as I was about to drift off, the doorbell rang again. My stomach dropped and I bolt upright, my pulse racing. I listened carefully, but there were no footsteps or voices outside. The fear in my chest tightened as I reached for my phone. Again, I checked the camera feed once more, hoping to see something, anything that would explain what was happening. The screen showed the same empty porch, no movement at all. My hands felt clammy as I debated whether to check the door again. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but the other part knew I would not be able to sleep unless I confirmed that no one was there. Swallowing my fear, I got up and walked toward the door. This time I did not open it right away. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear any sounds from the other side. The silence was suffocating, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. I hesitated before finally looking through the peephole again. Just like before, there was nothing but darkness. My heart pounded as I slowly turned the lock and opened the door. A crack, a rush of cold air hit my face and I shivered as I peered outside. The porch was empty, just as I had seen on the camera. I stepped out cautiously, my bare feet cold, against the wooden floor, glancing around. I saw no sign of movement anywhere. The street was deserted and no neighbors. Lights were on. I took a deep breath and turned to go back inside, but then I noticed something strange. There were footprints on the porch, wet, bare footprints leading up to my door. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at them, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. They had not been there earlier and there were no other tracks leading away. It was as if someone had walked up to my door and then vanished. A shiver ran through me and I quickly stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. I backed away from the entrance, my pulse hammering in my ears. I did not know what to do. Calling someone seemed pointless, since no crime had been committed. The security footage had shown nothing, yet the footprints outside proved that someone had been there. My stomach twisted at the thought of an unseen presence standing right at my door. I paced the room trying to calm myself, just as I reached for my phone to check the camera feed again. The doorbell rang for the third time. I froze my breath, catching in my throat. The sound echoed through the house, making my skin crawl. I did not move. I stood there gripping my phone tightly, listening to the silence that followed. I knew someone was out there, but I could not see them. My mind raced through possibilities, each one worse than the last. I forced myself to look at the camera feed again, and this time my blood ran cold. The porch was still empty, but the footprints were gone. The wooden floorboards looked dry, as if they had never been there in the first place. My hand shook as I set the phone down, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. This was not a prank. This was not normal. Something was deeply wrong. I did not go back to the door. Instead, I grabbed a chair and wedged it under the handle, my instincts screaming at me to stay inside. I retreated to my bedroom, locking that door as well. My heart pounded as I sat on the edge of the bed waiting for something else to happen. The minutes stretched on, but the doorbell did not ring again. I remained alert, barely daring to breathe. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew sunlight was filtering through the curtains. My phone was still in my hand and my muscles ached from how tense I had been. I slowly got up, my heart still heavy with the events of the night. Cautiously, I walked back to the front door, peering through the peephole one last time. The street looked normal. Just like any other morning, I hesitated before unlocking the door and stepping outside. The porch was completely dry, with no sign of the footprints from the night before. My stomach twisted as I scanned the area, but nothing seemed out of place. The security footage from the night still showed no one at my door. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that it was over. Whatever had happened, it had left me alone for now. I spent the rest of the day trying to push the experience from my mind, but the unease lingered. That night I double-checked every lock before going to bed, hoping that the doorbell would remain silent. Hours passed and I barely slept, listening to every sound in the house. When morning finally arrived without incident, I let out a breath. I had been holding in for too long. Days went by and the doorbell never rang at odd hours again. I never saw the footprints return, nor did I find any clues about who or what had come to my door. That night I installed more security cameras, even upgraded my locks, but nothing ever happened again. Life eventually returned to normal, but a part of me always remained on edge. Even now, every time my doorbell rings, I feel a shiver down my spine, remembering the night when no one was there. Story 5. I walked into the kitchen and immediately felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The refrigerator door was wide open and cold air seeped into the room. I stood frozen, staring at it, trying to recall if I had left it that way. I knew I had closed it because I always made sure to check. A sense of unease crept over me as I slowly stepped forward. I reached out and shut the door. Listened to the soft thud as it sealed. The light inside went out, leaving me with nothing but the dim glow from the overhead fixture. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none made sense. If I had left it open, the alarm would have gone off. I had heard nothing. I turned to leave the kitchen, but a faint noise stopped me. It was the soft sound of something shifting inside the refrigerator. My heart pounded, found it as I turned back, staring at the closed door. I hesitated before reaching for the handle again, dreading what I might find. Taking a deep breath, I pulled it open. The shelves were just as I had left them, everything in its place. I scanned each row, looking for anything out of the ordinary. A small bottle on the top shelf was slightly tilted as if it had been moved. I placed my hand on it and it was colder than the rest of the items. A shiver ran down my spine as I quickly straightened it and stepped back. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the uneasy feeling. Maybe I had bumped it earlier without noticing. Still, the thought nagged at me as I turned off the kitchen light and walked back to the living room. The house was silent, but I could not shake the feeling that something was not right. Hours passed and I tried to focus on other things, but my mind kept drifting back to the refrigerator. It had been opened too wide for it to be a simple mistake. I considered checking the security cameras, but my body felt heavy with exhaustion. I convinced myself that I was overthinking and forced myself to sleep sometime during the night. A noise pulled me from my sleep. It was faint. At first, just a soft creak. My eyes opened and I stared at the dark ceiling, listening. Then the unmistakable hum of the refrigerator reached my ears louder than before. My stomach twisted as I sat up, my heart pounding against my ribs. I forced myself to move, stepping onto the cold floor. The air felt heavier as I walked toward the kitchen. As I reached the doorway, I stopped gripping the frame tightly. The refrigerator door was open again, just as wide as before. A wave of nausea washed over me as I realized something was very wrong. I felt an overwhelming urge to run, but my legs refused to move. Instead, I took slow, cautious steps forward. The light from inside cast eerie shadows on the floor, stretching unnaturally in the dim room. I reached out ready to close it again, but something in the reflection of the stainless steel made me freeze. The shape stood just outside my line of sight, unmoving. My breath caught in my throat. As I realized it was not my own reflection. My fingers trembled as I tightened my grip on the door, trying to remain calm. I swallowed hard before shifting my eyes slightly, but the shape was gone. My pulse thundered in my ears as I quickly shut the refrigerator door, the sound echoing too loudly in the silence. I backed away, feeling my skin didn't crawl. Every instinct told me I was not alone. I turned on every light as I moved through the house, checking every room, every closet. Nothing was out of place, but the feeling never left. Sleep was impossible after that. So I sat in the living room waiting for the first sign of daylight. When morning finally arrived, the unease remained. I checked the security footage, my hand shaking as I ruined the feed to the time I had gone to sleep. The kitchen was empty, but then, just past 3 in the morning, the refrigerator door swung open on its own. I watched, my breath caught in my throat as the door remained open for several minutes. Then the footage glitched for a split second when it cleared. The door was closed. I ruined it, pausing frame by frame, but there was no explanation. My hands fell cold as I shut the laptop, trying to steady my breathing. The rest of the day passed in a haze, but I could not ignore the fear settling deep in my chest. As night approached, I made sure to lock every door and window, checking twice to be certain the refrigerator door remained shut, but I felt no relief. I left the kitchen light on, unwilling to let the darkness take over. Sleep came in restless waves, every sound jarring me awake. At some point exhaustion won and I drifted off into a light sleep. Then a sharp noise snapped me awake again. My entire body stiffened as I turned my head toward the kitchen. The light was off. I sat up, my breathing shallow, gripping the blanket with clammy fingers. I had left that light on. The hum of the refrigerator was louder than before, filling the silence. A cold sense of dread settled over me as I realized something was watching me. I turned on the bedside lamp, casting a dim glow across the room. My pulse pounded as I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed a number. The line rang once, then twice, before a voice answered. The sound was garbled, barely human. My stomach lurched as I pulled the phone away, staring at the screen. The call had already ended. The air in the room grew colder and my breath came out in shaky puffs. I forced myself to stand, feeling my legs tremble beneath me. I had to get out of the house. I moved slowly, every step, careful and deliberate. My heart pounded as I approached the front door, reaching for the lock. As soon as my fingers touched the handle, a loud thud came from the kitchen. I froze, my body rigid with fear. The sound echoed through the house, followed by a slow creaking noise. I turned my head, my eyes wide, as I saw the refrigerator door swinging open once again. I did not wait. I yanked the front door open and ran outside, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The cold night air hit my skin as I stumbled onto the pavement. I turned, staring at the darkened house. My chest heaving, the kitchen light flickered back on and through the window I saw it. A shadowy figure stood in front of the refrigerator, its form barely distinguishable in the dim glow. My breath caught in my throat as the figure slowly turned its head toward me. I did not wait to see more. I ran, not stopping until I reached my neighbor's house. It took days before I could return, and even then I was not alone. I had the locks changed, the security system upgraded and every in the house inspected. Nothing was found. The refrigerator was replaced, though I never explained why the strange occurrences stopped, but the fear never fully faded. Even now, when I passed by the kitchen at night, I hesitate before looking toward the refrigerator. The memory lingers, a reminder of something I will never understand. I make sure to check the door every night, but deep down I know that whatever was there never truly left. Story 6. I reached into my pocket and felt something unfamiliar. My fingers wrapped around a cold, jagged edge and I pulled out a key I did not recognize. It was old, heavier than any key I had ever used, with an intricate design carved into its bow. I turned it over in my palm, trying to remember where I could have picked it up, but my mind was blank. The strange unease settled in my chest as I looked around, unsure if someone had slipped it into my pocket without me noticing. The hallway of my apartment building was empty, the only sound coming from the flickering light above. I had just come back from running errands and I knew for certain that I had not picked up a key. My keys were on a separate ring and this one did not match anything I owned. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone to step out from the shadows, but the hallway remained still. A feeling of paranoia crept over me, making me check the lock on my door twice before stepping inside. I tossed the key onto the kitchen counter and tried to shake the unease. It was probably nothing, just some random object I had picked up. Absent-mindedly, I went about my usual routine, setting my bags down and checking my phone for messages. As I reached for a glass of water, my gaze drifted back to the key. It seemed to gleam under the dim light as if waiting for me to do something with it. I frowned, pushing the thought aside, but I could not ignore the way my stomach twisted. That night I struggled to sleep. The key weighed on my mind in a way I could not explain. I kept turning over the possibilities, but none of them made sense. I had no memory of taking it and I had no idea what had unlocked. A nagging thought told me it was not just a lost key. Someone had dropped. It felt intentional, as if it had been placed with purpose. I tossed and turned, trying to ignore the irrational fear building inside me at some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a restless sleep. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart pounding for no reason. The room was silent, but something felt off. I reached for my phone to check the time. It was just past 3 o'clock in the morning. As I set my phone down, my eyes landed on the counter. The key was no longer there. My breath caught in my throat and I sat up slowly scanning the room. I told myself I must have moved it and forgotten, but I knew that was a lie. I forced myself to get up, my legs unsteady as I stepped toward the kitchen. My apartment was small and there were not many places for the key to go. I checked the floor thinking it might have fallen, but it was nowhere in sight. A cold chill ran down my spine as I felt a presence behind me. I turned sharply, but no one was there. The silence pressed in thick and, suffocating my instinct, screamed at me to leave, but I had no idea where I would go. I hesitated before checking my pockets again just to be sure. My stomach dropped when my fingers brushed against the cold metal. The key was there, resting exactly where I had found it before. My hand shook as I pulled it out, staring at it with growing dread. I had not put it back. I had left it on the counter and yet somehow it had returned to my pocket. I backed away, my breaths coming in short gasps. I needed to get rid of it, but something told me it would not be that easy. I grabbed my jacket and left my apartment without a second thought. The night air was cool against my skin, but it did little to calm me. I walked without direction, trying to clear my mind. The streets were mostly empty. The occasional car passing by, I stopped at a small bridge overlooking a dark river and pulled the key from my pocket. My fingers curled around it, tightly debating what to do. Throwing it away seemed like the obvious choice, but a part of me hesitated before I could change my mind. I hurled the key into the water. I listened for the splash, but the moment it hit the surface the sound was swallowed by the night. A strange sense of relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I turned to leave, I felt an odd weight in my pocket again. My body went rigid and I reached in with trembling fingers. The key was back, as if I had never thrown it away. My breath came in shallow gasps as a cold fear settled deep in my bones. I ran without thinking, my feet pounding against the pavement. I did not know where I was going, only that I needed to get away. My apartment was no longer safe, but nowhere felt safe anymore. My mind raced with thoughts I did not want to consider. Was Elle losing my grip on reality, or was something truly wrong with this key? The idea of it being haunted seemed ridiculous, but I could not deny what was happening. I needed answers before it drove me mad. I spent the rest of the night in a small cafe. My hands wrapped around a cup of coffee I barely touched. I searched online for anything similar to my experience, but nothing came close. My eyes burned from exhaustion, but I was too afraid to sleep. As the first hints of dawn appeared, I made my way back to my apartment, dreading what I might find. The key felt heavier in my pocket. As if it was mocking me, I forced myself to step inside, my breath shallow. The moment I closed the door, the air felt wrong. A thick silence filled the space, pressing down on me. I hesitated before taking another step. That was when I noticed the door at the end of the hallway. It had never been there before. My chest tightened as I took a slow step closer. The key in my pocket grew colder, almost burning against my skin. I did not want to approach, but I could not stop myself. The door seemed to call to me, pulling me forward. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob, but it did not budge. The key in my pocket felt like it was vibrating, urging me to use it. My instincts screamed at me to turn and run, but my body refused to obey. Slowly I pulled the key out and slid it into the lock. It fit perfectly, as if it had been waiting for this moment. A click echoed through the air, sending a shiver down my spine. I hesitated for only a second before pushing the door open. Darkness stretched beyond the doorway, an endless void that should not have existed in my apartment. A deep, suffocating fear gripped me as I tried to step back, but an unseen force pulled me forward. My screams were swallowed by the void as I was dragged inside. The door slammed shut behind me and everything went silent. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my apartment, standing in the middle of my kitchen. The key was gone and the door had disappeared. The air felt lighter, as if nothing had ever happened. For the first time in days, I could breathe without fear. A strange sense of peace washed over me, but deep down I knew it was not over. The key had vanished, but I could still feel its weight lingering in my mind. It was only a matter of time before it returned. Story 7, and I was in the living room mindlessly scrolling through my phone. When I heard it, a voice called my name from the other room, clear and unmistakable. It was not a whisper or a distant echo. It was firm and familiar, spoken in a tone that suggested whoever it was expected me to answer. I glanced around, expecting to see someone standing near the doorway, but I was alone. I sat up, heart pounding as I listened. The house was silent. Aside from the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the voice had come from down the hall near the bedroom. I called out, asking who was there, but no one responded. The air felt heavier now, as if something unseen was watching, waiting. Slowly, I stood and walked toward the hallway, my steps cautious. The floorboards creaked under my weight, breaking the silence that had settled over the house. I reached the bedroom door and hesitated before pushing it open. The room was dark and, except for the faint glow from the streetlight outside filtering through the curtains, I flipped the switch, flooding the room with light. There was no one there. The bed was neatly made, the closet doors were closed and nothing appeared out of place. I stepped inside, scanning every corner, half expecting someone to be hiding, but there was nothing. My pulse slowed slightly, though a KN still curled in my stomach. As I turned to leave, I heard it again. My name spoken from the hallway where I had just been. The voice was closer, this time more urgent. My breath hitched as I spun around, my eyes darting to every shadow. My mind raced to find a rational explanation, but nothing made sense. I stepped back into the hallway, gripping the door frame for support. The air felt colder, now sending a shiver up my spine. The silence pressed against my ears, thick and unnatural. I took a deep breath and forced myself to speak again, demanding to know who was there. No answer, just silence, the kind that felt too heavy, too unnatural. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I checked the time. It was barely past midnight, too late for visitors, too early for morning. My reflection in the hallway mirror caught my attention. I looked normal, but something about my own gaze unsettled me. I decided to check the rest of the house, moving from room to room, with careful steps. I checked the locks on the front and back doors. Both were secure. I even peeked out the windows, scanning the empty street. The world outside seemed undisturbed, but inside something was wrong. A part of me wanted to dismiss it as exhaustion, playing tricks on my mind. Maybe I had misheard something from the television earlier, but the voice had been too clear, too intentional. I could still hear it in my head, the way it had wrapped around my name. Like a demand, I returned to the living room, refusing to let fear take control. If someone was in the house, they would have shown themselves by now. If it was something else, something unseen, I did not want to think about what that could mean. I sat on the couch, forcing myself to breathe evenly. Minutes passed, then an hour. The voice did not return. The house remained silent. Eventually, exhaustion won and I drifted into an uneasy sleep right there in the living room. My dreams were filled with shadows and whispers, but none of them spoke my name. When I woke up, the morning light was streaming through the windows. The fear that had gripped me in the night felt distant, like a bad memory. I moved through the house, checking each room again. Nothing was out of place. There was no sign that anyone had been there. I tried to shake off the lingering discomfort as I went about my day, but a strange feeling settled in the back of my mind, a quiet suspicion that whatever I had called my name was still somewhere nearby, waiting for the right moment to be heard again. Story 8. I woke up to find my front door ajar, even though I had locked at the knob. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed, trying to recall if I had forgotten to secure it. The chain was still hanging on the side unlatched, and the deadbolt was turned to the unlocked position. I knew for certain that I had locked both before going to bed. A cold chill ran down my spine as I slowly slid out of bed, my bare feet pressing against the wooden floor. The living room was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlight seeping through the curtains. The air inside felt different, almost as if someone had disturbed it. I hesitated near the hallway, listening for any sound, but the only thing I could hear was my own breathing. My phone was on the nightstand, but I did not want to go back for it. Each step I took toward the door felt heavier, as if something was urging me to turn back. When I reached the door, I examined the lock closely. There were no signs of forced entry, no scratches or dents. The security chain was hanging. Just as I had left it untouched, I pushed the door open, slightly peering outside. The street was empty and there was no sign of movement anywhere. A soft breeze passed through the doorway, carrying the faint scent of something unfamiliar. I shut the door and locked it again, double-checking both the deadbolt and the chain. My fingers trembled as I secured everything in place. Just as I was about to step back, I noticed something strange on the floor near the threshold. A single footprint, damp and slightly smudged, was imprinted on the hardwood. The sight of it made my stomach turn. I had not gone outside and there was no reason for a wet footprint to be there. Backing away slowly, I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every shadowed corner. My apartment was not large, just a small living room connected to the kitchen with a short hallway leading to my bedroom and bathroom. Every light was off, just as I had left them before going to sleep. Still something felt off. As if I was not alone, I reached for the nearest lamp and flicked it on. The sudden brightness made me blink, but nothing seemed out of place. My couch, my coffee table, my bookshelf, everything was exactly where it should be. I checked the windows, making sure they were still locked. They were. My mind struggled to find a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. With shaky hands, I grabbed my phone from the bedroom and dialed the emergency number. The line rang and a voice answered, calm and professional. I explained what had happened, describing the open door and the footprint. The dispatcher asked if I had seen or heard anyone, but I had not. They assured me that an officer would be sent to check the area. I nodded to myself, gripping the phone tightly as I thanked them, hanging up. I sat on the couch, facing the door, watching it as if it might open on its own. The silence in the apartment was unbearable, stretching out with every second that passed. My mind kept replaying the image of the footprint, trying to find an explanation that did not involve an intruder. A knock at the door startled me and I jumped to my feet, looking through the peephole. I saw the uniformed officer standing outside. I unlocked the door and let them in, explaining everything again as they listened. Listen carefully. They checked the locks, the windows, and even the footprint, which had started to dry but was still faintly visible. The officer walked through the apartment, checking every corner, even the small storage closet I rarely used. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been inside. They asked if I had misplaced a wet shoe or spilled something, but I knew that was not the case. The footprint was too distinct to deliberate. After a thorough inspection, the officer reassured me that the locks were secure and that nothing seemed out of place. They advised me to stay vigilant and call again if anything unusual happened. I nodded, thanking them before locking the door once more. After they left sitting alone in my apartment, I tried to shake off the lingering unease. I turned on the television for background noise hing. It would make me feel less alone. The sound of voices filled the room, but I still felt an unnatural stillness around me. My eyes kept drifting toward the door, half expecting it to open again. Hours passed, and exhaustion finally took over. I forced myself to lie down, keeping my phone close. Sleep came in, restless waves. My mind replaying every detail of the night. At some point I must have drifted off completely, because the next thing I knew I was waking up to the sound of something creaking. I froze, my heart pounding against my ribs. The noise was coming from the living room. It was slow, deliberate, like someone shifting their weight on the wooden floor. My body refused to move as I strained to listen. The creaking stopped, replaced by the soft rustling of fabric. Summoning every ounce of courage, I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating my bedroom door. It was open wider than before. My breath hitched as I sat up, pointing the light toward the hallway. Nothing but the silence was different. Now, heavier, with slow movements, I swung my legs over the bed and stepped onto the floor. The air felt colder than before, pressing against my skin like an unwelcome touch. My hands trembled as I inched forward, my flashlight leading the way. I reached the living room and scanned every inch with the beam of light. The furniture was untouched. The door was still locked. The windows remained closed, but then I saw another footprint. This time it was closer to the couch, as if someone had been standing there watching. My stomach twisted and a cold sweat broke out on my skin. Someone had been inside. Someone had moved. While I slept, my mind raced with possibilities, but the answer was clear: whoever it was had left before I woke up. I did not hesitate. This time I called the emergency number again, my voice barely steady, as I explained what had happened. The dispatcher took me seriously, assuring me that officers were on their way. I stayed on the line, gripping my phone like a lifeline, my eyes never leaving the footprint. Minutes felt like hours before another knock echoed through the apartment. The officers arrived quickly, their presence bringing a momentary sense of relief. They searched the entire space again, this time more thoroughly. They checked for hidden entrances, attic spaces, even the vents, but found nothing. One of the officers suggested reviewing any nearby security 30 cameras, but my building had none. They advised me to stay somewhere else for the night if I could. The thought of staying alone was unbearable, so I grabbed a few essentials and left. I stayed with a friend, unable to sleep, my mind raping every sound, every detail. The next day I returned with one of the officers to check my apartment. In daylight everything was as I had left it, no new footprints, no signs of entry. It was as if the night before had never happened. I changed my locks, added extra security, and even installed a camera near the door. Days turned into weeks and nothing strange happened again. But every night before I went to bed I double-checked every lock, every window, and listened carefully before turning off the lights. No matter how much time passed, I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there while watching, waiting, and they might come back. Story 9, and the note was sitting on my desk, a single piece of paper with shaky handwriting that read, "I am inside your house." My hands went cold as I stared at it, my mind racing through every possibility. The door was locked when I came home and nothing seemed out of place. I glanced around the room, my heart pounding against my ribs. The air felt heavier, as if I was not alone. I stood up slowly, listening for any sound that did not belong. The usual hum of the refrigerator and the ticking clock were the only things I could hear. My breathing felt too loud as I took careful steps toward the living room. The curtains were slightly open, allowing the dim glow of the streetlights to cast long shadows across the floor. I checked the front door again, confirming it was locked just as I had left it. I tried to convince myself that this was some sort of prank, but deep down I knew better. No one had been inside since I got home, at least as far as I could tell. I checked every window, making sure they were locked and unbroken. The silence felt unnatural, as if someone was holding their breath just out of sight. My stomach twisted with the realization that if someone was truly inside, they could be watching me. At that moment I moved toward the hallway, forcing myself to check each room one by one. The bathroom was empty, the cabinets untouched, the guest room looked the same as always, the bed neatly made, in the closet door slightly ajar. I hesitated before pulling it open, my pulse thawing in my ears. Nothing but old boxes and extra blankets were inside, but I still felt uneasy. The last place left to check was my bedroom, where I had found the note. I stepped inside, carefully scanning every corner for anything unusual. My bed was undisturbed, my closet door wide open, as it had been when I left this morning. I crouched down to check underneath, my fingers digging into the carpet for stability. The space was empty, but that did not ease the tension in my chest. I took out my phone and hovered over the keypad, debating whether to call for help. There was still no real proof that anyone was inside, just a note that could have been placed there at any time. I tried to think logically, but my gut told me that something was wrong. I decided to stay awake for the night, keeping every light on while I sat in the living room. The idea of sleeping in my bed made my skin crawl. Hours passed and nothing happened. The unease never faded, but exhaustion began to take over. I forced myself to stay alert, gripping my phone tightly in case I needed to use it. Every small noise made me flinch my mind, conjuring images of someone lurking just out of sight. I considered leaving, but I could not shake the feeling that if I stepped outside, something worse would happen. As the first signs of daylight crept through the windows, I finally allowed myself to relax a little. The note had shaken me, but there was still no proof that anyone had ever been here. I convinced myself that I had overreacted. That fear had clouded my judgment. Still, I could not ignore the lingering unease that clung to me like a shadow. I needed to be more careful from now on. I went about my morning routine, still checking over my shoulder every few minutes. The paranoia had not faded, but I told myself it would pass. I got ready for the day, making sure every door and window was still locked. Before leaving, I glanced at my desk one last time, my stomach twisting at the memory of the note. I told myself it was nothing, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had been inside. When I returned home that evening, I hesitated before unlocking the door. The fear from the night before came, rushing back, making my hands tremble. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, scanning the room for anything out of place. Everything looked exactly the same, but that did not ease my nerves. I checked my desk, relieved to see that nothing had been moved. I tried to push the thought of the note out of my mind as I went about my evening. I cooked dinner, kept the television on for background noise, and tried to convince myself that everything was fine. Still, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sense of unease had not left, and I found myself glancing toward the windows more often than usual. As I got ready for bed, I double-checked every lock again. It felt excessive, but I needed the reassurance. I left the hallway light on, feeling a little safer with the soft glow in the background. As I crawled into bed, I told myself that the worst was over. I just needed to sleep and put this behind me. A creaking noise jolted me awake in the middle of the night. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, my body frozen in place. The sound had come from inside the house, not from the usual shifting of the walls or the wind outside. My pulse pounded as I slowly reached for my phone, trying not to make a sound. The screen illuminated my face as I hovered over the emergency call button. Another noise came from the hallway closer. This time the air in the room felt thick, suffocating. As I forced myself to stay still, I strained to hear anything else, my heart racing. With every second that passed, a soft rustling sound reached my ears like fabric, brushing against something solid. I knew I was not alone. Summoning every ounce of courage, I threw the blanket off and bolted toward the door. I did not stop to check the hallway. My only focus was getting out of the house. My fingers fumbled with the lock, but I managed to yank the door open and stumble outside. I ran into the street, gasping for breath as I turned to look at the house. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but I knew what I had heard. I called for help, my voice shaking as I explained what had happened. Within minutes, flashing lights illuminated the street as officers arrived. They searched the house thoroughly, checking every possible hiding place. They found nothing. I stood outside, my arms wrapped around myself, as they assured me there was no sign of forced entry. I wanted to believe them, but I knew what I had felt. Something had been inside that house with me. The thought made my skin crawl, but there was nothing I could do that night. I did not go back inside. I stayed with a friend, unable to shake the feeling that if I had stayed any longer, something terrible would have happened. The next day I returned with someone by my side, determined to gather my things. I had made my decision. I was not staying in that house any longer. Story 10. I woke up to the sound of footsteps in my kitchen. The floorboards creaked under for each slow and deliberate step. My heart pounded as I lay still trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I lived alone and there was no reason for anyone else to be inside. I reached for my phone, but it was on the dresser too far to grab without making noise. The footsteps stopped and silence filled the house. I strained my ears waiting for another sound, but nothing came. I debated whether to get up and check or stay frozen in place. The air in my room felt heavy, pressing against my chest. My breath came in shallow bursts. As I gathered the courage to move, I swung my legs off the bed and placed my feet on the floor, careful not to make a sound. The hallway leading to the kitchen was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the digital clock on the wall. I tiptoed forward, every step feeling like a risk. My pulse echoed in my ears as I reached the doorway and peeked inside. The kitchen was empty, the chairs were tucked under the table and the counters were clear. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it. Maybe I had dreamed the footsteps and startled myself awake. I turned back toward my room, but, as I did, a shadow moved near the far wall. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The shadow disappeared as quickly as it came. My mind scrambled for an explanation, but nothing made sense. The air carried a strange stillness, like the house itself was holding its breath. I forced myself to take a step forward, my fingers brushing against the light switch. The bulb flickered twice before fully illuminating the room. I scanned every corner, but nothing seemed out of place. My hands trembled as I reached for the cabinet to grab a glass of water. I needed to calm myself down and think rationally. As I filled the glass, I felt a shift in the air behind me. A cold sensation crawled up my spine. I turned around sharply, but the kitchen remained empty. My skin prickled as I backed toward the sink, gripping the glass so tightly that my knuckles turned white. A faint sound came from the hallway, like fabric brushing against the wall. I knew I was not alone. I placed the glass on the counter and forced myself to move. My body felt sluggish, like I was wading through water. I stepped back into the hallway. My hands curled into fists. The shadows seemed darker than before, stretching along the walls in unnatural shapes. I could feel something watching me. I took slow steps toward my bedroom, keeping my back to the wall. Every instinct told me to run, but fear rooted me in place. The air grew colder the closer I got to my door. I reached for the handle, but before I could turn it, a faint whisper brushed against my ear. My body stiffened as a chill ran through me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pressed my back against the door. I needed to get out of the house. My legs trembled as I turned the handle and slipped inside my room. I locked the door behind me, pressing my forehead against the wood. The silence was deafening. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to steady my shaking hands. My phone was still on the dresser and I reached for it with unsteady fingers. The screen lit up, but before I could dial, the footsteps started again. This time they were right outside my door. My entire body tensed as I listened. The steps were slow and deliberate, stopping just outside my room. My heartbeat thundered in my chest as I stared at the door, waiting for it to move. The knob rattled slightly, sending a fresh wave of fear through me. I covered my mouth with my hand, afraid to make a sound. The rattling stopped, but the presence on the other side remained. The air inside my room felt thick, suffocating. I clutched my phone tightly, my fingers hovering over the call button before I could press it. A single knock echoed through the door. The sound sent a jolt through my body. I pressed my back against the wall, my mind racing. The knock came again, slow and deliberate. My body refused to move, locked in place by terror. The air around me felt wrong, like the walls were closing in. Then the knock stopped, replaced by something worse. A whisper seeped through the cracks of the door. It was faint, almost indistinguishable, but I could hear it. My name repeated over and over in a voice that did not belong to anyone. I knew my skin crawled as I squeezed my eyes shut. I wanted to scream, but fear kept my throat locked. The whispering stopped, a lie and silence followed. I opened my eyes, staring at the door in the dim light. My body ached from tension, but I forced myself to move. I reached for the lamp, turning it on to chase away the darkness. The warm glow made the room feel slightly safer. I listened for any sound, but the house remained still. Minutes passed, then an hour. Nothing else happened. My heart rate slowly returned to normal, though one still clung to me. I kept the lamp on, unwilling to be surrounded by darkness again. My body remained alert, expecting the nightmare to continue, but the house stayed quiet. I stayed awake until dawn, unwilling to sleep. When the sun finally rose, the fear that had gripped me loosened slightly. I forced myself to leave my room, checking every corner of the house. Nothing was out of place. The silence from the night before felt unreal, like a fading dream. Despite the lack of evidence, I knew what I had heard. I had not imagined the footsteps or the whispers. Something had been there watching, waiting. I refused to let fear control me, but I also knew I could not ignore what had happened. I made a decision. As I stood in my kitchen, staring at the empty space where the shadow had moved, I packed a bag, refusing to stay another night. As much as I loved my home, I could not ignore the feeling that I was not alone. I locked the door behind me and stepped outside, inhaling the crisp morning air. The weight on my chest lifted slightly, though a lingering unease remained. As I walked away, I resisted the urge to look back. I knew if I did, I might see something standing in the window watching me leave story 11. A small set of keys sat in the corner of my drawer, nestled between loose change and forgotten receipts. I had no memory of putting them there. They were unremarkable, just a simple silver ring holding 3 keys of different sizes. I turned them over in my hand, my mind racing as I tried to remember where they might have come from. They did not match any lock in my house, nor did they resemble the spare keys I kept from my car. I spent the rest of the afternoon testing them against every lock. I could think of the front door, the back door, the garage, even the cabinets in the basement. Nothing. My unease grew as I realized they did not belong to me, yet they had been in my drawer as if they had always been there. A strange sense of possession settled over me, like I had stumbled upon something I was not meant to find. That night, I placed the keys on my bedside table, intending to deal with them in the morning. As I lay in bed, my mind kept circling back to them. Where had they come from? Had someone left them there? The thoughts sent an uncomfortable chill through me, but I forced myself to dismiss it. There had to be a logical explanation. I woke up in the middle of the night, my throat dry and my body tense. A faint metallic sound reached my ears like keys jingling against each other. My heart pounded as I reached for the bedside lamp, my fingers fumbling against the switch. The warm glow filled the room, revealing the keys sitting exactly where I had left them. Yet I could not shake the feeling that something had changed. The next morning I decided to take them to a locksmith. Maybe they could tell me what kind of locks they were meant for. The locksmith studied them for a long moment before shaking his head. They were old, he said, but still functional. He could not determine what they belonged to without testing them. On different walks, I left the shop feeling no closer to an answer than before. I returned home and placed the keys back in the drawer, hoping to forget about them. Days passed without incident, but a lingering unease followed me wherever I went. I kept checking my drawer, half expecting them to be gone, but they remained in the same spot as if waiting one evening. As I settled in for the night, a thought struck me. What if they belonged to something inside my house, something I had overlooked? My pulse quickened as I moved through each room, searching for anything unusual. When I reached the basement, a strange hesitation gripped me. It was the one place I rarely spent time in, used mostly for storage. I flicked on the light and stepped down the creaky wooden stairs. The basement smelled of dust and old wood, filled with boxes and forgotten furniture. My eyes scanned the walls until they landed on something I had never paid much attention to, a small metal door, barely noticeable in the dim light. My stomach twisted as I approached it. I pulled the keys from my pocket, my hands trembling slightly. The first key did not fit, neither did the second. The third slid in, smoothly clicking into place with an unsettling ease. I hesitated, every instinct screaming for me to stop, but my curiosity overpowered my fear. I turned the key. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage that extended into darkness. The air was thick, with a damp, stale scent, as if the space had not been disturbed in years. My breath came shallow as I stepped inside, my fingers brushing along the cold walls. The passage led to a small windowless room. At first glance it was empty, but something felt wrong. A single chair sat in the center, its wooden frame worn with age. Against the far wall, deep scratches marred the surface like something had clawed at it. Repeatedly, my chest tightened as I noticed small fragments of fabric caught in the splinters. A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed in the room like a whisper carried through unseen cracks. Panic surged through me as I backed away, my pulse hammering in my ears. I did not know what this place was, but I knew I should not be there. I turned and rushed back to the basement, slamming the metal door shut behind me. My hands fumbled as I locked it. My breath ragged. The keys felt heavier in my pocket, their presence now unbearable. I did not sleep that night. My mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Who would use that room? Why was it hidden? I needed answers, but every part of me screamed to leave it alone. The next day I decided. I drove to a bridge outside of town, the river rushing beneath it. Without hesitation, I pulled the keys from my pocket and hurled them into the water, watching as they disappeared beneath the surface. A weight lifted from my chest, but the unease never fully faded. Even now I still wonder about that room, about the scratches on the walls and the whispers in the dark. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors should never be opened. Story 12. I was home alone when I heard the knock. It was sharp and deliberate. Echoing through the quiet apartment, I froze for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. It was late, far past the time anyone would normally visit. The air felt heavier than usual, thick, with an unease I could not explain. I hesitated before standing up every step toward the door, slow and careful, reaching for the handle. I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. The hallway outside was empty, stretching in both directions, without a single sign of movement. My pulse quickened as I stepped forward, peering down both ends of the corridor. The silence was unsettling, the only sound coming from the faint hum of the apartment building's lights. A chill ran down my spine as I stood there waiting. Listening, I told myself it had to be a prank or a mistake. Maybe someone had knocked on the wrong door and realized it too late. I closed the door, locking it behind me before returning to the couch. My laptop screen glowed in the dim room, my unfinished work waiting. I tried to shake off the feeling, forcing myself to focus, but the thought lingered in the back of my mind. Minutes passed, then another knock came. This time it was louder, my breath caught in my throat as I turned my head toward the door. The sound had been clear, undeniable. I stood up again, my hands clammy as I approached. Every instinct told me not to open it, but I had to know. My fingers tightened around the handle and I pulled it open in one swift motion. Nothing. The hallway remained just as empty as before. I swallowed hard, stepping out slightly, looking up and down again. Again, the air was still thick, with an eerie quiet. I felt exposed, standing there as if something unseen was watching me. My fingers trembled as I slowly backed into my apartment and shut the door. I locked it again, double-checking the dead bolt. Before stepping away, I tried to ignore the pounding in my chest, telling myself it was nothing, a trick of my mind, a coincidence. But the inside felt different. Now, heavier, colder, I moved to the window, peeking outside to see if anyone was nearby. The street below was empty, the buildings across the way dark. It was as if the entire world had gone. Still. I sat back down, unwilling to let fear take over. The rational part of me cloned to the idea that there was an explanation. My thoughts raced through possibilities, but none of them felt right. The silence pressed against me, the kind that made every small noise feel amplified. My ears strained to pick up anything, any sign that I was not alone. Another knock FCK. This time it was slow, deliberate, 3 distinct raps against the wood. My breath hitched as my body locked up. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, my skin prickling with unease. I did not move this time. I just sat there waiting, listening. Something was wrong. The seconds stretched, each one heavier than the last. My breathing was shallow, my body rigid. I was afraid to open the door, but I was even more afraid of what would happen if I ignored it. The knocking had come 3 times, each more intense than the last. I swallowed hard, standing up once more. My hands were shaking as I approached. I pressed my ear against the door, listening for anything on the other side. Silence, no footsteps, no rustling, nothing. My fingers hovered over the lock, hesitating. I had no reason to believe anyone was still there, but the weight in my chest told me otherwise. I opened the door just a crack, peering through empty. The hallway stretched out, the same as before, undisturbed. I exhaled shakily, gripping the door frame for support. My mind raced with explanations, none of them comforting. I glanced down both ends of the corridor again, searching for anything, but there was nothing. I stepped back inside, locking the door one more time. I needed to calm down. My hands were unsteady as I reached for my phone, but before I could unlock it, something happened that made my blood run cold. Older knock, but this time it came from inside my apartment. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. The sound had been unmistakable, coming from somewhere within the room. My eyes darted across every corner, searching for movement, but everything was exactly as I had left it. The walls felt like they were closing in the air, growing impossibly still. I took slow, careful steps. My skin crawled with the sensation of being watched. My apartment was small, with nowhere to hide. I checked every space, every corner, every closet. Nothing was out of place, but the feeling remained thick and suffocating. I stood in the center of the room, heart racing, my hands balled into fists. I did not understand what was happening, but I knew one thing for certain: I was not alone. The silence stretched, unbearable. My breathing was the only sound in the room, shallow and uneven. Then, without warning, my phone buzzed on the table, the vibration making me flinch. I grabbed it with shaky fingers, my breath catching as I saw the screen. One new message, and there was no sender, no number, just 2 words: open it. I stared at the message, my skin cold, my chest tightening. My body refused to move, every nerve on edge. I glanced back at the door, my instincts screaming at me not to obey. I was being toyed with, led into something I did not understand. Instead of opening the door, I grabbed my keys and bolted for the exit. The hallway felt wider, darker, but I did not stop. I reached the stairwell. My steps hurried as I descended. The moment I stepped outside, the air felt lighter, freer. The unease remained, but I knew I had escaped something I was never meant to face. I never returned to that apartment. The lease was broken, my belongings left behind. Whatever had knocked that night, whatever had tried to lure me in, I refused to give it another chance. Even now I sometimes wake in the middle of the night listening, waiting, but I never open the door again. Story 13. I walked into the kitchen early in the morning, still half asleep. The air smelled of coffee, the soft hum of the refrigerator filling the quiet space. As I reached for a mug, my eyes caught something unusual. On the counter, a small piece of paper sat right next to the sink. I frowned, not remembering leaving anything there the night before. Curious, I picked it up, flipping it over. My breath caught in my throat as I read the words scrolled across it in uneven handwriting. I am watching you. The letters were jagged, written with a heavy hand, as if someone had pressed the pen down too hard. A chill ran down my spine. My first instinct was to check the doors and windows, my mind racing through possibilities. The front door was locked, just as I had left it, the back door too. I checked every window, but they were all secured. There was no sign of a break-in. I stood in the middle of my kitchen staring at the note, my heartbeat quickening. Had someone been inside while I was sleeping, the thought made my skin crawl. I forced myself to think logically. Maybe it was a prank, maybe I had left the door unlocked at some point without realizing it. But if that were the case, why would someone break in just to leave a note? I checked the rest of the apartment, searching for anything out of place. Everything seemed untouched. No missing items, no disturbed furniture, just that single chilling message. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was nothing. I crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash, refusing to let fear take over. But as the day went on, the uneasy feeling never left me. I felt watched, as if unseen eyes were following my every move. The sound of footsteps outside made me jump. Shadows shifting through the curtains made my pulse race. That night I double-checked every lock again. Before going to bed, I left the kitchen light on, something I never did. Sleep did not come easily. Every creak of the house made me tense. I kept my phone close just in case hours passed, my body frozen under the cover, ears straining for any sound at some point. Exhaustion finally took over. I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, only to be jolted awake by a noise. The soft tapping sound echoed from the kitchen. My breath caught as I lay still, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Someone was there. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, but the screen was dark. The battery had died. My heart pounded as I slid out of bed as quietly as possible, moving toward the door. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate. I swallowed hard, peeking out into the hallway. The kitchen light flickered. A shadow moved just beyond the doorway. My breath hitched. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to steady my shaking hands. The sound of something sliding across the counter sent a shiver down my spine. I knew I was not alone. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward and flipped the hallway light on. The kitchen was empty. The room was just as I had left it, except for one thing. A new note sat on the counter, placed exactly where the first one had been. My stomach twisted as I approached it, the paper looking eerily similar to the first. With shaky fingers, I picked it up, my eyes scanning the words. You should have listened. My chest tightened, my body frozen in place. The air felt heavy, thick, with something unseen. A deep HY settled over me. This was not a prank, this was real. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. I needed to get out, to leave before something worse happened. I grabbed my keys, heart pounding in my ears. The air outside felt freezing as I stepped onto the porch. The night unsettlingly quiet. I hesitated only for a moment before getting into my car, locking the doors immediately. I did not return that night. Instead, I drove to a motel, my hands still shaking. As I checked in, I barely slept, my mind replaying every detail. Someone had been inside, someone had been watching me. The thought made me feel sick. The next morning I called the police. They searched the apartment, finding no forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. The locks were intact. There were no signs of anyone breaking in, but I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. I never stayed there again. I packed my things and moved within the week, leaving everything behind. But even now, in a new place, far away from that kitchen, I cannot shake the feeling. Somewhere someone is still watching. Story 14. I woke up to the soft glow of the television, its flickering light casting eerie shadows across the walls. My heart pounded as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I was certain that I had turned it off before bed. I had even double-checked the remote, making sure everything was set exactly how I wanted. Yet there it was, glowing in the darkness, playing a channel I did not recognize. I sat up slowly, my breathing shallow. As I reached for the remote on the nightstand, my fingers trembled slightly as I pressed the power button. Nothing happened. The screen continued to flicker, the volume so low that I could barely make out any sound. I pressed the button again, harder this time, but still nothing changed. A cold chill ran down my spine as I glanced toward the plug. It was still in the outlet, exactly where I had left it, but something felt off. The images on the screen kept shifting, jumping from static to blurred figures that I could not quite make out. My pulse quickened as I realized that the show playing did not seem like a regular program. The colors were distorted and the movements were unnatural. The longer I stared, the more uneasy I felt. It was almost like whatever was on the screen was watching me back. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to take slow, deep breaths. There had to be a logical explanation for this. I climbed out of bed cautiously, my bare feet touching the cold floor as I moved toward the television. The closer I got, the more the images seemed to change. The static grew louder, hissing like a low whisper filling the room. My reflection on the dark edges of the screen looked strange, slightly out of sync with my actual movements. My chest tightened as I hesitated, staring at the warped image of myself. For a split second I thought I saw something else standing behind me. I spun around quickly, my breath catching in my throat. The room was empty, my bed, my nightstand, my chair in the corner all exactly as they had been. Nothing out of place, but the feeling of being watched did not fade. I turned back to the television, my hand shaking. As I reached for the power button directly on the screen, my fingertips barely brushed the surface before the screen abruptly went black. Silence filled the room, thick and suffocating. My reflection was gone, replaced by a deep empty that made my stomach twist. I stepped back quickly, nearly tripping over my own feet as I rushed to my bed. My heart pounded in my ears as I grabbed my phone, checking the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. I did not remember waking up on my own. Something had disturbed my sleep. I pulled the blanket around me, staring at the darkened television from the safety of my bed. I told myself that it was just a malfunction, that maybe the power had fluctuated. But deep down I knew it was not that simple. Something had turned the television on. Something had been on the screen that I was not meant to see. I wanted to believe it was nothing, but I could not shake the unease settling deep in my bones. Sleep did not come easily after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the flickering light returning, the strange figures shifting in the static. I lay awake for hours listening to the silence, waiting for something else to happen, but the room remained still as if whatever had been there was gone. By the time the first light of morning crept through my window, exhaustion weighed heavy on my body. I hesitated before getting out of bed, glancing toward the television once more. It remained off, just as I had left it still. I reached for the plug and pulled it from the wall, wrapping the cord tightly before setting it aside. I did not trust it to stay off on its own. As I went through my morning routine, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see the screen glowing again. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but I could not shake the feeling that something had changed. Every shadow in the house felt darker, every silence heavier. I tried to push the thoughts aside, convincing myself that I had let my imagination get the best of me. But when night fell, the dread returned. I avoided looking at the television as I got ready for bed. Keeping the room as dim as possible, I made sure everything was in its place before slipping under the covers. The remote stayed on the nightstand, the television unplugged, the curtains closed. I tried to focus on my breathing, willing myself to relax, but the fear lingered, a quiet whisper at the back of my mind. It took a long time before sleep finally claimed me. When I woke up again, the room was bathed in the familiar glow of the television. The screen flickered with the same unnatural images, the static humming softly in the background. My chest tightened as I stared, my body frozen in place. The plug was still on the floor, wrapped neatly, just as I had left it. There was no way the television could have turned on by itself. A cold wave of fear washed over me as I slowly turned my gaze to the screen. The distorted images twisted and shifted, forming shapes that almost looked familiar. And then I saw it, my own reflection standing in the middle of the room, staring back at me. But I had not moved. I was still in bed, still clutching the blanket tightly around me. The figure in the screen tilted its head slightly, its mouth opening as if trying to say something. My pulse thundered in my ears as I watched, unable to look away. The screen flickered, the image, distorting further my reflections. Eyes darkened, the mouth stretching wider. A sharp, piercing noise filled the room, making me flinch. I reached blindly for my phone, my fingers fumbling as I turned on the flashlight. The moment the beam of light hit the television, the screen went black. Silence returned, heavy and suffocating. My reflection was gone. My breath came in shaky gasps as I sat there, gripping my phone so tightly that my fingers HDHD. I forced myself to move to get out of bed and turn on the main light. The room looked the same as always, but I knew something was wrong. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I kept every light on, refusing to let the darkness settle again. The television remained unplugged, but I still felt its presence as if it was waiting. I did not know what I had seen or if I had seen anything at all, but I knew one thing for certain: I would never turn that television on again. Story 15. I sat in the living room. The soft glow of the television casting faint shadows on the walls. The house was quiet, except for the occasional hum of the refrigerator and the steady ticking of the clock. The warmth of the blanket wrapped around my shoulders made the evening feel peaceful. Then the sound came. Footsteps. The slow, deliberate creak of the floorboards above made my breath catch in my throat. My fingers tightened around the edges of the blanket. As I stared up at the ceiling, my mind raced trying to find a rational explanation. The house was old. It could have been the wood settling, but as the steps grew louder, moving steadily across the floor, I knew I was not imagining it. I lived alone. I forced myself to stay still, my ears straining for any other sound. The footsteps stopped above the hallway leading to my bedroom. My chest tightened as I realized whatever was up there was standing still now, as if listening. My hands trembled as I reached for the remote and muted the television. The silence that followed was unbearable. A sudden, sharp creak shattered the stillness. The sound of a door slowly opening my stomach twisted as my mind screamed at me to move. I had locked every door. No one should have been able to get inside. The air around me felt heavier, pressing against my chest like a weight. I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking as I unlocked the screen. My eyes flicked to the top of the staircase, half expecting to see something staring down at me. The hallway light upstairs was off, leaving only darkness. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing as I dialed for help. The call connected, but no voice came through. The line was silent. The only sound, my own, ragged breathing. My pulse pounded as I pulled the phone away, staring at the screen. The call was still active. I whispered a shaky greeting, but the silence remained. Then a faint breath echoed from the other end. The floor above groaned. Under shifting weight. The steps started again, this time moving toward the staircase. Each slow creak sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I clenched the phone tightly, my mind screaming at me to run to get out, but my body refused to move. A shadow flickered at the top of the stairs. My breath hitched as I pressed myself against the couch, willing myself to become invisible. The shape was barely visible in the darkness, a faint outline against the dim light from the window. It did not move, did not breathe. It only stood there watching. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning out everything else. I squeezed my eyes shut for a brief second, hoping I was imagining things. When I opened them, the shadow was gone, the stairs remained empty, the darkness undisturbed, a floorboard creaked again, but this time it came from behind me. My entire body went rigid as the realization sank in. It had moved. My fingers tightened around the phone. As I slowly turned my head, the room felt colder. The air charged with something unseen. The television screen flickered, the dim light revealing a figure standing in the reflection. It was behind the couch. My breath left me in a sharp gasp. As I scrambled forward, knocking over the coffee table. In my panic, the sound of shattering glass barely registered. As I lunged for the front door, my hands fumbled with the lock, my vision blurring with terror. The air behind me felt thick, suffocating, as if something loomed just inches away. I yanked the door open and stumbled onto the porch, the cold night air hitting me like a wave. My legs carried me forward before I could even process what I was doing. I ran the sound of my own footsteps, pounded against the pavement. As I sprinted to my neighbor's house, I banged on the door, my heart slamming against my ribs. The porch light flicked on and within seconds the door opened. My neighbor's confused face blurred through my panic, but I did not stop to explain. I spent the night there, unable to close my eyes for even a moment. By morning I convinced myself to go back with my neighbor by my side. The house was exactly as I had left it. The coffee table still overturned, glass scattered across the floor. The front door was wide open, but nothing else had been touched upstairs. My bedroom door was ajar, just as I had heard the night before. My neighbor checked every room, every closet, but no one was there. No signs of a break-in, no footprints, nothing. The only thing that remained was the lingering sense of unease that never fully faded. That night, I locked every door, checked every window, but sleep never came. The footsteps had stopped, but the silence was worse. The feeling of being watched never left. I knew deep down that whatever had been there was still waiting. Story 16. I stepped out of the shower, letting the steam wrap around me as I reached for my towel. The bathroom was warm, the mirror completely fogged over. I wiped it with my hand, revealing my reflection beneath the condensation. As I leaned in to inspect my damp skin, my breath caught in my throat. The strange mark was on the glass just to the side of my reflection. It had not been there before, and I knew for certain I had not touched the mirror in that spot. The mark looked like a smudge at first, but as I studied it closer, I realized it was something more. It had a distinct shape, almost like a fingerprint, but larger and uneven. My pulse quickened as I ran my fingers over the glass. It did not smear or fade away. It was as if the mirror itself had absorbed the imprint. I took a step back, my damp skin prickling with unease. The air felt heavier, the steam clinging to me in a way that suddenly felt suffocating. I turned away, quickly trying to shake off the irrational feeling creeping up my spine. It was just a mark, nothing more. Maybe I had accidentally pressed my hand there before my shower and just did not remember. I went about my routine, brushing my hair and drying off, but my eyes kept flicking back to the mirror. The mark was still there unchanged, almost as if it was watching me. A tight feeling settled in my chest, but I forced myself to ignore it. By the time I left the bathroom, I had convinced myself it was nothing. I went about the rest of my night, as usual, settling into bed with my phone. An hour passed and I started to relax, the unease fading into the back of my mind. Just as I was about to turn off the light, I heard something, a faint sound barely there, like the soft press of fingertips against glass. My body tensed, my ears straining to catch the noise again, but everything was silent. I hesitated before getting up, my feet cold against the floors. I made my way toward the bathroom. The door was slightly open, the darkness inside swallowing any details beyond the frame. I swallowed hard before reaching in to flick on the light. The mirror was clear. Now the steam long gone, but the mark remained. Only now it had changed. My breath hitched as I realized there were more of them, faint impressions like handprints smeared across the surface. My heart pounded as I took a step back. I had been alone in the apartment all evening. No one else had used the bathroom. I wiped at the mirror with shaking hands, but the prints did not disappear. They felt embedded into the glass as if they had always been there. A cold dread settled in my stomach as I turned to leave, my body on high alert. The hallway beyond the bathroom seemed darker than before, the shadows stretching in ways they should not. I forced myself to move, retreating back to my room and locking the door behind me. I tried to calm my breathing, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was a defect in the mirror, something I had never noticed before. Maybe the steam had revealed old marks I had never cleaned properly. I clung to those thoughts, willing myself to believe them, but deep down I knew better. Sleep did not come easily. That night I lay awake, every creak of the apartment making me flinch, at some point exhaustion, one pulling me into a restless slumber. When I woke the next morning, everything felt normal again. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm light across my room. The fear from the night before seemed distant, almost silly in the brightness of the day. I hesitated before going back to the bathroom, half expecting the mirror to be covered in prints. But when I stepped inside, it was completely clear, no marks, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. I let out a breath. I had not realized I was holding. Maybe I really had imagined it. Shaking my head, I went about my more, grateful to put the unsettling experience behind me. Days passed and nothing unusual happened. The mirror stayed clean and the eerie feeling faded away. I had almost forgotten about it until one night, when I was getting ready for bed. As I reached for my toothbrush, something caught my eye. A single mark had reappeared on the mirror exactly where the first one had been. My stomach twisted as I stepped closer, my hands trembling as I wiped at the surface. It did not smudge. Just like before, a sense of dread crawled up my spine as I slowly looked down at my hands. My fingers were damp from washing my face, but they were clean, no residue, no reason for them to leave prints. Yet when I looked back up, another mark had appeared beside the first. My breath hitched as I watched frozen in place as more began forming right before my eyes, a trail of fingerprints leading downward as if something it pressed against the other side of the glass. The air around me grew thick, the room suddenly feeling much smaller. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I forced myself to step away. The mirror no longer felt like a reflection of the room. It felt like a window, something looking back at me from the other side. A movement flickered in my peripheral vision, but when I turned, nothing was there. Panic surged through me as I rushed out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. I stood in the hallway, my breath coming in short gasps. My mind raced with every possible explanation, but none of them made sense. Something was wrong with that mirror and I knew I could not stay in the apartment any longer. I grabbed my keys and left without looking back, my skin crawling with the sensation of being watched. As I locked the door behind me, a thought struck me that sent a new wave of fear through my chest. I had closed the bathroom door in a panic, but I had not turned off the light. The reflection should have cast some glow beneath the door, but when I glanced back, there was nothing but darkness. Story 17. I stared at the front gate, my breath catching in my throat. It stood wide open, swaying slightly in the early morning breeze. I knew for a fact that I had locked it the night before. I had checked it twice, twisting the metal latch to make sure it was secure. Now it hung open as if someone had walked right through it. My hands fell cold as I stepped onto the porch, scanning the street for any sign of movement. The neighborhood was quiet, no footsteps, no voices, no sign of forced entry. I hesitated before walking toward the gate. My heart beat steady but uneasy as I reached for the lad. Something about it felt off. It was not broken or damaged. It had simply been undone. I looked around, my eyes drifting to the front yard. The grass was undisturbed and nothing seemed out of place. If someone had come in during the night, there should have been footprints or some sign of their presence. I glanced back toward the house, my skin prickling at the thought of what could have happened. While I was asleep, I stepped back inside and locked the door, my hands gripping the knob tighter than necessary. My mind searched for a rational explanation. Maybe I had been careless, maybe I had not latched it properly, but that did not sit right. I had been sure, absolutely sure, that it was locked. I walked through the house checking every room, every window. Nothing had been taken, nothing seemed disturbed. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was nothing, but as the day passed, the unease lingered. I kept glancing toward the front gate, expecting it to be open again. It never moved, but the thought of someone or something undoing the lock in the night stayed with me. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I locked the gate again. This time I pulled at the latch harder than before, ensuring it held firm. I double-checked the doors, the windows, everything that could be secured. I even left a light on outside, hoping it would deter whoever or whatever had done it. The night stretched on and sleep did not come easily. I lay in bed, ears straining for any sound. The usual creaks of the house felt louder, more pronounced. Every shift in the wind outside made my pulse jump. Hours passed and exhaustion eventually pulled me into uneasy rest. A sudden noise snapped me awake. It was faint, a metallic clink from outside. My body tensed as I reached for my phone, checking the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. I listened, my breath held tight in my chest. Then I heard a slow, deliberate creak of the front gate. I forced myself to move, slipping out of bed as quietly as possible. My heart pounded as I approached the window. Careful not to make a sound, I peered through the blinds, barely breathing. The porch light cast a dim glow across the yard, but the gate was already open again. My stomach twisted as I scanned the darkness beyond. The street was empty. No one stood at the gate. No shade moved across the pavement. Yet I knew I had heard it open. I knew something had been there. My hand trembled as I gripped the curtain, torn between going outside and staying put. Minutes passed, stretching into what felt like hours. The air felt still too heavy. Finally, I forced myself to move, stepping away from the window. I could not stay frozen. In fear, I grabbed a flashlight and crept to the front door, unlocking it with careful, measured movements. The cold air hit my skin as I stepped onto the porch. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, landing on the gate. It swayed slightly as if it had just been touched. I took slow, deliberate steps toward it, my fingers tightening around the flashlight. The closer I got, the stronger the units grew. I reached the gate and grabbed the latch. It was undone, exactly like before. My breath came faster as I scanned the area once more, my eyes searching for anything that could explain this. But there was nothing, no footprints, no sign of forced entry, just the same unsettling silence. I secured the gate again, pulling at it to make sure it held. My hands were shaking as I stepped back, staring at it for a long moment. Something was not right. Someone had been here, someone who wanted me to know they had been. I locked the door the moment I got inside, checking every room again. The house was just as I had left it, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. I stayed awake until the sun rose. My ears tuned to every sound. Morning came and the gate remained closed this time, but I knew it was not over. Whatever had opened it twice would return, and next time I was not sure if it would stop at just the gate. Story 18:18. I noticed them as soon as I got home. Faint smudges on the silver surface of my door handle, the lighting in the hallway, made them visible, distinct against the smooth metal. My stomach tightened as I stared at them, knowing without a doubt that they were not mine. I had cleaned them the handle just the day before, wiping away every mark and speck of dust. The sight of the unfamiliar fingerprint sent a cold wave of unease through me. I hesitated before reaching for the key in my pocket. My building required a key to enter from the outside, meaning whoever had touched my door had either stood there for a long time or had tried to get in. My hands trembled slightly as I inserted the key and turned it, listening for any unusual sounds from inside. The lock clicked open smoothly, just as it should, but the feeling of being watched made the hair on my arm stand up, pushing the door open. I stepped inside and immediately scanned the room. Nothing seemed out of place. My couch was still against the far wall, my coffee table stacked with unopened mail. The windows were closed, their locks still in place. Everything looked the same, but the air felt different. It was heavier, carrying the faintest trace of something unfamiliar. I shut the door and locked it behind me, my breath slow and measured. The sight of those fingerprints lingered in my mind, making me uneasy. I forced myself to move through my apartment, checking every closet, every corner, even under the bed. Nothing. But as I walked back toward the door, something caught my eye. Near the hand handle, barely visible under the dim lighting, was a thin, nearly invisible smudge on the door frame. It was as if someone had pressed their hand against it. While leaning close, my chest tightened, my mind racing through the possibilities. Had someone tried to force their way inside? Had they stood there listening? Waiting, I reached for a tissue and wiped the fingerprints away, but the uneasy feeling remained. Sitting on the couch, I pulled out my phone and checked the building security app. There were no reports of break-ins, no complaints from other residents. If someone had been trying doors, they had not left any evidence behind other than those prints. As the evening stretched on, I tried to shake the feeling of unease. I made dinner, turned on the television and went about my usual routine, but every sound felt amplified: the hump of the fridge, the creak of the floorboards, even the rustling of the wind outside. It all felt unnatural. I double-checked the locks before heading to bed, making sure everything was secure. Sleep did not come easily. I kept replaying the image of the fingerprints in my mind, wondering who they belonged to and why they had been there. The logical part of me wanted to believe it was nothing, that maybe I had just forgotten touching the handle at some point. But deep down I knew that was not the case. At some point exhaustion took over and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The sound of something rattling jolted me awake. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed listening. It was coming from the front door, a slow, deliberate movement, as if someone was testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place. The handle turned once, twice, but the door remained shut. Grabbing my phone, I checked the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. My fingers hovered over the emergency call button, but then the sound stopped. Silence filled the apartment, stretching out for what felt like forever. I strained to hear any footsteps, any sign that someone was still there, but there was nothing. I forced myself to get up, my legs feeling unsteady. As I approached the door, peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the dimly lit hallway. I waited, heart pounding, but the silence remained. Whoever had been there was gone. Morning brought little comfort. When I finally worked up the courage to check the door, I found fresh fingerprints on the handle. They were smudged as if whoever had been there had pressed their fingers against it multiple times. A sick feeling settled in my stomach as I wiped them away, knowing that someone had returned. In the middle of the night, I called the building manager, reporting what had happened. They promised to check security footage, but later they told me nothing unusual had been caught on camera. No one had been seen lingering near my door. No signs of forced entry, no suspicious activity. It was as if whoever had been there had managed to go unseen. Days passed and I became more cautious, double-checking the locks and avoiding being home too late. Nothing happened for a while and I started to convince myself that maybe it had been a one-time thing. But then, one night, as I reached for my keys, I noticed them again, the same fingerprints on the door handle, and this time they were accompanied by a faint greasy smear near the pee-hole, as if someone had leaned in close to watch me from the other side. Story 19. The moment I saw the kitchen door wide open, my stomach dropped. I knew I had locked it before going to bed. My hands trembled as I reached for the nearest object, gripping a heavy flashlight for some sense of protection. The cool night air seeped through the open doorway, sending a shiver down my spine. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves as I scanned the darkness beyond. I listened closely, straining to hear any movement. The house was silent, except for the faint rustling of leaves outside. My pulse pounded in my ears as I stepped forward cautiously. I reached out and slowly closed the door, making sure to turn the lock until it clicked. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. I had checked every door before bed and there was no way I had forgotten this one. I moved through the kitchen, my eyes darting to every shadowed corner. The chairs were in their usual spots, the countertops undisturbed. Nothing appeared out of place, but the unease did not fade. I forced myself to check the rest of the house, making sure I was truly alone. Every door and window was still locked, just as I had left them. I should have felt relieved, but instead the feeling of being watched clung to me. I grabbed my phone and hovered over the emergency call button, debating whether I should call for help. There was no real proof that someone had been inside, just an open door that could have been caused by anything. Maybe I had forgotten to lock it, even though I was certain I had. I paced around the living room trying to calm myself down. I could not let paranoia get the best of me. I decided to stay awake, unwilling to risk going back to sleep. I sat on the couch with the flashlight still in my grip, listening for any sound that did not belong. The minutes stretched into hours, but nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion weighed on me and I convinced myself that I had overreacted. I double-checked the lock one last time before heading to bed, forcing myself to push the fear aside. I drifted into an uneasy sleep, my mind still replaying the image of the open door. At some point in the night, a faint noise pulled me from my restless dreams. I lay still, barely breathing as I tried to pinpoint the source. A soft, creaking sound echoed from the hallway, followed by an eerie silence. My grip tightened on the blanket, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I wanted to believe I was imagining things, but the silence felt too heavy. I reached for my phone, careful not to make any sudden movements. My fingers shook as I turned on the screen, the dim glow illuminating my face. I hesitated before sitting up, every nerve in my body on high alert. I had to check Che, even if fear told me to stay hidden. I slowly got out of bed, moving as quietly as possible. The hallway stretched before me, its darkness feeling suffocating. I stepped forward, my breath shallow, as I approached the kitchen. Once again, the door was still locked, just as I had left it. A wave of relief started to wash over me, but then I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. The back door was unlocked. I knew I had checked it. I knew I had turned the lock before going to bed. My skin crawled as I backed away, my mind screaming at me to run. Someone had been inside. Someone had unlocked the door while I slept. The thought made my blood run cold, and before I could second-guess myself, I grabbed my phone and called for help. The minutes that followed felt like hours. I stayed near the front door, gripping my flashlight as if it would actually protect me. When help finally arrived, I felt a mix of relief and dread. The officer searched the house, checking every possible hiding spot. They found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing out of place, except for the unlocked door. They told me it could have been a mistake, that maybe I had not locked it, as I thought. I wanted to believe them. But deep down I knew the truth. Someone had been in my house. Someone had been inside while I slept. The thought made my skin crawl, and I knew I could not stay there another night. The next day, I packed my bags and left. I did not care if there was no proof. I was not taking any chances. I did not know who had been in my house or what they wanted, but I was not going to wait to find out whatever had happened that night. I would never forget the feeling of waking up to a door that should have been locked but was not. Story 20, and I woke up to the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through my curtains. The room was quiet, but something felt off as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. I noticed something on my nightstand that had not been there before. My heart pounded as I sat up, staring at the object in confusion. It was a small wooden box, polished, smooth, with no markings or signs of where it had come from. I reached out hesitantly, my fingers brushing against the cool surface. The string unsettled in my chest as I lifted the box. It was heavier than it looked, solid and unyielding. There was no lock, no seam to pry open, just a single lid that seemed to be waiting. I had no memory of placing it there, and I lived alone. My bedroom door had been locked and my windows were shut. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the prickling sensation crawling up my spine. My thoughts raced as I considered every possible explanation. Had I brought it inside without remembering? Had someone entered my home while I slept? The idea sent a chill through me. My hands trembled as I turned the box over, searching for any clue about its origin. The air in the room felt heavier, pressing down on me as I debated whether to open it. A part of me wanted to ignore it, to pretend it was not there, but my curiosity was stronger. With a deep breath, I placed my fingers on the lid and slowly lifted it. The moment it opened, a faint, creaking sound echoed through the room. Inside the box was a folded piece of paper, no jewelry, no trinkets, just a single slip of aged parchment. My stomach twisted as I picked it up, the edges rough beneath my fingertips. I unfolded it carefully, my breath hitching as I read the first few words. The handwriting was delicate and precise, as if each letter had been carefully formed. "You should not have opened this." My hands clenched around the note, my pulse pounding in my ears. I scanned the rest of the page, but there was nothing else written. A wave of unease washed over me as I set the paper down. The room felt colder, now the air thick, with something unseen. I glanced toward my bedroom door, half expecting to see it open, but it remained shut. A sudden creak from the floorboard sent a jolt through my body. The sound had come from the hallway just beyond my door. My throat tightened as I strained to listen, my breath shallow and uneven. Another creak followed, slow and deliberate, like someone shifting their weight. I wanted to believe it was my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew it was not. I slid out of bed as quietly as possible, my bare feet pressing against the cold floor. The box still sat on my nightstand, the note beside it. I wanted to push it away to pretend I had never seen it, but I knew it was too late. My fingers hovered over my phone, but before I could grab it, the doorknob rattled. A sharp breath escaped my lips as I took a step back, the knob twisted slightly, the metal groaning in protest. My stomach clenched as I realized someone or something was trying to get in. My hands balled into fists. As I forced myself to stay calm, I needed to act, to do something. Before the door opened, the rattling stopped, suddenly, leaving a deafening silence in its wake. I stared at the door, my chest rising and falling in quick, shallow breaths. Then a whisper seeped through the wood, barely audible but unmistakably there it was, low and distorted like a voice struggling to form words. My entire body went rigid. I stumbled back toward my bed, grabbing the box with shaking hands. I did not know what it was or why it had appeared, but I was certain it was the reason for everything happening now. Without thinking, I slammed the lid shut and shoved it into the drawer. The moment it disappeared from sight, the whispering stopped. I waited. My breath caught in my throat. The door remained closed. The air no longer felt suffocating, though a lingering unease remained. I forced myself to move, grabbing my phone and clutching it tightly. My fingers hovered over the emergency number, but something told me that no one would believe me. The rest of the night passed in silence, though I never fell back asleep. I sat on my bed watching the door, waiting for something else to happen. When the first light of morning filtered through the curtains, I finally exhaled a breath. I had not realized I was holding. I did not touch the box again that morning. I took it outside and buried it beneath the roots of an old tree at the edge of my yard. As I covered it with soil, a strange sense of relief washed over me, though a part of me knew the feeling was temporary. That night, as I lay in bed, I could not help but wonder if it was truly gone. Then, just as I was drifting into uneasy sleep, I heard the familiar creak of my nightstand. Story 21. I came home late from work, exhausted and ready to collapse onto my bed. The night was cold and a soft drizzle had started. As I stepped onto my porch, the dim glow from the street light barely reached my front door, making the entryway feel darker than usual. I fumbled with my keys, the dampness on my fingers making it difficult to grip them properly. When I finally got the door open, a familiar warmth greeted me and I sighed in relief. As I stepped inside, I locked the door behind me and slipped off my shoes, rubbing my arms to chase away the lingering chill. As I turned toward the coat rack back near the door, I froze. Hanging there among my jackets and scarves was something I did not recognize. A deep red scarf, slightly frayed at the edges, hung neatly as if it had always been there. My chest tightened as I stared at it, trying to recall if I had ever seen it before. I lived alone and I was meticulous about my belongings. Every item had its place and I never brought home anything that was not mine. My fingers trembled slightly as I reached out, brushing the rough wool between them. It was damp, as if someone had just worn it outside in the rain. I glanced around my apartment, suddenly aware of how silent it was. The air felt different, almost heavier. Like I was not alone. Taking a deep breath, I pulled the scarf from the rack and held it up under the light. There were no tags or markings, just an old, well-worn piece of fabric. My mind scrambled for a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone had left it by accident, but that made no sense. No one had been over recently, and even if they had, why would they hang it on my coat rack? I tossed it onto the small table near the door, convincing myself I was just tired and overthinking. Shrugging off my coat, I made my way to the kitchen for a glass of water. The house creaked softly as I moved the old wooden floor. Shifting under my weight, I tried to shake the unease creeping up my spine, telling myself it was nothing. As I reached for a glass, a soft rustling sound made me freeze. It was faint but distinct, like fabric brushing against wood. My pulse quickened as I turned my head toward the living room. The scarf was no longer on the table. It lay on the floor, twisted as if it had been dragged. My throat went dry as I took slow, careful steps toward it. My mind racing for an explanation. Maybe it had fallen, but the air in the room felt colder now and I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I picked it up again, inspecting it closely. A faint smell clung to the woe, something metallic and sour. My stomach churned as an irrational sense of dread in my chest. I needed to get rid of it. I walked to the front door, unlocking it quickly and stepped outside. The rain had picked up and the wind bit against my skin. As I tossed the scarf onto the porch, I did not care if it belonged to someone I knew, I just wanted it gone. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me and pressing my back against it. The one still lingered, but I told myself it was over. Trying to shake off the lingering nerves, I went to my bedroom and changed into something. Comfortable sleep was what I needed, and I refused to let a scarf ruin my night. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, and let my eyes close. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but I tried to push it out of my mind. Somewhere in the darkness, a soft scent stirred me from my half-asleep state. It was the same rustling noise from before. My entire body tensed as I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound was closer. Now near my bedroom door, my fingers gripped the blanket tightly as a slow creak echoed through the silence. I turned my head slightly, my eyes adjusting into the darkness. The door was ajar, though I was certain I had closed it. My stomach clenched as I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest. The room felt impossibly still, as if something was waiting. My breath came in shallow gasps. As I forced myself to move, I reached for my bedside lamp and flicked it on. The dim glow illuminated the room, revealing nothing out of place. My door was open wider now, but the hallway beyond was empty. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand, and I stepped carefully toward the doorway, my fingers trembling. As I reached out, the hallway stretched into darkness, the living room barely visible in the faint glow from the kitchen nightlight. I took a slow step forward, my pulse pounding in my ears. A sudden gust of cold air brushed against my bare arms, making me shiver. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes landed on the coat rack. This scarf was hanging there again. I stumbled back, my legs weak beneath me. My mind screamed for a rational explanation, but there was none. I had thrown it outside. I had locked the door. My body moved before I could think, rushing toward the front door. My fingers fumbled with the lock as panic gripped my chest. I yanked the door open, expecting the scarf to be gone, but it was still there, swaying lightly as if touched by an invisible hand. The wind outside roared, sending rain splattering against my skin, but I could not move. A cold presence pressed against my back, the unmistakable sensation of someone standing behind me. I turned sharply, my breath catching as the darkness of my home swallowed everything beyond the dim porch light. My instincts screamed at me to run, to leave, but I had nowhere to go. My own home felt foreign. Now, like it no longer belonged to me, my fingers curled into fists as I forced myself to take a step back inside. I grabbed the scarf with trembling hands and bolted to the kitchen. My mind raced for a solution, something to make this stop. I yanked open a drawer, grabbing the nearest lighter I could find. Without hesitation, I held the flame to the fabric, watching as the fire licked at the edges. The wool resisted at first, but then it caught the flames curling hungrily around it. A sharp acrid smell filled the air as I dropped it into the sink. The fire burned quickly, consuming the fabric in moments. The moment the last ember died, the house fell into an eerie silence. I stood there, my breath coming in uneven gasps. The weight in the air lifted the cold that had seeped into my bones, slowly fading. I turned my gaze toward the coat rack, half expecting to see the scarf hanging there again, but it was empty. Relief flooded through me as I slumped against the counter. That night I slept with every light on, unwilling to let the darkness creep in. The wind continued to howl outside, but the house remained still. When morning came, the air felt normal again, warm and familiar. I told myself it was over, that whatever had been lingering was gone. Days passed and nothing strange happened. My home felt like mine again, the unease fading into a distant memory. I convinced myself that exhaustion had played tricks on my mind, that the fear had been nothing more than paranoia. But every now and then, when the night was at its quietest, I would catch the faintest scent of something metallic in the air. Story 22. My bedroom door was slightly ajar. At first I thought I had forgotten to close it properly before getting into bed, but something felt off. The gap was just wide enough for someone to be standing there watching. I stared at the darkness beyond the doorway, listening for any sound, any sign that I was not alone. My heart pounded against my ribs as the silence stretched on. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things. Maybe a draft had pushed the door open slightly, or I had simply left it that way. Without realizing it, I turned onto my side, facing away from the door, determined to ignore the unease creeping up my spine. The bed felt cold beneath me, despite the warmth of my blanket. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself to sleep. A soft creak broke the silence. My breath caught in my throat as I lay frozen, my mind racing with possibilities. It could have been the house settling or the wind outside, but the sound had come from inside my room. I slowly turned my head toward the door, afraid of what I might see. The gap seemed wider than before. I did not dare move. My body was stiff with fear as I listened for any other noise. The air in the room felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on me. I strained my ears trying to catch any hint of movement, but all I heard was my own ragged breathing. The feeling of being watched was stronger now. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, careful not to make a sound. My fingers fumbled over the screen as I tried to turn on the flashlight. The bright beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the door. It was completely open. Now the hallway beyond was empty, but I knew something had changed. My chest tightened as I realized that I had not heard any footsteps. I sat up slowly, scanning the room with the light. Every shadow seemed darker, every corner more menacing. The closet door was closed, just as I had left it. The curtains hung still over the window. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the sense of unease would not leave me. I swallowed hard, debating whether to get up and check the hallway. A noise behind me made my blood run cold. It was faint, like the rustling of fabric. I whipped around, aiming the flashlight at my bed. Nothing was there. My blankets were undisturbed, my pillow exactly where I had left it. My pulse hammered in my ears as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. I was certain I had heard something. I told myself that I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. Taking a deep breath, I turned off the flashlight and laid back down. The door was still open, but I no longer had the energy to get up and close it. If anything was there, it wanted me to know. My eyelids felt heavy, but my body refused to relax. Sleep would not come easily. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke to a sharp noise. My eyes snapped open and I immediately noticed that the door was shut. I had not moved from my position and no one else was in the house. My chest tightened as I sat up, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. I reached for my phone again, my hands trembling. I turned on the flashlight and swept the room with its beam. Everything was as it should be, but the air felt wrong. It was as if the room had been altered in some way that I could not explain. I turned my attention to the door, half expecting it to swing open again. My breathing was shallow as I waited for something to happen. The sudden knock shattered the silence. It was not loud, just a soft tapping, as if someone was testing to see if I was awake. I clenched my jaw, refusing to react. My fingers tightened around my phone, my thumb hovering over the call button. I did not want to look at the door, but I could not stop myself. The handle turned slightly. I bolted out of bed, grabbing the nearest object I could use as a weapon. My legs felt weak as I backed toward the window. My mind screaming for me to run. The door did not open any further, but I could hear breathing on the other side, slow, deliberate breaths, as if whoever was there was in no hurry. My stomach churned with fear. I pressed my back against the window, trying to steady my shaking hands. The door remained still, but the breathing did not stop. I debated whether to open the window and climb out, but the thought of turning my back on the door terrified me. My heart pounded as I forced myself to take a step forward. I needed to take control of the situation. The breathing suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. My ears strained to catch any sound, but there was nothing. The tension in the air was suffocating. I gripped my makeshift weapon tighter, preparing for whatever was about to happen. The door knob twitched again, but this time it turned all the way. The door swung open, revealing an empty hallway. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stared at the darkness. Beyond, the overwhelming feeling of being watched had not left. I knew someone had been there. Someone had been listening. My hands shook as I stepped closer, my body protesting every movement. I reached for the light switched just outside my room, my fingers brushing against the wall. The second I flipped it on, the overhead light flickered before settling into a dim glow. The whole way was just as it had always been, yet it felt unfamiliar. I swallowed hard, trying to convince myself that I was alone. I stepped out into the hallway, my skin crawling with unease. My pulse hammered in my ears as I checked each room, making sure that no one was hiding. Everything was normal, yet the feeling of being watched persisted. I returned to my bedroom, shutting the door firmly behind me. I locked it, this time hoping it would give me some peace. Lying back down, I stared at the ceiling, willing myself to calm down. The night stretched on each minute, feeling like an eternity. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to rest. Every small sound made me tense. Every shadow seemed to move. Sleep was impossible, with the lingering fear pressing down on me at some point. Exhaustion won. I woke to the sound of my alarm, the morning light streaming through the window. My room looked the same. Untouched by the events of the night, I sat up slowly, my muscles aching from tension. The fear from the night before had not completely faded. I checked the door, making sure it was still locked. As I got out of bed, I noticed something on the floor near the door, a small crumpled piece of paper that had not been there the night before. My chest tightened. As I reached down to pick it up, unfolding it carefully, I felt it run through me. The message was short but clear. You left the door open and her open story 23. The first time I noticed the folded piece of fabric in my mailbox. I did not think much of it. It was small, neatly placed and looked like an old handkerchief. I assumed it was a mistake, something that had blown in with the wind or maybe left by a passing stranger. I picked it up and felt the warm material between my fingers before tossing it onto the small table by the door. It sat there untouched for the rest of the day. That night I found myself staring at it as I passed by the table on my way to turn off the lights. Something about it unsettled me, though I could not figure out why. It was just fabric, nothing more, but the way it had been folded so perfectly felt deliberate. I had no idea who had left it, and that thought alone sent a strange chill down my spine. I decided to push it to the back of my mind and went to bed. The next morning, I found another piece of fabric in the mailbox. This one was slightly larger and looked older, as if it had been used repeatedly and washed too many times. The edges were frayed and there was a faint smell of something I could not place. Confusion crept in as I glanced toward the first one still sitting on the table. Two of them now both folded the exact same way. I looked around my yard, searching for any sign of someone watching, but nothing seemed out of place. I brought the second piece inside, placing it next to the first. A part of me considered throwing them away, but my curiosity stopped me. Instead, I unfolded the first one, finding nothing unusual about it other than a few faint stains. The second one was the same, just worn and old. I sat there for a moment staring at both before deciding to forget about them. It was probably some prank or mistake, nothing more. That night I locked my doors and double-checked the windows. I could not explain why I felt uneasy, but something about those pieces of fabric felt off. As I lay in bed, my mind wandered to the possibility that someone was watching, waiting for me to react. The thought made me restless and I barely slept. When I finally did, my dreams were filled with strange images of fabric wrapped tightly around some, as if concealing a secret I was not meant to see. By the third day, I was no longer brushing it off. As coincidence, another piece had arrived, this one larger than the last two and carrying a stronger scent. It smelled a damp earth mixed with something metallic. My stomach twisted as I unfolded it, revealing a dark stain spread across the center. It was dry, but the color was unmistakable. I dropped it onto the table, stepping back as my pulse quickened. I knew then that I could not ignore this any longer. I checked my mailbox constantly throughout the day, hoping to catch whoever was leaving them, but it remained empty. By nightfall, I had convinced myself to install a camera. I needed answers. Something to tell me this was nothing more than a cruel joke. As I set it up, I felt exposed, as if unseen eyes were already watching me. I told myself it was paranoia and went inside. The following morning, another piece of fabric was waiting for me. This one was different. It was long, almost like a strip torn from something larger. The edges were uneven and it was soaked through with something that made my hands feel sticky. I gagged, dropping it instantly. The fear that had been growing inside me reached its peak. I rushed to check the camera footage, my hand shaking as I clicked through the recording. At first, nothing appeared unusual. The street was empty, my yard untouched, but then, just before dawn, a shadow moved into view. My breath caught as I watched the figure step toward my mailbox. They were slow, deliberate, their face obscured by the darkness. They placed the fabric inside with careful precision before stepping away. Then, just as they turned, their head tilted slightly as if looking straight at the camera, a shiver ran down my spine. I paused the footage, my eyes locked on the blurry image of their face. It was hard to make out any details, but there was something wrong with the way they stood, the way their body seemed tense, yet control-rolled. I could not shake the feeling that they knew I was watching. My instinct screamed at me to call someone to report it, but I hesitated. What would I even say that someone was leaving pieces of old fabric in my mailbox? Instead, I stayed up that night waiting by the window with the lights off. Hours passed with nothing but silence, my heart pounding with every shadow that moved outside. Just when I was about to convince myself that they would not come, a figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them move toward my mailbox. Their motions slow and deliberate. This time I saw it more clearly. They were holding something large in their hands, wrapped in fabric, just like the ones I had received. My stomach turned as they placed it gently inside before stepping back for a brief moment. They stood there unmoving. Then, without warning, they turned their head toward me. I froze, even in the darkness. I knew they could see me. I scrambled away from the window, my pulse racing. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking as I dialed. The moment I pressed call, a loud knock echoed through my house. I nearly dropped the phone, my breath hitching in my throat. The knocking came again slow and deliberate, as if they were waiting for me to respond. I did not move, did not breathe. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable. I waited, listening for any sign that they were still there, but the only sound was my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I forced myself to check the camera again, dreading what I might see. The figure was gone, but the mailbox was open. Slowly, I stepped outside, my hands trembling as I reached for the fabric. This time it was different, heavier. I could feel something solid beneath the layers. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to open it. My breath caught in my throat as I saw what was inside a single object, old and rusted, covered in dark stains, a knife. I stumbled back, my mind spinning. This was not just a prank. This was a message. Someone wanted me to know something, but I did not understand what. My fear turned to determination. I called the authorities, my voice shaking as I explained everything. They arrived quickly, taking the knife and the pieces of fabric as evidence. I returned to my bedroom, shutting the door firmly behind me. I locked it, this time hoping it would give me some peace. Lying back down, I stared at the ceiling, willing myself to calm down. The night stretched on each minute, feeling like an eternity. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to rest. Every small sound made me tense. Every shadow seemed to move. Sleep was impossible, with the lingering fear pressing down on me at some point. Exhaustion won. I woke to the sound of my alarm, the morning light streaming through the window. My room looked the same. Untouched by the events of the night, I sat up slowly, my muscles aching from tension. The fear from the night before had not completely faded. I checked the door, making sure it was still locked. As I got out of bed, I noticed something on the floor near the door, a small crumpled piece of paper that had not been there the night before. My chest tightened. As I reached down to pick it up, unfolding it carefully, I felt it run through me. The message was short but clear. You left the door open and her open story 23. The first time I noticed the folded piece of fabric in my mailbox. I did not think much of it. It was small, neatly placed and looked like an old handkerchief. I assumed it was a mistake, something that had blown in with the wind or maybe left by a passing stranger. I picked it up and felt the warm material between my fingers before tossing it onto the small table by the door. It sat there untouched for the rest of the day. That night I found myself staring at it as I passed by the table on my way to turn off the lights. Something about it unsettled me, though I could not figure out why it was just fabric, nothing more. but the way it had been folded so perfectly felt deliberate. I had no idea who had left it, and that thought alone sent a strange chill down my spine. I decided to push it to the back of my mind and went to bed. The next morning, I found another piece of fabric in the mailbox. This one was slightly larger and looked older, as if it had been used repeatedly and washed too many times. The edges were frayed and there was a faint smell of something I could not place. Confusion crept in as I glanced toward the first one still sitting on the table. Two of them now both folded the exact same way. I looked around my yard, searching for any sign of someone watching, but nothing seemed out of place. I brought the second piece inside, placing it next to the first. A part of me considered throwing them away, but my curiosity stopped me. Instead, I unfolded the first one, finding nothing unusual about it other than a few faint stains. The second one was the same, just worn and old. I sat there for a moment staring at both before deciding to forget about them. It was probably some prank or mistake, nothing more. That night I locked my doors and double-checked the windows. I could not explain why I felt uneasy, but something about those pieces of fabric felt off. As I lay in bed, my mind wandered to the possibility that someone was watching, waiting for me to react. The thought made me restless and I barely slept. When I finally did, my dreams were filled with strange images of fabric wrapped tightly around some, as if concealing a secret I was not meant to see. By the third day, I was no longer brushing it off. As coincidence, another piece had arrived, this one larger than the last two and carrying a stronger scent. It smelled of damp earth mixed with something metallic. My stomach twisted as I unfolded it, revealing a dark stain spread across the center. It was dry, but the color was unmistakable. I dropped it onto the table, stepping back as my pulse quickened. I knew then that I could not ignore this any longer. I checked my mailbox constantly throughout the day, hoping to catch whoever was leaving them, but it remained empty. By nightfall, I had convinced myself to install a camera. I needed answers. Something to tell me this was nothing more than a cruel joke. As I set it up, I felt exposed, as if unseen eyes were already watching me. I told myself it was paranoia and went inside. The following morning, another piece of fabric was waiting for me. This one was different. It was long, almost like a strip torn from something larger. The edges were uneven and it was soaked through with something that made my hands feel sticky. I gagged, dropping it instantly. The fear that had been growing inside me reached its peak. I rushed to check the camera footage, my hand shaking as I clicked through the recording. At first, nothing appeared unusual. The street was empty, my yard untouched, but then, just before dawn, a shadow moved into view. My breath caught as I watched the figure step toward my mailbox. They were slow, deliberate, their face obscured by the darkness. They placed the fabric inside with careful precision before stepping away. Then, just as they turned, their head tilted slightly as if looking straight at the camera, a shiver ran down my spine. I paused the footage, my eyes locked on the blurry image of their face. It was hard to make out any details, but there was something wrong with the way they stood, the way their body seemed tense, yet control-rolled. I could not shake the feeling that they knew I was watching. My instinct screamed at me to call someone to report it, but I hesitated. What would I even say that someone was leaving pieces of old fabric in my mailbox? Instead, I stayed up that night waiting by the window with the lights off. Hours passed with nothing but silence, my heart pounding with every shadow that moved outside. Just when I was about to convince myself that they would not come, a figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them move toward my mailbox. Their motions slow and deliberate. This time I saw it more clearly. They were holding something large in their hands, wrapped in fabric, just like the ones I had received. My stomach turned as they placed it gently inside before stepping back for a brief moment. They stood there unmoving. Then, without warning, they turned their head toward me. I froze, even in the darkness. I knew they could see me. I scrambled away from the window, my pulse racing. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking as I dialed. The moment I pressed call, a loud knock echoed through my house. I nearly dropped the phone, my breath hitching in my throat. The knocking came again slow and deliberate, as if they were waiting for me to respond. I did not move, did not breathe. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable. I waited, listening for any sign that they were still there, but the only sound was my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I forced myself to check the camera again, dreading what I might see. The figure was gone, but the mailbox was open. Slowly, I stepped outside, my hands trembling as I reached for the fabric. This time it was different, heavier. I could feel something solid beneath the layers. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to open it. My breath caught in my throat as I saw what was inside a single object, old and rusted, covered in dark stains, a knife. I stumbled back, my mind spinning. This was not just a prank. This was a message. Someone wanted me to know something, but I did not understand what. My fear turned to determination. I called the authorities, my voice shaking as I explained everything. They arrived quickly, taking the knife and the pieces of fabric as evidence. I watched as they scanned the area, their faces unreadable. One of them told me to stay somewhere else for the night just to be safe. I did not argue. I packed a bag and left, my mind still struggling to make sense of it all. The next day I got a call. The knife had been linked to an old case, one that had gone unsolved for years. The evidence was deteriorated, but there were traces of something that suggested foul play. They could not tell me more, but they promised to investigate further. I never found out who had left the fabric or why they had chosen me. The delivery stopped after that, as suddenly as they had begun. I moved shortly after, unable to shake the feeling that whoever had been watching me was still out there. Even now, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, expecting to hear that slow, deliberate knock at my door, but it never comes. Story 24. I got home late that evening, tired from a long day at work. As I pulled into the driveway, I noticed something odd. The porch light, which I always left on before leaving, was off. At first I thought the bulb had burned out, but something about it felt strange. I had replaced it just a week ago, so there was no reason for it to stop working so soon. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car, looking around the yard. Everything seemed normal, but an uneasy feeling crept up my spine. The neighborhood was quiet, the usual hum of distant traffic barely reaching my ears. As I climbed the steps, I hesitated before reaching for the doorknob. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Before going inside, I glanced up at the light fixture. The bulb was still there, but it was slightly unscrewed. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what that meant. Someone had been here, someone had touched it. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them felt right. I reached up and screwed the ball back in, instantly illuminating the porch. The light cast sharp shadows across the steps, making the night seem even darker beyond its reach. I fumbled with my keys, suddenly feeling exposed. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door and stepped inside, locking it immediately behind me. The house was just as I had left it. Nothing appeared out of place, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked through each room, checking the windows and doors. Everything was locked, just as I had left it that morning, but that did not explain the light bulb. I tried to dismiss it, convincing myself it was nothing. Maybe it had been loose for a while and I had just not noticed. I turned on the television for background noise, hoping it would help me relax. The soft glow of the screen filled the room, but the unease did not fade. A few hours passed and I decided to go to bed. I double-checked the locks again before heading upstairs. The house was silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. I crawled into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, my mind still racing sometime during the night. I woke up abruptly. My heart pounded in my chest, though I was not sure why. The room was dark, but something felt different. I listened closely, holding my breath. That was when I heard it, a faint rustling sound like fabric brushing against something. I slowly turned my head toward the bedroom door. It was open just a crack, though I was certain I had closed it before going to sleep. My pulse quickened as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe I had left it open without realizing, but deep down I knew that was not true. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, gripping it tightly. My fingers trembled as I considered what to do next. I could turn on the light, but I was terrified of what I might see. The rustling noise had stopped, but I could still feel something in the air. I sat up slowly, my breath shallow. The floor outside my room creaked. The sound barely audible but unmistakable. Someone was there. My grip tightened around my phone as I fought the urge to panic. If I called for help, whoever was outside would hear me. I inched toward the edge of the bed, trying to stay as quiet as possible. My heart pounded so loudly I was afraid it would give me away. I had to do something. I could not just sit there waiting for whatever was on the other side of the door to come. In summoning all my courage, I lunged for the lamp on my nightstand and flicked it on. The sudden brightness flooded the room, making me squint. My eyes darted to the doorway, but there was nothing there. The hall was empty. The house was silent. Once more I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish for scaring myself. Maybe I had imagined it. Lack of sleep and stress could make the mind play tricks. I forced myself to relax, though the fear still clung to me. I reached for the bedroom door, pushing it closed and locking it. This time sleep did not come easily. After that, every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed suspicious. The hours dragged on, but eventually exhaustion took over and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. Morning arrived far too quickly and I woke with a lingering sense of dread. I got up and cautiously opened the door, peering into the hallway. Everything looked normal the night before felt distant. Like a bad dream. I went downstairs and made myself coffee, trying to shake off the feeling of paranoia. That was when I saw it, and I saw it. The front door was unlocked. My stomach twisted as I stared at the latch. I knew without a doubt that I had locked it before going to bed. My hands felt clammy as I reached out and tested the knob. It turned easily. Someone had been inside. Panic surged through me as I backed away from the door. I rushed through the house, checking every room again. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anything had been taken, but that did not make it any less terrifying. I grabbed my phone and dialed for help, my hand shaking. When the operator answered, I struggled to find the right words. I explained everything, from the unscrewed light bulb to the open door. They assured me help was on the way, but it did little to ease my fear. Minutes later an officer arrived and began inspecting the house. They asked me a series of questions, their expression growing more serious. With each answer they pointed out something I had not noticed. The back door had been unlocked as well. I felt sick. I never used the back door. There was no reason for it to be unlocked. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had entered through the back, walked through my house while I was sleeping and left through the front door. The officer checked for any signs of tampering, but everything seemed untouched. They suggested I install security cameras and change my locks immediately. I nodded numbly, still trying to process everything. The idea of a stranger walking around my home made my skin crawl. After they left, I wasted no time making changes. I replaced the locks, installed new deadbolts and ordered security cameras online. I even bought a motion sensor light for the porch. There was no way I was going to let something like this happen again. That night I kept every light on and barely slept. Every creak of the house set my heart racing. The idea that someone had been inside watching me was something I could not shake. But as the days passed, the fear slowly faded. The security cameras arrived and I installed them right away. I checked the footage every morning just to be sure. Weeks went by and nothing unusual happened. It seemed like whoever had been there that night was long gone. Eventually I started to feel safe again. I slept with the doors locked, the cameras watching over the house. The porch light stayed on every night, shining brightly, and every morning I made sure it was still screwed in place. Story 25. I was brushing my teeth when I heard it for the first time. A faint, irregular, scratching sound echoed from behind the bathroom mirror. I paused, toothbrush still in my mouth, and listened. The sound was too distinct to be my imagination. It stopped the moment I leaned in closer. I spat the toothpaste into the sink and stared at my reflection. The mirror was an old one attached to the wall with visible screws at the corners. I reached out and tapped the glass lightly. Nothing happened. Just as I was about to look away, the scratching resumed. This time it was slower, almost deliberate. A chill crawled down my spine. It was late past midnight and I was alone. The walls were thin, but this sound was coming from inside, not from a neighbor. I hesitated before placing my palm flat against the mirror. The scratching stopped again. My heartbeat quickened. I turned off the light and stepped out of the bathroom, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe a mouse or something small had gotten stuck in the wall lying in bed. I strained my ears for any further noise. The apartment was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. The next morning I checked behind the mirror. It was screwed in tightly, with no gaps between it and the wall. I knocked on the surface solid. Satisfied. I went about my day barely thinking about it until Mike came again. As I brushed my teeth, the sound returned. This time it was more frantic, like tiny claws scrabbling against glass. I backed away, watching the mirror closely. My own reflection stared back at me, but I could not shake the feeling that something else was there. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, directing the beam along the edges of the mirror. No gaps, no cracks, nothing unusual. I exhaled sharply, trying to brush off the yuns. Maybe it really was a rodent caught somewhere behind the drywall. I would call maintenance in the morning. Sleep did not come easy. I kept waking up feeling as though something was watching me. The mirror was just a few steps away from my bedroom door. I considered covering it but dismissed the thought as irrational. Still, the idea of it unsettled me. The next evening I unscrewed the mirror. It was heavier than I expected, and as I lifted it away from the wall, a cold draft hit my face behind. It was not dry wall but a dark, narrow space. My stomach twisted as I shone my flashlight. Inside there was a hole about the size of a small vent leading into complete darkness. The walls inside were rough and unfinished, like a hidden crawl space between apartments. My breath caught in my throat as I noticed something in the corner. A tattered piece of fabric, possibly clothing, lay crumpled in the shadows. My instinct screamed at me to put the mirror back and pretend I had never seen it, but I leaned in, just slightly angling my light to get a better look. The fabric was old and stained. A faint musty odor wafted from the opening. I had seen enough. I quickly lifted the mirror back into place and screwed it in with shaking hands. I told myself to call the building manager in the morning, but deep down I knew I would not. I did not want to know more. That night I dreamed of the space behind the mirror. In my dream, I stood in the bathroom staring at my reflection, but my reflection did not move with me. It stood still, watching. While the scratching sound grew louder, I woke up drenched in sweat. I avoided looking at the mirror. The next morning I went about my routine quickly. Leaving the apartment as soon as I could work was a welcome distraction, but the thought of the hidden space lingered in the back of my mind. When I returned home, I hesitated before stepping into the bathroom. The mirror was just as I had left it. I turned on the light and let out a slow breath. Everything seemed normal. Then, as I reached for my toothbrush, I froze. The mirror was loose only slightly, but I could see the shift. When I moved, I stepped closer and pressed a hand against it. The surface wobbled just a bit, as though it had been tampered with from the other side. My throat tightened. I left the bathroom and grabbed my phone, heart pounding. I needed to call someone, but who? What would I even say? As I stood there debating, I heard it again, the slow, deliberate scratching. I backed away, barely breathing. The sound was different. This time it was not just scratching, it was movement, a slow, shuffling sound like someone shifting in a confined space. Panic took over. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, barely remembering to lock the door. I drove aimlessly for a while, trying to clear my mind. When I finally returned, I stood outside the bathroom for several minutes before daring to enter. The mirror was still there, unmoved. The apartment was silent. I forced myself to check behind it one last time. The dark space remained, but something was different. The piece of fabric was gone. I slammed the mirror back in place and left the apartment. The next day, I told the landlord there was an issue with the bathroom walls and that I wanted to move out immediately. I did not care about the deposit. I packed what I could and left without looking back. Weeks later, I checked the building's listing out of curiosity. My unit was still vacant. No new tenant had moved in. A part of me wondered if anyone else had noticed the sounds, but I knew one thing for certain. Well, whatever had been behind that mirror was still there, and I was never going back. Story 26. I reached for the kitchen sponge, expecting it to be dry, since I had not used it that day. The moment my fingers touched it, a damn chill ran through my skin. I pressed it slightly and water seeped out, dripping onto the counter. My eyes darted to the sink, but there were no dishes, no sign of anyone using it. A tight knot formed in my stomach as I turned the sponge over, feeling its unnatural wetness. I checked the faucet, running my fingers along the spout to see if it had been dripping. It was dry, with no moisture or water marks anywhere. The dish rack was as I had left it, with everything neatly arranged. I glanced around the kitchen, trying to recall if I had used the sponge without remembering. My memory was clear, and yet the sponge told a different story. I walked to the living room, where the silence pressed heavily against my ears. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each second stretching longer than the last. I listened for any sound, any movement that could explain what had happened. The air was still the only sound coming from the hell of the refrigerator. My heartbeat picked up a slow realization, creeping into my mind. Returning to the kitchen, I picked up the sponge again, this time sniffing it. The scent was clean but carried a faint metallic tang. I squeezed it harder, forcing more water to spill onto the counter. The water spread an irregular pattern, soaking into the wood grain unnaturally fast. I backed away, my breathing shallow as I wiped my hands on a towel. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, finding them all secure. My house had been locked since I arrived home and no one else had been inside. I stared at the sponge, unwilling to touch it again. The dampness seemed impossible, an intrusion into my space that I could not explain. I wiped the counter, but the feeling of unease remained. I decided to throw the sponge away, grabbing a plastic bag to seal it inside. My fingers trembled as I carried it to the trash bin outside. The air was cool, the night stretching endlessly over the rooftops. As I opened the lid, a sound reached my ears, faint but unmistakable, water dripping steady and deliberate from somewhere behind me. I turned sharply, my eyes, scanning the darkness beyond my backyard. The sound continued, coming from a spot near the side of the house. My chest tightened as I stepped forward, forcing my legs to move. Despite the dread curling in my stomach, the porch light flickered slightly, casting long shadows over the ground. I reached the corner of the house, peering around cautiously. A puddle of water spread across the concrete, reflecting the dim light. The faucet outside was turned off, but the water was fresh, as if something had just been there. My fingers curled into fists as I stepped back, my mind scrambling for a rational explanation. The sound of dripping water followed me back inside each drop, a reminder that something was not right. I locked the door, firmly checking it twice before stepping away. My eyes fell on the sink and I froze. The sponge was back, sitting in the exact spot where I had found it earlier. My breath hitched, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I approached it cautiously, my fingers twitching at my sides. The plastic bag I had thrown away was gone, nowhere in sight. The sponge sat there, damp and heavy, as if waiting for me to pick it up again. I swallowed hard, my throat dry as I reached for it. The moment I touched it, a sharp sensation shot through my fingers. I pulled my hand back, staring at the moisture clinging to my skin. It was warm, now unnervingly so, as if it had been soaking in something other than water. My pulse pounded as I stepped away, unwilling to touch it again. The silence in the house grew oppressive. Pressing against my ears with an eerie weight, I grabbed my phone, my fingers, fumbling as I dialed. The call failed to connect, the screen flash in a weak signal. I stared at it, frustration and fear wearing inside me. I had full reception earlier and now it was as if something was blocking it. The dripping sound returned, this time coming from the hallway. I moved slowly, my breathing shallow as I approached the sound. The floorboards creaked under my steps, each one making my skin prickle. The bathroom door was ajar, a sliver of darkness visible beyond the frame. I reached out, pushing it open with slow hesitation. The sink was dry, the faucet tightly shut, yet the sound continued. My gaze dropped to the floor, where small wet footprints trailed away from the bathtub. My stomach twisted my mind, refusing to make sense of what I was seeing. The prints were fresh, leading out into the hallway where I had just been. My breath hit as I turned my head, following the path they made. The air in the house felt heavier, thick, with an unspoken presence. I backed away, forcing myself to move. Despite the weight in my chest, my steps were careful, controlled as I made my way to the kitchen once more. The sponge was gone. The counter was dry, as if nothing had happened. I stood there, my body tense. With disbelief, I opened the drawer, grabbing a fresh sponge from the pack. My hands were unsteady as I unwrapped it, placing it beside the sink. The sense of wrongness did not leave, lingering like a shadow in the corner of my vision. I forced myself to take a deep breath, steadying my thoughts. It was just a sponge, just water, nothing more. I turned away, deciding to distract myself with something else. The night stretched on minutes, feeling like hours as I tried to ignore the unease crawling beneath my skin. Sleep did not come easily, my mind circling back to the inexplicable events. The dripping sound had stopped, yet I could still feel its presence. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the room. I sat up, rubbing my face as I forced myself to move. The kitchen was normal, the house undisturbed. I let out a slow breath, telling myself it had been exhaustion, an overactive mind. As I stepped toward the sink, my foot hit something soft. I looked down, my pulse hammering in my ears. The sponge lay at my feet, wet and dripping, as if it had never left. Story 27. I had just come home from a long shift, exhausted and barely able to keep my eyes open. The moment I stepped inside, I kicked off my shoes by the door, not bothering to place them neatly. My feet ached, my back was sore, and all I wanted was to collapse onto the couch. The house was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. It was the kind of quiet that made every little sound seem louder, almost unnatural. I reached for a glass of water, gulping it down in seconds before heading to my room. As I passed by the front door, something about my shoes caught my eye. One of them was slightly out of place, as if someone had moved it. I frowned, kneeling down to fix them, when I noticed a small scrap of paper sticking out from inside. My stomach tightened and a cold wave of unease crept over me. Slowly, I picked up the paper, unfolding it with shaky fingers. There was only one sentence written in shaky handwriting. "I see you every night." My throat went dry as I read the words over and over again. My first thought was that it had to be a joke, but there was no one who would do something like this. The front door was locked. When I came in, just as I had left it this morning, I checked the windows, making sure they were all shut. The idea that someone had been inside my house while I was away sent a chill down my spine. I hurried to check every room, but nothing seemed out of place. Trying to calm myself, I reasoned that it could have been an old note left behind by accident. Maybe it had been in my shoe for a while. Unnoticed, I convinced myself that there was no real danger and forced myself to push away the paranoia, locking my bedroom door. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. Sleep did not come easy that night, and when I finally drifted off, I woke up repeatedly at the slightest noise. The next morning, I forced myself to move past the strange incident. I threw the note away and told myself it was nothing. The day went by as usual work, keeping me busy enough to forget about it, but when I returned home that evening, I felt the same unease settle over me. The house felt different, as if it had been disturbed in some subtle way. I checked the door, the windows, and every room, but everything was exactly where it should be. Just as I was about to shake off the nerves, I looked at my shoes again. My breath caught in my throat as I saw another scrap of paper peeking out from the same shoe. My hands trembled as I picked it up, unfolding it slowly. The words were written in the same shaky handwriting. "You forgot to lock the window." Last night, my chest tightened, my pulse pounding in my ears. I ran to check every window, but they were all locked just as I had left them. This morning, someone was playing a cruel game and I had no idea how they were getting in. I called the police, explaining the situation, though without any signs of forced entry or proof of someone being inside. They could not do much. They told me to be cautious and report any further incidents. That night I barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities. I kept my phone close, ready to call for help at any sign of movement. Hours passed, and just when I began to feel the weight of exhaustion pulling me under, I heard a soft rustling sound coming from just outside my bedroom door. My body went rigid, every nerve on edge. I held my breath, straining to hear anything else. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I wanted to believe it was my imagination, but deep down I knew better. Gathering my courage, I grabbed the heaviest object within reach, a metal flashlight, and crept toward the door. My fingers hesitated on the handle before I slowly turned it, opening the door just enough to peek outside. The hallway was empty, the house silent once more for the rest of the night. I stayed awake, too afraid to let my guard down. One morning I decided I could not stay there any longer. I packed a bag, leaving for a few days to stay with a friend. It was a relief to be somewhere else, but the fear lingered. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message to appear, but nothing happened. When I finally returned home, the first thing I did was check my shoes. Nothing was there. Days passed, then weeks, and I started to believe it was over. Maybe whoever it was had gotten bored and moved on. Life returned to normal, the fear slowly fading into the back of my mind. One evening, as I was settling in for the night, I received a message from an unknown number. My blood ran cold as I read the words on the screen, "You should have never come back." I immediately grabbed my things and left, not stopping to look back. I called the police again, and this time they took it more seriously. They searched the house, checking every corner, every possible hiding spot in the attic. They found something that made my stomach drop: a small mattress, a pile of empty food wrappers, and a collection of notes written in the same shaky handwriting. Each one described my daily routine, what time I left for work, what time I came home, and even what I wore each day. Whoever had been watching me had been living above me the entire time. Story 28. Every night, as the clock neared 11, the hallway light flickered. It started subtly. At first just a faint dimming before returning to full brightness. I thought nothing of it until I realized it happened at the exact same time. Every night I replaced the bulb, but the flickering continued without change. Even when I swapped out the fixture entirely, the same settling pattern remained. At first I convinced myself it was an issue with the wiring. The house was old and electrical problems were common in places like this. I called an electrician who checked everything and assured me the wiring was fine. He said he found no logical reason for the flickering and left without an explanation. That night, as I stood in the hallway, the light flickered again, right on schedule. I started paying more attention, watching the bulb closely as the time approached. The flicker lasted a few seconds before stabilizing, but something about it felt intentional. The rest of the house remained untouched, every other light steady and strong. I ran a few tests, plugging in different lamps and standing under the glow, but nothing else reacted. It was only the hallway light, always at the same time. One night I decided to film it, setting up my phone on a small shelf facing the hallway. When I played back the video, my stomach twisted. The light flickered just as expected, but the shadows on the walls moved in a way that did not match. They stretched unnaturally, shifting as if something invisible passed through. There was no logical reason for it, no source of movement. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was a trick of the camera, but the thought burrowed deep in my mind. I became hyper-aware of the hallway, glancing toward it whenever the time approached. The air felt different as the moment neared. Charged with something unseen, I hesitated before stepping into the hallway one night, standing directly beneath the light. The moment the flickering started, a deep chill spread through me, colder than anything I had felt before. My breath turned shallow, my arms breaking into goosebumps as I remained frozen in place. I forced myself to stay, waiting for something to happen, but the light returned to normal. Just as quickly, I let out a shaky breath, convincing myself it was my imagination. Days passed and my unease only grew stronger. I started avoiding the hallway around that time, making sure I was in another room. When the flickering started, I could not ignore the feeling that something was watching, waiting. My sleep suffered and I began waking up in the middle of the night with a tightness in my chest. I felt like I was not alone. One evening I stepped outside for fresh air, trying to clear my head. When I returned, the light was already flickering, even though it was earlier than usual. I froze in the doorway, my pulse pounding in my ears. The flickering did not stop this time. It continued in erratic bursts, casting the hallway and shifting patterns. I took a step forward, forcing myself to move, but something made me pause. A shadow formed at the end of the hallway, darker than the others, unmoving. My breath hitched and I blinked, but it remained. I could not explain. It could not rationalize what I was seeing. It was just there, solid, and still the air thickened, pressing down on me with an unnatural weight. My legs felt like lead, my body refusing to respond as fear gripped me. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the flickering stopped. The hallway returned to normal, empty and silent. The shadow was gone, as if it had never been there. I rushed into my bedroom, locking the door behind me. My heart raced, my hands trembling as I tried to steady my breathing. I told myself I had imagined it, that stress and exhaustion were playing tricks on me. But deep down I knew something was wrong. I could not deny what I had seen that night. I barely slept, my ears tuned to every small noise. The house creaked, like it always did, but each sound felt different, heavier. I stayed in bed, willing to move until morning. When the sun finally rose, I stepped cautiously into the hallway, expecting something to feel off. Everything looked the same, but the air still carried that strange, lingering weight. I decided I needed answers. I searched through old records trying to find any information about the house. I found an article buried in online archives detailing an incident from years ago. A man had lived here alone. His body discovered in the hallway after neighbors noticed a terrible smell. The cause of death was never determined. The article mentioned he had been seen standing in the hallway late at night staring at the flickering light. My stomach churned as I read the words over again. I could not shake the eerie connection. The way the light continued to behave, as if responding to something unseen. I wanted to leave to pack up and never look back, but I could not afford to move. I was stuck here, forced to endure whatever was happening. That night, I stayed awake, determined to watch the hallway instead of hiding. The flickering began at the usual time, but this time I did not look away. I kept my eyes locked on the shifting shadows, waiting. Then I saw it again. The dark shape formed at the end of the hallway, barely noticeable at first. It did not move toward me, but I felt its presence like a crushing weight. I decided I needed answers. I searched through old records trying to find any information about the house. I found an article buried in online archives detailing an incident from years ago. A man had lived here alone. His body discovered in the hallway after neighbors noticed a terrible smell. The cause of death was never determined. The article mentioned he had been seen standing in the hallway late at night staring at the flickering light. My stomach churned as I read the words over again. I could not shake the eerie connection. The way the light continued to behave, as if responding to something unseen. I wanted to leave to pack up and never look back, but I could not afford to move. I was stuck here, forced to endure whatever was happening. That night, I stayed awake, determined to watch the hallway instead of hiding. The flickering began at the usual time, but this time I did not look away. I kept my eyes locked on the shifting shadows, waiting. Then I saw it again. The dark shape formed at the end of the hallway, barely noticeable at first. It did not move toward me, but I felt its presence like a crushing weight. My chest tightened, my body frozen in places. I struggled to breathe. The light flickered harder, almost like it was straining against something unseen. Then, in one sharp burst, it shattered the hallway, plunged into darkness. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed gripping the edge of the doorway for support. Slowly the shadows receded, the oppressive air lifting as if something had finally let go. My pulse thundered in my ears as I fumbled for my phone, using its light to guide me. The hallway was empty again the next night. The light remained steady, no flickering, no movement, just stillness. I waited expecting something to happen, but nothing did. The house felt lighter, as if whatever had been there was finally gone. I did not understand why or how, but I did not question it. Days passed, then weeks, and the light never flickered again. The strange feeling in the hallway disappeared, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of peace. I still did not have answers, but I no longer needed them. Whatever had lingered in the shadows was gone, and for the first time in a long while I felt safe again. Story 29. I got home late that night, feeling exhausted from the long hours at work. The air was crisp and the quiet street felt unusually still. As I approached my front door, I reached for the key that always hung on the second hook from the left. My hand stopped mid-air when I saw that it was on the wrong hook. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it, my mind scrambling for an explanation. I lived alone and I was always careful about where I placed my things. The hooks were a habit, a routine. I never broke. I had put my key in its usual spot. Before leaving that morning, I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my neck. Maybe I had placed it there without thinking too. Distracted by my morning rush, I took the key and unlocked the door. Stepping into the darkness of my house, the faint scent of something unfamiliar lingered in the air. Something off. I flicked on the lights, scanning the living room for anything out of place. Everything looked normal, but that feeling of wrongness did not leave me. Setting my bag down, I walked toward the kitchen for a glass of water. The floor creaked under my weight, a sound I had heard 1,000 times but now felt louder. In the silence, the refrigerator hummed. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, but I could not shake the sensation that I was not alone. I turned my head slightly, glancing toward the hallway leading to my bedroom. The door to my room was slightly open. I was sure I had shut it before leaving. My breath hitched and I stood frozen in place, gripping the counter for support. I listened, straining to catch any sound beyond the usual noises of the house. My heartbeat pounded against my ribs as I took slow steps toward the door. I nudged it open wider with the tip of my fingers holding my breath. The room was dark, the faint glow of the street lamp outside casting shadows against the wall. I reached for the light switch. Flicking it on my bed was made my closet door shut. Everything seemed undisturbed, but the air inside felt heavy, as if someone had been there recently swallowing hard. I checked the closet first, pulling the doors open quickly. My clothes hung neatly in their places, the shelves stacked. As I had left them, I crouched down and peeked under the bed, my pulse racing empty. I let out a shaky breath and stood up trying to reason with myself. If someone had been in here, there would be more signs. I decided to check the rest of the house to put my mind at ease. Moving through the rooms, I checked every door, every corner, every window. They were all locked from the inside, untouched. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe exhaustion was making me paranoid. Still, I could not bring myself to feel completely at ease. Returning to the living room, I sat on the couch and rubbed my temples. I just needed rest. I told myself that I was overthinking everything. The misplaced key, the open door, it was all explainable. With a deep breath, I got up and locked the front door again before heading to my bedroom. I turned off the lights and slipped under the covers, but sleep did not come easily. Every small sound made my muscles tense. Every shift of the house made me hold my breath. The clock ticked away, marking the slow passing of time. My body was tired, but my mind refused to let go of the unease. At some point exhaustion took over and I finally drifted off. When I woke up, the dim light of early morning was filtering through the curtains. I sat up, slowly stretching my stiff muscles. The night felt like a bad dream, something I could push away with the daylight, but then I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of fear through me. The closet door was slightly open. I had checked it before going to bed. I had left it shut. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but I stopped myself. What would I even say? That my key was moved, my door was open, and now my closet was ajar. It was not enough to call for help. I swallowed hard and stood up, my bare feet cold against the floor. I hesitated for a moment before reaching out and pulling the closet door open. All the way the inside looked just as it had the night. Before everything in place, I exhaled, slowly shaking my head at myself. Maybe the door had not latched properly. Maybe I had just assumed it was closed. I got ready for the day, trying to move past the unsettling feeling. I left my key on the right hook again, ignoring the way it made my stomach twist. Stepping out of the house, I locked the door behind me, glancing back at the windows. Before heading to work, I told myself I was being paranoid that nothing was wrong. The day passed uneventfully, but the thought of my house lingered in the back of my mind when I returned home that evening. I paused in front of the door before unlocking it. My key was back on the second hook from the left, exactly where I always left it. My blood ran cold as I stared at it. I did not move it there. Story 30. I woke up earlier than usual. The sky outside still a dull grey. The house was quiet, except for the faint ticking of the clock. In the living room, I stretched my arms, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders from another restless night. My feet hit the cold floor as I made my way to the kitchen, hoping a cup of coffee would help clear the fog in my head. When I reached the sink, I froze at the S of a chipped mug sitting in it. I did not recognize the mug, but some about it felt eerily familiar. The handle had a small crack and the rim was uneven where a piece had broken off. I ran my fingers along the jagged edge, feeling a slight stain as it scraped against my skin. My heartbeat quickened as I looked around the kitchen, trying to remember if I had seen it before. I lived alone and I was certain I had not brought home any new dishes. The more I stared at it, the more uneasy I felt. My own mugs were still in the cabinet, neatly stacked the way I always kept them. I reached out and picked up the chipped mug, turning it in my hands to inspect it closely. The weight of it felt odd, heavier than it should be. A strange sense of familiarity settled over me, though I could not pinpoint why I placed it back in the sink and turned on the faucet, watching the water swirl around it. As I stood there, I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe I had absent-mindedly picked it up from somewhere and forgotten about it, but that did not make sense. I had been home the entire day before, working on my laptop and barely leaving my desk. The only time I had stepped out was to take out the trash, and I knew I had not grabbed anything. On the way back inside my mind kept circling the same thought. If I did not bring it in, then who did? A chill ran down my spine as I considered the possibility that someone had entered my house. I quickly checked the locks on the doors and windows, but everything was secure. There were no signs of forced entry, no open windows, no footprints on the floor. I walked through each room, scanning for anything out of place. Everything seemed exactly how I had left it. The night before I returned to the kitchen, my stomach twisting as my eyes landed on the mug. Again, I grabbed my phone from the counter and checked the call log. No missed calls, no strange messages. I scrolled through my security camera app, reviewing the footage from the night before. The front door remained closed, the living room stayed empty, and nothing unusual appeared in the footage. I switched to the back door camera, expecting the same. Then I saw it, a shadow moving past the frame at 2:30 am. I rewound the footage, pressing play again. The figure was barely visible, just a dark blur near the edge of the screen. My chest tightened as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. There was no reason for anyone to be in my backyard at that hour. I stepped away from my phone, rubbing my temples as I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or maybe a stray animal had wandered by. But that did not explain the mug in my sink. Taking a deep breath, I decided to get rid of it. I grabbed a plastic bag, wrapped the mug in it and tossed it into the trash. The moment it left my hands, I felt a strange sense of relief, as if I had just rid myself of something I was not supposed to have. I took the trash out, mimed irately, walking quickly across the yard and tossing the bag into the bin. The air outside was cool, but I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I turned around, scanning the yard for any movement. Nothing. The trees stood still, the street was empty, and my house remained as quiet as before. I exhaled, slowly telling myself I was overreacting. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. I needed to focus on something else, anything that would take my mind off the nagging feeling in my gut. I cleaned the kitchen, made my coffee and sat down at the table, trying to convince myself that it was just an odd coincidence. But even as I sipped my coffee, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The day passed uneventfully, though I remained on edge. I worked as usual, keeping my mind occupied with tasks. By the time evening arrived, I had almost convinced myself that the whole thing was nothing. I made dinner, watched television, and got ready for bed. As I turned off the lights and lay down, I felt a little more at ease. My eyelids grew heavy, and before I knew it, I drifted off into a deep sleep. A loud crash jolted me awake in the middle of the night. My heart pounded as I sat up, ears straining for any other noise. The house was silent again, but the sound had been real. I slowly got out of bed, grabbing my phone for light. I crept toward the kitchen every step, making my pulse race. When I reached the doorway, I stopped. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes locked onto the sink. The chipped mug was back. It sat there exactly where I had found it that morning. My hand started shaking as I stepped closer, staring at the broken edge that I had seen before. This was impossible. I had thrown it away with my own hands. My mind scrambled for an answer, but nothing made sense. I reached out hesitantly, fingers trembling as I touched the cold ceramic. It was real, I was not imagining it. Ah, a sharp noise from behind me made me whip around. The living room was dark, but I could feel something there. My breathing grew unsteady as I took a cautious step forward. The air felt heavy, thick, with an unexplainable presence. I fumbled for the light switch, flipping it on. The room was empty. I turned back to the sink, but the mug was gone. My chest tightened as I scanned the counter, the floor. Anywhere it could have fallen, it had disappeared. Wow, I backed away slowly, my pulse hammering in my ears. I needed to leave. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door, but just as I reached for the handle, a voice whispered from behind me. It was too soft to make out the words, but it sent a shiver down my spine. My grip tightened on the keys as I turned around. The house was still empty, yet I knew I was not alone. I rushed outside, locking the door behind me. The cool air hit my skin as I stood on the porch trying to steady my breath. I did not know what was happening, but I knew I could not stay there. I got into my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly as I tried to think I needed to go somewhere safe. I started the engine and drove away, watching the house shrink in the rearview mirror. The next morning I returned with a friend, unwilling to enter alone. We searched the entire house, but nothing was out of place. The chipped mug was nowhere to be found. I checked the trash bin outside, expecting to see it where I had left it, but it was not there. It was as if it had never existed. I told myself it was just exhaustion, that I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down I knew better days passed and nothing strange happened again. The house felt normal, the uneasiness fading with time. I told myself I was safe, that whatever had happened was over, and for a while I believed it. But every so often when I walked into the kitchen early in the morning, I found myself glancing at the sink waiting, wondering if one day the chipped mug would return. Story 31. My bookshelf had dust outlines where books used to be. At first I thought nothing of it. Maybe I had rearranged things absent-mindedly or misplaced a few. In another room, I ran my fingers over the empty spaces, feeling the fine layer of dust settle on my skin. The gaps were too precise, too cleanly cut into the dust, as if the books had been lifted. Recently I tried to remember the last time I had touched them. My days blurred together, long hours of work followed by exhaustion. Maybe I had moved them while cleaning, though I rarely had the energy for that. The missing books snagged at me, a small but persistent thought in the back of my mind. I brushed it off and went about my night. The next morning the spaces had shifted, the outlines had spread further, more books missing. I stood in front of the shelf, heart beating just a little too fast. I knew I had not touched them. The dust patterns were undisturbed, except for the sharp absence where the books had been. My stomach twisted as I checked the floor and nearby tables, but they were nowhere in sight. I searched my entire apartment, opening every drawer and closet, but there was no sign of them. The books were not just misplaced, they were gone. A chill settled in my spine as I stared at the empty spaces. I thought about taking a picture, but what would I even compare it to? I had no proof of how it looked. Before that night I stayed awake, listening. The usual creaks and hums of my apartment surrounded me. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wanted to believe it was my imagination, but doubt lingered. I left the light on in the living room and forced myself to sleep, the bookshelf heavy in my thoughts. When I woke up, even more books were missing. The gaps stretched across multiple shelves, now their absence forming an ear pattern. I had locked my doors, checked every window before bed. No one had been here. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound felt hollow. If someone was taking them, why and how? I started keeping track. I lined up the remaining books perfectly, took photos and marked their positions. That night I sat in the dark, staring at the bookshelf. Waiting hours passed, my eyes burning with exhaustion. Nothing happened. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to find more books gone. Panic tightened in my chest as I flipped through my photos. The books had disappeared without a sound, without movement. The door was still locked, windows shut. My apartment was. As I left it, I ran a hand through my hair trying to steady my breathing. There had to be an explanation. I searched online for anything similar: missing objects, books vanishing, unexplained disappearances. The results were useless stories about ghosts, pranks, sleepwalking. None of them felt right. I knew I had not misplaced them. I knew no one had broken in. That left only one possibility I was not ready to accept. I stayed up again, this time with my phone recording. I positioned it directly at the bookshelf and left the room, walking myself in my bedroom. Sleep came in restless waves, my thoughts churning. When I woke up, I grabbed my phone with shaking hands. The video was still running. I scrubbed through the footage, heart-pounding hours of stillness. Then, at some point in the night, the books started to fade. They did not fall, did not move. They simply dissolved into nothing, leaving behind only their ghostly dust outlines. I dropped my phone, pulse hammering in my ears. I could not stay here. I packed a bag, shoving clothes and essentials into it, but as I reached the door, hesitation gripped me, leaving me admitting something unnatural was happening. If I ran, would it follow? I forced myself to breathe, to think the books were the only things affected. If it wanted to harm me, it would have done so already. I decided to stay, but I needed to understand. I set up more cameras, different angles, and left the lights. On that night, I watched the footage live. The book shimmered edges, blurring, then vanished. It was like watching them being erased from existence. My stomach twisted. This was not just about books anymore. Something was rewriting reality itself. Days passed and the bookshelf emptied further. My own belongings started to disappear. A jacket, a pair of shoes, even a mug I had left on the counter each morning. More was gone. I felt like I was unraveling, like the world around me was breaking apart piece by piece. I tried leaving the apartment, spending hours outside, but the moment I stepped back in, the sense of wrongness returned. Then I noticed something else. My reflection in the mirror looked slightly off, not different, but softer, like it was fading. My heart pounded as I touched my face, feeling solid skin beneath my fingers. But when I breathed against the mirror, my reflection did not mimic me. It just stood there watching. Panic surged through me as I stumbled back. The missing books, the disappearing items, my reflection refusing to move, it was all connected. I grabbed my phone and snapped a picture of myself. When I checked the gallery, the photo was blank. I took another, nothing. My hands trembled as I switched to video, staring at the empty screen where my image should have been. Then I was disappearing, just like the books. I refused to sleep, afraid of what might happen next. My body ADHD with exhaustion, my mind frame. I checked my reflection obsessively, waiting for the moment it would stop responding entirely. The thought of vanishing terrified me. I needed to do something before it was too late. I left my apartment, checking my phone's camera, and every reflection I passed, nothing showed up. People looked past me as if I was not there. I grabbed a stranger's arm, desperate for confirmation. They yanked away, eyes unfocused, as if they had felt nothing. My breath came in short gasps. I ran, pushing through crowds, but no one reacted. I went back home because I did not know what else to do if I was fading. There had to be a way to stop it. I retraced everything that had happened, trying to find a pattern. The books were first, then my belongings, then me. But why? What had changed? I turned to the bookshelf, my hands shaking the dust. Outlines were the only proof that anything had ever been there. I reached out, touching one of the empty spaces. The dust clung to my fingers, cold and strange. As I pressed my palm flat against it, I felt something shift, a pole deep and hollow, like the air itself had teeth. My vision blurred. The room around me warped. I gasped, trying to step back, but my body was no longer fully mine. I was sinking, dissolving. The same way, the books had panic clawed at my throat as I fought against it. Then suddenly I was standing in a different room. A mirror faced me, but I had no reflection. Instead, I saw my apartment on the other side, dimly lit, untouched. I pounded on the glass, screaming, but there was no sound. My bookshelf stood against the wall, filled with books, once more my books, my belongings, all where they had been before. The realization hit me like a punch. I had not lost them. I had joined them. Story 32. I came home late from work, exhausted from the long hours and endless tasks that drained me. The moment I stepped into my bedroom, I felt a strange unease settle over me. The room was just as I had left it that morning, except for one small but unsettling detail. A used tissue sat on my nightstand, crumpled and slightly discolored, as if someone had wiped their nose or mouth with it. I had not been sick, nor had I used any tissues recently, which made its presence all the more disturbing. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at it as my mind raced through possible explanations. Had I somehow forgotten using it myself? Maybe I had been too tired to remember, but that seemed unlikely. I was meticulous about keeping my space clean, and something like that would have been thrown away immediately. The more I thought about it, the more my stomach churned with unease. I lived alone and no one else had a key to my apartment, which made the situation even more unnerving. Carefully, I picked up the tissue using the corner of a piece of paper, not wanting to touch it directly. It was slightly damp, confirming that it had been used recently. A wave of nausea rolled over me as I quickly tossed it into the trash. I tried to shake off the growing fear that something was very wrong. Maybe I had overlooked something, or maybe there was a logical explanation I had yet to figure out. I locked my bedroom door that night, trying to convince myself it was nothing. The next morning I woke up feeling groggy, my sleep disturbed by uneasy dreams. As I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers brushed against something soft. My heart stopped as I turned my head, eyes widening in horror. Another used tissue lay there, crumpled in the exact same spot as before. My breath hitched as I sat up, my body tense with fear. I had thrown the other one away. I was sure of it. No one had been inside my room, yet here it was again. I leapt out of bed, my pulse pounding in my ears as I searched the apartment for any signs of forced entry. The windows were locked, the front door secured. Nothing seemed out of place. I stood in the middle of my living room trying to slow my breathing, but the paranoia was growing. Someone had been in my room while I slept. That was the only explanation. I checked the locks again, even placed a chair against the door. Before going about morning routine, I told myself I was overreacting, that there had to be a rational answer. That night I double-checked every door and window. Before heading to bed, I placed a small piece of tape on the bedroom door just to see if it would be disturbed by morning. The chair remained in place as an extra precaution, though it did little to ease my anxiety. Sleep did not come easily, my body on high alert for any unfamiliar sounds. Hours passed and at some point exhaustion overtook my fear, dragging me into a restless sleep. When I woke up, my stomach sank the moment I opened my eyes. The chair was still pressed against the door, the tape unbroken. Everything appeared untouched. Yet I felt the same sickening dread wash over me slowly. I turned my head toward the nightstand. Another used tissue sat in the exact same spot. My blood ran cold as I stared at it, unable to comprehend what was happening. The door had not been opened. No one had entered the room, but someone or something had placed it there. My body trembled as I forced myself to move to reach for my phone and dial the authorities. I could barely explain what was happening without sounding paranoid, but they agreed to send someone over. While waiting, I paced the apartment, checking every inch for hidden cameras or any sign of intrusion. Nothing. When the officer arrived, I could see the skepticism in his eyes. As I explained my situation, he examined the apartment briefly but found no evidence of forced entry or anything suspicious. "It could be a prank," he said, though his tone suggested he was humoring me, "or maybe you just forgot using them." I knew that was not the case, but there was nothing more he could do. After he left, I considered staying at a hotel for the night, but something in me refused to let fear chase me out of my own home. Instead, I installed a small camera on my nightstand, pointing directly at the spot where the tissues kept appearing. If someone was messing with me, I was going to catch them. That night I barely slept, the anticipation of what I would find making every sound seem amplified. When morning arrived, my heart pounded as I reached for my phone to check the footage. The video played, showing me tossing and turning throughout the night, the room remaining still and undisturbed. Then, at around 3 a.m., the screen flickered for a brief second before resuming. My breath hitched as I watched my stomach twisting into knots. The tissue appeared out of nowhere. One moment the nightstand was empty and the next it was there. No movement, no hand placing it down. Just an instant change. The camera had not captured anything else, but that single moment was enough to confirm what I had feared. Something beyond my understanding was happening. I sat there for hours, replaying the footage over and over, searching for any clue that could explain it, but there was none. I did not know what to do. Moving away felt like an option, but what if it followed me? What if it was not tied to the apartment but to me? I refused to stay another night without answers. That afternoon I visited a security expert, hoping they could find something I had missed. They examined the footage carefully, their face unreadable, as they played the moment back in slow motion. I have seen a lot of things, they finally said. But this is different. There is no manipulation, no signs of tampering. That was not the reassurance I had been hoping for. Desperate for some form of control, I threw away the nightstand that evening, replacing it with a new one. It felt like a pointless action, but I had to do something. That night I barely slept, waiting for the next morning to confirm whether the nightmare would continue. When I woke up, my breath caught in my throat as I turned my head. The nightstand was empty. No tissue, no sign of anything unusual. My entire body shadowed with relief, my mind finally allowing itself to believe that maybe, just maybe, it was over days, past then weeks, and nothing happened. I started to feel like myself again, slowly letting go of the fear that had consumed me. Even though the tissues never appeared again. I never forgot the way they had made me feel something had been in my home, something beyond explanation. To this day, I still do not know what caused it, but I know one thing for certain: some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 33. I woke up earlier than usual, the kind of early where the sky outside was still an inky blue and the air inside the house felt strangely still. I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes trying to figure out what had pulled me out of sleep. It was silent. No sound of footsteps, no creaks in the walls, just the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, shivering slightly at the coolness of the floor. Beneath my feet something felt off, though I could not quite place what it was. I walked out of my bedroom, my footsteps soft against the wooden floor. The hallway was dimly lit by the small nightlight plugged into the wall near the bathroom. My eyes fell on the rug and a strange feeling crawled up my spine. It was not in the right place. I always made sure it was centered perfectly between the walls, an unconscious habit of mine. Now it was shifted to the left just enough to be noticeable. My mind tried to reason with it, thinking maybe I had kicked it slightly before going to bed, but I knew that was not true. I crouched down, gripping the edge of the rug, and pulled it back into place. A strange sense of unease settled over me as I did so, a tightness in my chest that I could not explain. I stood there for a moment staring at the rug, waiting for some kind of explanation to come to me, but nothing did. It was just a rug slightly out of place, nothing more. I turned away, deciding it was not worth worrying about, and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I walked back to my bedroom, I glanced down the hallway again, my breath catching in my throat. The rug was shifted again. It was subtle, only a few inches, but I knew for certain I had just fixed it. My fingers tightened around the glass in my hand as I took a slow step forward. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them made sense. There was no one else in the house, no draft strong enough to move it. Nothing that could explain why it was shifting on its own. I set the glass down on the table and crouched once more, hesitating before reaching out. My fingers brushed against the fabric and I felt the slightest resistance, like something was pulling it in the opposite direction. My stomach turned, a wave of nausea washing over me as I yanked the rug back into place. I stayed there for a few seconds waiting, my breath shallow. Nothing happened. The air around me felt thick, pressing against my skin in a way that made me feel trapped. I forced myself to stand, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. I turned to walk away but stopped short when I noticed something on the floor where the rug had been, a faint outline, as if something had been dragged beneath it. My pulse quickened as I dropped to my knees, hesitating before peeling back the fabric. The wooden floor underneath was scratched, long jagged marks that should not have been there. They led toward the wall, disappearing beneath the baseboard. A chill ran through me and I scrambled back, my breathing uneven. My mind screamed at me to get out of the house, to leave, to not question whatever was happening, but my body would not move, frozen in place. As I stared at the floor, I reached out, pressing my fingers against one of the scratches. It was deep, carved into the wood with force, not something that could have been made accidentally. The silence in the house felt different, now heavy and watchful. I felt eyes on me, an unbearable weight pressing against my back. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming at me that I was not alone. My throat tightened as I turned my head, slowly, my gaze sweeping the hallway. The shadows stretched unnaturally long, twisting in ways that made my stomach churn. I could hear something now, the faintest sound of movement, the soft scrape of something shifting against the floor. I stood up abruptly, my chest heaving as I backed away. The rug remained still, but I could not shake the feeling that something was waiting just out of sight. I forced myself to breathe, to steady my thoughts, to not let fear take control, but then the rug moved again right in front of me. It did not slide or shift. It lifted at the edges as if something underneath was pushing it up. A strangled gasp escaped my lips and I stumbled backward, nearly knocking over the table behind me. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, my fingers barely able to grip it. I needed to leave, I needed to get out, but before I could take another step, a whisper broke. The silence, low and guttural, coming from beneath the rug. I did not wait to hear it again. My feet carried me down the hallway, my vision blurring as panic took over. I grabbed my keys from the counter, barely registering the way my hands shook as I fumbled with the lock. The moment the door swung open, I ran, the cold night air hitting me like a wall. I did not stop until I was outside, my lungs burning as I struggled to catch my breath. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart pounding so hard. I thought it might burst. The house remained silent, no movement, no sound, nothing to suggest that anything had happened. But I knew better. I knew something had been inside, something that had been watching, waiting. I did not go back inside until the sun started to rise, the golden light creeping over the horizon. Even then, I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the doorknob before finally pushing it open. The house looked the same, untouched, as if nothing had happened, but the rug was back in its original place, perfectly centered in the hallway. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, some half-dreamed nightmare brought on by exhaustion. But as I stepped inside, the feeling of being watched returned stronger than before. The air was thick, with something unseen, something I could not explain. I locked the door behind me, trying to ignore the unease curling in my stomach. That night, I forced myself to sleep, telling myself it was over, that it had been nothing. But in the darkness I heard it again, the whisper closer. This time I squeezed my eyes shut, my body rigid beneath the covers, willing myself to ignore it. But then, just as sleep threatened to pull me under, I felt it, the slightest tug at the edge of my blanket. I never slept in that house again. Story 34. I heard faint laughter from outside my window. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but as I sat there in the dim glow of my desk lamp, the sound became clearer. It was light, almost playful, like a group of children giggling in the distance. The problem was that it was past midnight and there were no children living nearby. A chill crept up my spine as I turned my head slowly toward the window, hesitant to look. The curtains were slightly open, revealing a slice of the darkened street. Outside the street, lights cast a dim yellow glow, barely illuminating the sidewalk. I could see the empty road stretching in both directions, not a single soul in sight. Still, the laughter persisted, floating through the air as if carried by the wind. My fingers tensed against the desk as I strained to listen, trying to determine where it was coming from. The sound seemed to shift, moving closer then farther away, as if whoever was laughing was circling the house. I swallowed hard, my heartbeat picking up its pace. The thought of someone lurking outside unsettled me, but I did not want to overreact. Maybe it was just someone passing by, a late-night walker or a group of teenagers messing around. Still, I could not shake the uneasy feeling that something was not right. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the window. The laughter stopped immediately. The abrupt silence was almost worse than the sound itself. I hesitated for a moment before pulling the curtain back slightly to get a better look outside. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the street, my light cutting through the darkness. Nothing, no movement, no sign of anyone, just the empty road and the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. I let out a slow breath, convincing myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the wind had carried the sound from somewhere else. Shaking my head, I turned off the flashlight and set my phone down. Just as I was about to pull my hand away, something tapped against the glass. My whole body stiffened and my fingers clenched into a fist. The tap was light, almost hesitant, but it was unmistakable. Someone was there. I forced myself to move, my muscles stiff with tension. Slowly I turned back to the window, my pulse pounding in my ears. My curtains were only slightly open, but through the small gap I saw something that made my stomach drop. A shadowy figure stood just beyond the glass, barely visible in the dim light. My breathing became shallow as I struggled to process what I was seeing. The figure did not move, did not shift. It was just standing there watching. I could not see the face, only the outline of a head and shoulders. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a reflection from something outside, but deep down I knew better. The figure was too defined too. Still, it was real and it was looking directly at me. I yanked the curtain shut, my hands trembling. My heart was hammering so hard. I thought of my burst from my chest for a few agonizing moments. I just stood there listening. The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. Then the laughter started again. This time it was right outside my window. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my chair. My breath came in quick, shallow gasps. As I reached for my phone again, my fingers fumbled to unlock it, my vision blurring with panic. I needed to call someone, anyone, but my hands were shaking too much to press the right buttons. The laughter grew louder, more distorted, as if whoever was outside was enjoying my fear. Summoning whatever courage I had left, I forced myself to move. I needed to get out of the room. Away from the window, I rushed toward the door, yanking it open and stepping into the hallway. The air felt thick, heavy, as if the whole house was holding its breath. I hesitated for a second before reaching for the light switch flooding the hall with brightness. The moment the light flickered on, the laughter stopped again. I stood there frozen, waiting for something to happen. The silence was deafening, stretching longer than before. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to move. Then a sound echoed through the house. Low and deliberate footsteps, slow, measured footsteps moving across the floor downstairs. I felt a wave of nausea roll through me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whoever had been outside was now inside. My hands clenched into fists as I forced myself to take a step back, my mind scrambling for a plan. I needed to get out, but the only way down was the staircase leading directly to where the footsteps were coming from. Holding my breath, I turned and slipped into the nearest room, closing the door as quietly as I could. My hands fumbled in the dark, searching for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers wrapped around a small lamp on the nightstand, gripping it tightly. I pressed my back against the wall, straining to listen. The footsteps had stopped. The house was eerily quiet. The kind of silence that made every creak and whisper of air feel amplified. My mind raced through every possibility. Maybe whoever was there had left. Maybe they were still downstairs waiting, or, worse, maybe they knew exactly where I was. Minutes passed, nothing happened. My legs ached from standing still, but I did not dare move. Then, just when I thought I might have imagined it all, the door handle rattled. My breath hitched as I tightened my grip on the lamp, my heart slamming against my ribs. The handle twisted, slow and deliberate, but the door did not open. It was locked. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would stop another rattle, then another and then silence. I waited, my entire body rigid, with fear. The minutes dragged on, stretching into what felt like an eternity. Finally I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps moving away, retreating down the hall. I remained frozen, afraid to even breathe. The footsteps grew distant, then faded completely. I waited longer, making sure it was not a trick. When I was finally certain the house was silent again, I forced myself to move my muscles, screamed in protest, as I stepped forward, unlocking the door with shaking hands. The hallway was empty. The lights were still on, casting long shadows along the walls. I took slow, cautious steps toward the staircase, my heart pounding with every movement. As I reached the top of the stairs, I hesitated. I did not want to look, but I had to know. Peering down, I saw the front door slightly ajar. A cold breeze drifted through the opening, carrying the scent of damp earth and leaves. I swallowed hard, my pulse still racing. Someone had been here, someone had broken in, and now they were gone. I did not sleep that night. Even after locking the door and checking every window, I could not shake the feeling that I was still being watched. The laughter still echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of what had happened. But morning came, and with it a fragile sense of relief. I told myself it was over, that whoever had been there was gone, that I was safe, but deep down I knew the truth. They had found a way in once, and if they wanted to, they could do it again. Story 3-5. My closet door creaked as if someone was behind it. The sound was slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging across old wood. My room was dimly lit by the glow of my bedside lamp, casting long shadows across the walls. I stared at the closet, my breath shallow, waiting for another noise. Nothing moved, but the and my chest tightened. I pulled my blanket up, my ears, straining to hear anything else. The night had been silent just moments ago, except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. I tried to convince myself that it was just the house settling, but something felt off. The closet door had never creaked like that before, not unless it was being pushed. My pulse quickened as I sat up, unsure if I should get up or stay. Still I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I turned on the floor flashlight. The bright beam cut through the darkness, landing on the door. It was slightly ajar open, just enough to cast a sliver of blackness between the frame. I had closed it before bed. I was certain of that. A cold chill crept up my spine as I forced myself to stand. My footsteps were slow, careful not to make a sound. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if something was urging me to turn back. My hand shook as I reached for the door knob, pressing my palm against the cool metal. I hesitated, my breathing uneven, as I prepared myself for whatever I might find inside. With a deep breath I pushed it open. The door groaned, revealing nothing but clothes hanging neatly in their place. I swept the flashlight across the space, my heart still racing. Nothing was there, no signs of movement or anything out of place. I let out a slow breath, scolding myself for being so paranoid. I closed the door firmly, making sure it clicked into place. I climbed back into bed, trying to shake off the lingering unease. My body felt tense as I pulled the blanket over me, forcing my mind to settle. The room was quiet again, save for the soft rustling of leaves outside my window. I reached for my phone, considering playing some music to distract myself. Just as I unlocked the screen, the closet door creaked again. I froze my entire body, stiff with fear. It was louder this time, as if someone had pushed against it harder. My stomach twisted as I turned my head, staring at the door that was once again slightly open. My chest tightened as I realized something was not right. I had closed it. I knew I had a bead of sweat rolled down my temple as I forced myself to sit up. The air in the room felt heavy, thick, with something I could not explain. My fingers gripped the edge of my blanket as I debated my next move. Running out of the room seemed like the safest option, but my curiosity held me in place. I needed to know what was inside. With slow movements, I grabbed the bedside lamp and lifted it slightly, holding it like a weapon. My legs trembled as I stepped onto the floor, the cool surface, sending another chill up my spine. I kept my eyes on the closet, inching closer with every careful step. My breath was shallow, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I reached the door and held my breath as I pushed it open once more. The hinges groaned, the space inside swallowed by shadows. I raised the lamp higher, the dim light casting flickering shapes against the walls. The clothes swayed slightly, though I felt no breeze in the room. My pulse roared in my ears as I stepped forward, leaning in just enough to see behind them nothing. The closet was empty, except for my clothes and a few boxes stacked in the corner. I let out without a shaky breath, stepping back quickly and closing the door with more force than necessary. My hands were clammy as I wiped them against my pajama pants, trying to shake off the lingering fear I had to be imagining things. I turned back toward my bed, eager to put the night behind me. Just as I pulled back the blanket, a soft tap echoed from behind me. My breath hitched as I spun around, my eyes locking onto the closet door. The sound had been faint, like a single knuckle knocking against wood. My entire body went cold, dread seeping into my bones. I took a shaky step backward, my mind racing with possibilities. There was no way. Something was inside. I had just checked. I had seen with my own eyes. My breathing grew rapid, panic threatening to consume me. Another tap sounded this time slightly louder. My instincts screamed at me to leave the room, but my legs felt rooted in place. I gripped the lamp tighter, my knuckles turning white. Swallowing hard, I forced my trembling hand forward and grabbed the door knob once more. I hesitated, my entire body screaming in protest. Slowly I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The closet was empty, just as it had been before. The silence stretched, suffocating me. As I stared into the darkness, my skin prickled, every nerve in my body alert. Then, from the very back of the closet, I heard breathing, shallow, uneven breaths, just barely audible over my own rapid breathing. My body locked up, terror gripping me so tightly I could barely think. My fingers trembled as I aimed the flashlight into the space. The beam landed on the boxes, on the clothes on the floor. Nothing was there. I staggered backward, slamming the door shut with all my strength. My hand shook violently as I grabbed the chair from my desk and shoved it under the doorknob. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stumbled back toward my bed. I grabbed my phone with shaky fingers, trying to steady my breathing. I had to call someone, anyone, but my mind was spinning too fast to focus. My stomach churned, my entire body drenched in sweat. I sat on the edge of my bed, gripping my phone like a lifeline. The room was silent again, but the fear inside me refused to fade. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity. I stared at the closet, my body tense and unmoving. Nothing happened, no more sounds, no more creaks. The house remained still, as if the last hour had been nothing but a terrible dream. Finally, exhaustion weighed down on me, my limbs heavy from the adrenaline crash. I slid under the covers, my body trembling as I forced my eyes shut. The chair was still wedged against the door, a small comfort in the lingering unease. Sleep came slowly, my mind refusing to let go of the fear. When morning arrived, sunlight streamed through my window, chasing away the shadows of the night. I sat up, my heart still uneasy, as I glanced at the closet. The chair remained in place undisturbed. Everything appeared normal. Yet my skin crawled with the memory of the sounds. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the night's terror. Maybe it had been my imagination and exhaustion playing tricks on me. Maybe the house settling had made those noises and my mind had filled in the gaps with fear. I forced myself to stand, stretching out my sore limbs. As I moved toward my closet, a part of me hesitated. The fear still freshened my mind. Slowly, I pulled the chair away and opened the door. The air inside was stale, untouched. My clothes hung neatly, the boxes stacked just as I had left them. I let out a slow breath, laughing nervously at my own paranoia. Maybe I had let my imagination get the best of me. Shaking my head, I turned away, ready to put the night behind me. Just as I stepped toward my desk, I froze. The closet door creaked. Story 36. The moment my eyes fluttered open, I noticed a single strand of hair resting on my pillow. It was long, dark, and definitely not mine. My hair was much shorter and I lived alone. A shiver ran down my spine as I sat up staring at it as if it might move on its own. I tried to think of a reasonable explanation, but none came to mind. I picked it up carefully, holding it between my fingers as I examined it more closely. It was smooth and straight, unlike my own. My chest tightened as I glanced around the room, searching for any signs that someone had been there. The door was locked, the windows shut, and nothing seemed out of place. I took a deep breath, trying to push down the uneased building inside me. Maybe it had been stuck to my clothes from somewhere else. I tossed the hair into the trash and got out of bed, shaking off the feeling of being watched. The morning went on as usual, but the thought of that hair strand lingered in my mind. I told myself I was being paranoid, but every time I looked at my bed I felt unsettled. I forced myself to ignore it and got ready for work. By the time I left the apartment, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. That night I returned home exhausted, barely thinking about what had happened in the morning. After a quick dinner in a shower, I climbed into bed eager for sleep. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I felt something brush against my cheek. My breath caught in my throat as I reached up and pulled another long strand of hair away from my skin. My hands trembled as I held it up, identical to the one I had found earlier. I sat up quickly, throwing off the blanket and scanning my bed. There were more, several long strands scattered across my pillow and sheets. My stomach churned as I tried to understand how they got there. I had washed my bedding just the day before. My breathing grew unsteady as I turned on the light, needing to confirm I was really seeing this. The sight made my skin crawl. I checked my door and windows again, making sure everything was still locked. Nothing had been disturbed. I even searched the closet and under the bed, my pulse hammering in my ears. There was no one there. My mind raced as I tried to reason through it, but no answer made sense. It was as if someone had been in my bed without me knowing. I felt sick at the thought. I stripped the sheets for my bed, shoving them into the laundry bin. My heart pounded as I ran my hands through my own hair, making sure it was still short. It was. There was no mistake. I hardly slept that night, lying awake, with the lights on every creak and whisper of the apartment, making my nerves jump by morning. My body was sore from exhaustion, but my fear had only grown stronger. Determined to figure out what was happening, I installed a small camera in my bedroom. Before leaving for work, I needed to see if someone was entering my apartment while I was gone. The idea terrified me, but I had to know the truth. I checked every lock before leaving, making sure nothing could be tampered with. My hands were clammy as I shut the door behind me, dreading what I might find later. When I returned home that night, I went straight to my room. My stomach clenched as I flipped on the light and saw my pillow, more hair strands, the same long dark pieces scattered across the fabric. My hand shook as I grabbed my laptop, hard hammering as I pulled up the camera footage. I fast-forwarded through the day, eyes scanning for any movement. For hours, nothing happened. The room remained still and empty. Then, just after midnight, the screen flickered. My breath caught as I saw my blanket shift slightly. It was slow, almost unnoticeable, but definitely moving. A shadowy shape seemed to rise from beneath the covers, as if something had been lying there. My fingers went cold as I stared at the screen. Unable to tear my eyes away, the blanket lifted more, revealing nothing but air. There was no person, no visible presence. Yet the hair strands appeared on the pillow as if someone had been lying there, leaving them behind. My chest felt tight as I watched the footage, my mind refusing to believe what I was seeing. My bed looked empty, yet the evidence was there. Something had been there. I slammed the laptop shut, breathing heavily. My pulse throbbed in my ears as I backed away from the bed, feeling like I was not alone. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but where would I go? I had no explanation, no proof of an intruder, just strands of hair appearing where no one should be. My apartment, my safe space, now, felt completely wrong. I forced myself to stay calm, my body trembling with adrenaline. I would not sleep here again, not until I understood what was happening. I grabbed a bag and stuffed in some clothes, refusing to spend another night in that bed. The thought of lying there while something invisible rested beside me made my skin crawl. I needed to get out. I booked a hotel for the night, keeping the lights on as I tried to process everything. Sleep was impossible, my thoughts spinning in endless circles. What had I seen? And could there be something in my apartment that I could not explain? The idea seemed insane, yet I had no other answers. I stared at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was not losing my mind. The next day I called my landlord and asked about the apartment's history. There was a long pause before they hesitantly told me that a woman had lived there years ago. She had disappeared without a trace. Her belongings left behind as if she had simply vanished. My blood ran cold as I listened, my grip tightening on my phone. No one had seen her again. I returned to the apartment that evening, determined to face whatever was happening. The air felt heavy as I stepped inside, my pulse quickening. I moved cautiously, every instinct telling me to run, but I needed to end this. I approached the bed, staring at the pillow, where the strands of hair always appeared. My breath hitched as I reached out, brushing my fingers over the fabric. A sudden chill swept through the room, making my skin prickle. I turned sharply, feeling a presence behind me. The air felt charged, thick, with something unseen. My heart pounded as I whispered into the silence, demanding to know what it wanted. For a long moment, nothing happened then. A single strand of hair floated down from nowhere, landing softly on the pillow. I stepped back, my body rigid, with fear. Whatever had been here, it was not trying to hurt me. It had been leaving something behind, a silent reminder of its presence. I did not on here. This was not my space. I understood that. Now I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain steady. It was time to move on. Within a week I had packed everything and found a new apartment. I never spoke of what had happened, never tried to explain it. The hair strand stopped appearing. The heavy feeling of being watched faded away. I left that place behind, never looking back. I could finally sleep without fear, knowing that whatever had been there, it had stayed behind. Story 37. I walked into the kitchen and immediately noticed something was off. The knife I always kept in the wooden block was missing. My eyes scanned the counter, expecting to see it left out from the night before, but it was not there. A strange feeling crawled up my spine as I checked the sink, but there were no dirty dishes and no sign of the knife. I was sure I had placed it back in its spot after making dinner. I moved through the kitchen, opening drawers and cabinets, hoping I had absent-mindedly put it somewhere else. Every space was neatly arranged, just as I had left it. The unease in my stomach grew as I glanced around the silent room. Nothing else seemed disturbed, no sign of forced ENT or anything unusual. Yet that one missing knife sent a deep sense of dread through me. I tried to brush off the feeling, convincing myself that I must have misplaced it. Maybe I had been too tired the night before and left it somewhere. Without thinking, I stepped into the living room and checked the small table near the couch. It was not there either. My hands felt clammy as I rubbed them together, trying to shake off the growing nervousness. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet. I listened for any creaks or sounds, but there was nothing. I walked back into the kitchen and stared at the empty slot in the knife block. It was a large chef's knife, the one I used the most, and I never put it anywhere else. My fingers hovered over the counter, unsure of what to do next. I turned to check the front door, making sure it was still locked. The lock was secure and nothing seemed out of place. I checked the windows, but they were all shut and locked from the inside. I even looked under the couch and behind furniture, knowing it was ridiculous, but unable to shake the uneasy feeling. The air in the apartment felt heavy, making my skin prickle. I tried to take a deep breath, but it did little to calm me. I forced myself to move on with my morning, though my mind kept circling back to the missing knife. I made coffee, sat at the table and stared at the kitchen, waiting for something to explain itself. As time passed, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe I had thrown it in the trash without realizing it. I walked over to the bin, lifted the lid and sifted through the garbage, but there was no sign of it. I hesitated before heading to the bedroom, thinking maybe I had carried it there for some strange reason. The bed was neatly made and nothing seemed out of place. I opened the closet, feeling a bit foolish, but I had to check everything was in order. No sign of the knife. I ran a hand over my face, trying to push away the sense of paranoia creeping in. The sound from the hallway made me freeze. It was faint like a soft creak, but enough to send my heart racing. I turned my head slowly, staring at the open doorway. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, waiting for another noise. The apartment was small and I was sure I was alone. I had locked the door before bed, double-checked the windows, and there was no sign of a break-in. I stepped carefully toward the hallway, my pulse pounding in my ears. Every step felt heavier as I reached the corner and peeked out. The hallway was empty, just as it should be. I swallowed hard and told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe the old wooden floors were settling or the noise had come from outside. Still, I could not shake the wounds clinging to my skin. I walked back to the kitchen and reached for a different knife from the block just to have something in my hand. The cool metal felt reassuring, though I hated that. I felt the need to hold it. I took another deep breath and told myself to move on with my day. The missing knife was strange, but it was not enough to assume anything sinister. Maybe it would turn up later when I was not looking for it. Hours passed and I tried to focus on work, but I could not stop glancing toward the kitchen. I checked the time, realizing it was getting late. The sun had set and the apartment felt even quieter than before. I decided to take a shower, hoping the hot water would wash away the lingering tension in my body. I grabbed a towel and stepped into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. The steam filled the small space. As I stood under the spray, letting the warmth relax my muscles for the first time all day, I started to feel a little better. I tried to let go of the strange morning, telling myself it was nothing. I reached for the soap, but the moment my fingers wrapped around it, a sharp noise came from outside the bathroom. It was quick, like something scraping against a hard surface. I froze, my heart slamming against my ribs. The noise had come from inside the apartment, not outside. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them made sense. I turned off the water and listened, my body dripping as I strained to hear anything else. Silence filled the space, but the tension in the air was suffocating. My eyes darted to the door, the locked handle now seeming too fragile. I stepped out of the shower and wrapped the towel around me, my breath shaky. My wet feet made no sound as I moved closer to the door, pressing my ear against it. Nothing. I stood there for what felt like forever. Trying to gather the courage to step out, I reached for the handle, twisting it slowly before easing the door open. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the kitchen. I stepped out cautiously, my eyes scanning every corner. My pulse quickened as I noticed something on the counter. My missing knife was there, placed neatly in the center. A chill spread through my body as I stared at it, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. I had checked that counter multiple times throughout the day. There was no way I had missed it. I took a slow step forward, my skin crawling with dread. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had placed it there. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, realizing it was still in the bathroom. I turned back, every nerve in my body on high alert. The apartment was silent, but I no longer felt alone. I forced myself to move quickly, grabbing my phone and clutching it tightly. I dialed the emergency number, my fingers shaking as the call connected. I backed into the corner of the bathroom, gripping the towel around me. My voice came out unsteady as I explained what had happened. The operator stayed on the line, assuring me that officers were on their way. I kept my eyes locked up in the open door, waiting for something to move in the darkness. Beyond minutes stretched on, like hours, before I finally heard a knock at the door. I hesitated before stepping out, checking the peel to confirm it was the officer. Relief flooded through me as I unlocked the door and let them in. They moved through the apartment, carefully checking every room, every closet, and every possible hiding spot. They found no signs of forced entry, no unlocked windows, nothing missing or broken. One of the officers picked up the knife and turned it over in his hands. He asked if I was sure I had not left it there myself. My stomach twisted at the question, knowing how ridiculous this all sounded, but I knew what I had seen. That knife had been missing all day. It was not there before I got into the shower. Someone had put it back. They stayed with me for a while, reassuring me that everything was clear. They advised me to change my locks and consider installing a security system. As they left, I sat on the couch, my mind still spinning. The apartment was empty now, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there watching, waiting. The thought made my skin crawl. I slept with the lights on that night. My ears tuned to every tiny noise. The apartment remained silent, but the fear stayed with me. In the morning I called a locksmith and had all the locks changed. I bought a security camera and set it up near the kitchen. I told myself it was just to ease my mind, but deep down I knew better. Something had happened in that apartment and I was not going to let it happen again. Story 38, the cafe. It was nearly empty. When I arrived that morning, the air smelled of freshly brewed coffee and the sound of distant chatter filled the space. I picked a seat near the window, wanting to enjoy a quiet moment before heading to work. The barista placed my order on the table and I reached for my coffee, but as I lifted the mug I noticed something underneath. A small crumpled piece of paper lay there, torn at the edges, like it had been ripped from a larger sheet. Curious, I unfolded it slowly. The writing was smudged, the ink bleeding slightly into the fibers of the paper. The message was short, just a few words. But they sent a chill through me. It said, "They are watching." My eyes darted around the cafe, searching for anyone suspicious, but nothing seemed out of place. A couple sat by the entrance, a man typed on his laptop in the corner and an older woman stirred sugar into her tea. I turned the note over, hoping for more information, but the other side was blank. My mind raced through possibilities. Was this a joke? Had someone mistaken me for someone else? I considered asking the barista if they had seen anyone leave it, but I hesitated. It felt silly to make a big deal out of it. Instead, I tucked the note into my pocket and took a sip of my coffee, trying to shake off the unease settling in my chest. As I left the cafe, I could not help but glance over my shoulder. The streets were busy, with the usual morning rush, people hurrying to their destinations. I pushed the strange note out of my mind and focused on getting to work. The day passed without incident, but the note lingered in the back of my thoughts. By the time I returned home, I had almost convinced myself it was meaningless. I set my keys on the counter and reached into my pocket to throw the note away. The moment my fingers touched the paper, my phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up with an unknown number and I hesitated before answering. A voice, distorted and low, whispered, "Did you get my message?" My stomach dropped and I gripped the phone tighter. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead. My breathing was shallow as I stared at the screen, my reflection staring back at me. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, suddenly feeling exposed. The rational part of me wanted to believe this was some elaborate prank, but something about it felt too real. I paced the living room trying to make sense of it. There was no reason for anyone to target me. I had no enemies, no secrets, nothing that would warrant a warning like that. Sleep did not come easily. That night, every creak of the house, every shadow cast by the street lights made me uneasy. At some point exhaustion took over and I drifted off, only to be woken by the feeling of being watched. My eyes snapped open and for a split second I thought I saw a figure standing by the window. I jumped up, heart pounding, but when I turned on the light there was nothing there. The next morning I was determined to go about my routine. As usual, I told myself I was being paranoid, that I had let a simple note and a phone call get under my skin. I arrived at work early, wanting to distract myself. My office was quiet, the usual hum of the air conditioner filling the silence. I sat at my desk, turned on my computer and tried to focus. A notification popped up on my screen, a new email from an unknown sender. The subject line read, "You need to listen." My fingers trembled as I clicked on it. The body of the email contained only a single sentence. "They are closer than you think." My breath hitched and I immediately looked around the office. My co-workers went about their day as usual. Unaware of my growing panic, I deleted the email and tried to calm myself. It was not possible that someone could be following me so closely without me noticing. I decided to step outside for some fresh air. The street was bustling, Cars king, people talking, life moving forward. As usual, I took a deep breath, letting the noise ground me. Then I saw him. A man stood across the street motionless, his gaze fixed on me. He was dressed in dark clothing. A hood pulled over his head. My stomach clenched and I quickly looked away. When I glanced back, he was gone. I could not explain why, but I knew he was the reason for the note, the call and the email. He was the one watching me. I left work early, feeling too unsettled to stay. The bus ride home felt longer than usual, every stop making me more anxious. When I reached my house, I locked the door behind me and checked every window. My paranoia was taking over, but I could not ignore the feeling of being watched. I turned off all the lights and sat in silence, waiting for something to happen. Hours passed and nothing did. I started to think I had imagined a man, that my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I was about to go to bed, a noise outside caught my attention. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, right outside my front door. I held my breath, heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped and then a soft knock echoed through the silence. I did not move. My phone was on the table just out of reach. Another knock, this time louder. I forced myself to take a step forward, every instinct screaming at me to stay hidden. I grabbed my phone and dialed N111, my finger shaking so badly that I nearly dropped it. The operator answered and I whispered that someone was outside my door. The knocking stopped. My heart pounded in my ears as I waited, the silence stretching on. Then I heard the sound of retreating footsteps. The dispatcher stayed on the line until the police arrived. They searched the area but found nothing, no footprints, no sign of forced ENT, nothing to suggest that someone had been there. They assured me they would patrol the neighborhood and left me with a warning to stay alert. That night I barely slept. The fear had burrowed deep into me, making every sound feel like a threat. But as the days passed, nothing else happened. No more notes, no more calls, no more emails. The man never appeared again. I started to believe that whoever had been watching me had decided to move on. The fear slowly faded, replaced by relief. Weeks later I returned to the same cafe. The familiarity of the place was comforting, a reminder that life had returned to normal. I ordered my coffee and took a seat by the window, feeling the weight of the past few weeks finally lift. As I reached for my cup, I noticed something underneath it, another torn note. My breath caught in my throat as I picked it up, my hands trembling. This time the message was different. You safe now, story 39. The door M was damp when I stepped outside and it stopped me in my tracks. There had been no rain the night before and no snow on the ground. I bent down and touched the fabric, feeling the moisture sink into my fingertips. It was not just slightly damp but thoroughly soaked, as if someone had poured a bucket of water over it. I looked up at the sky, scanning for any sign of morning dew, but the air was dry and crisp. I glanced around the neighborhood but nothing seemed out of place. The houses looked the same. The street was empty and no signs of water were anywhere near my front porch. I stepped off the mat and onto the concrete, feeling the difference between the dry ground and the wet fabric beneath my feet. My first thought was a leak, but there were no pipes near the entrance. If it had been an animal, there would have been tracks leading up to it, but there was nothing. I turned back and pushed open my door, stepping inside while my mind raced with possibilities. The house was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I reached for a towel and wiped my hands, still unsettled by the unexplained dampness. The air inside was warm, undisturbed, giving no indication that anything unusual had happened. I shook my head, deciding to ignore it for now. Maybe it was just condensation from the cold night air. Hours passed and I nearly forgot about it until I left the house again in the afternoon. The moment I stepped outside, my stomach twisted into a knot. The doormat was still wet, the sun had been out all day and everything else was completely dry. I crouched down and pressed my palm against the fabric, feeling the moisture once again. It was cold to the touch, almost as if it had just been soaked all over again. A strange sense of unease crept up my spine as I looked at the street again. There were no puddles, no signs of leaking gutters or dripping pipes. I checked my shoes to see if I had unknowingly tracked water in and out, that they were dry. I ran my fingers through my hair trying to think of a reasonable explanation, but none came to mind. The only thing I could do was bring the mat inside and let it dry. I carried it in and laid it on the floor near the heater, watching as a small puddle formed underneath. The amount of water was too much for just dampness. It was as if someone had completely drenched it. I sighed and grabbed another tea towel, pressing down on the fabric to absorb as much as possible. As I lifted the towel away, a metallic scent filled my nose, sharp and unmistakable. I hesitated before bringing my hand to my face, sniffing my fingertips. The realization made my stomach turn. It was not just water. It smelled like blood. I swallowed hard and looked down at the towel, now stained with a dark reddish tint. My pulse quickened as I slowly backed away from the mat, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no way this was possible. I rushed to the sink, turning on the faucet and scrubbing my hands under the water. My breath came faster as I glanced back at the mat lying still and lifeless on the floor. I grabbed my phone and hesitated, my finger hovering over the dial pad. Who would I even call? What would I say that my doormat was somehow soaked in what smelled like blood? It sounded insane. Instead of calling anyone, I grabbed a plastic bag and carefully wrapped the mat inside. I did not know what I planned to do with it, but I could not leave it sitting there. I placed it in the laundry room and shut the door, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. I told myself I would deal with it later. Maybe I was just imagining things, or maybe there was a rational explanation I had not yet considered. That night I tossed and turned in bed, unable to shake the unsettling feeling lingering in the back of my mind. Every small noise made me jolt. Every shadow seemed darker than usual. I kept thinking about the mat and the strange dampness that would not dry. My thoughts spiraled until exhaustion finally took over, pulling me into a restless sleep filled with uneasy dreams. The next morning I forced myself to check the laundry room. My heart pounded as I slowly opened the door, my eyes landing on the plastic bag sitting exactly where I left it. For a brief moment, relief washed over me. Maybe it was all in my head, maybe I had just overreacted, but then I noticed something that made my breath catch in my throat. The bag was wet, not just damp, but soaked through with dark liquid pooling at the bottom. I stepped closer, feeling my stomach churn as I caught that same metallic scent in the air. My hands trembled as I grabbed the edge of the bag and lifted it slightly, causing more of the liquid to drip onto the floor. There was no denying it. Now this was not water, this was something else entirely. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking as I tried to decide what to do before I could make a call. The sound from outside made me freeze. It was a slow, deliberate creak, like someone stepping onto my porch. My blood ran cold as I turned toward the front door, my breath catching in my throat. I had not heard anyone walk up. The street had been silent just moments ago. I crept toward the window and peed through the blinds. The porch was empty. The doormat was gone. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. As I stepped back, gripping my phone tightly, someone had taken it. Someone had been here. I turned around, my eyes scanning the room as a new realization set in. Whoever had left it there in the first place knew I had taken it inside. A knock echoed through the house. Slow and deliberate, my breath hitched as I turned toward the door. I could not move. I could not even think. The knock came again, louder. This time my stomach twisted with dread as I backed away, my mind racing with fear. Whoever was out there was not just passing by. They knew I was inside. They were waiting. I held my breath, listening for any other sounds, but the house was silent. My fingers hovered over my phone, ready to call for help, but I hesitated. What if they were still watching? What if they were waiting for me to make a move? My heart pounded as I slowly stepped backward, keeping my eyes on the door. I needed to think, I needed to stay calm. Minutes passed, then an hour. The knocking never came again. I stayed frozen in place until the silence became unbearable. Finally, I forced myself to move, creeping toward the window and peeking outside once more. The street was empty. The porch was empty. It was as if nothing had happened, but I knew better. I never found out who left the mat there or why it had been soaked in blood. I never heard another knock on my door, but every morning I check my porch before stepping outside. Every night I double lock my doors and listen for sounds in the darkness, and every time I see a dorm I feel my stomach twist with unease, wondering if it will happen again. Story 40. My living room curtain was pulled slightly open. I was sure I had closed it before going to bed. The gap was small, but enough for someone to peek inside. A chill ran through me as I stared at the sliver of darkness beyond the glass. My heart pounded as I tried to remember if I had heard anything during the night. I moved closer, careful not to make a sound. The room was dimly lit by the street lamp outside, casting long shadows on the floor. I reached out, slowly gripping the curtain's edge with trembling fingers. My breath was shallow as I pulled it shut, my eyes scanning the outside. Nothing seemed out of place, but one settled deep in my stomach. I checked the lock on the door and made sure the windows were secured. Everything appeared normal, but the feeling of being watched would not go away. I turned on the nearest lamp, flooding the room with warm light. The space felt safer, but the silence weighed heavily around me. I stood still, listening for any signs of movement outside. A creak sounded from the hallway, making my chest tighten. I had been home alone for days, with no visitors or expected deliveries. My fingers curled into fists as I forced myself to move toward the sound. The floorboards groaned beneath my steps, matching the rapid beat of my pulse. I hesitated before looking down the hall, my breath catching in my throat. The door to my bedroom was slightly open, though I always kept it shut. My hands felt clammy as I reached for the knob, pushing the door wider. I braced myself for whatever I might find. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of my alarm clock. I scanned every corner, my heart refusing to slow. Nothing seemed disturbed, yet the air felt wrong. I stepped inside, checking under the bed and inside the closet. Everything was as I had left it, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there. I backed away, leaving the door open as I returned to the living room. My body remained tense as I sat down, trying to calm my thoughts. The night stretched on and sleep refused to come. Every sound felt amplified, every shadow more menacing. I checked my phone, debating whether to call someone. It felt ridiculous to report an open curtain, yet I could not dismiss the creeping fear in my chest. I decided to wait until morning, telling myself it was just paranoia. At some point exhaustion took over and I drifted off when I woke. The first thing I noticed was the light creeping through the blinds. The second was the curtain. It was open again, wider. This time my breath hitched as I sat up, my entire body rigid with fear. I had locked the doors, secured the windows, and yet something had changed. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner. The front door was still locked, the chain undisturbed. I checked the windows again, but there were no signs of forced entry. My hand shook as I grabbed my phone, needing some kind of reassurance. As I lifted it, a notification popped up. There was a missed call from an unknown number. In the middle of the night, my stomach twisted as I listened to the voicemail. It was static at first, but then a faint whisper cut through. A single word repeated over and over. Watching my pulse raced as I deleted the message, my mind scrambling for an explanation. I needed to get out of the house. The walls felt like they were closing in, every shadow stretching too far. I grabbed my keys and left my hands unsteady as I locked the door behind me. The air outside was crisp, but it did nothing to settle my nerves. I needed a break, even if it was just for a short while. Hours later I returned, forcing myself to believe it had all been in my head. The sun was setting. As I stepped inside, my gaze immediately loosed onto the curtain. It was closed. Relief washed over me until I turned on the lights. The living room felt different, like something had been moved. My heart pounded as I scanned the space, looking for anything out of place. The couch pillows were slightly shifted, though I could not remember moving them. A chair by the window was angled differently. My skin prickled as I stepped further inside my ears, straining for any sound. The floor was spotless, but I noticed something near the baseboard, a small smudge almost like a footprint. I swallowed hard, my mind racing through possibilities. I lived alone. No one else had been here. I checked the entire house again, my hands gripping the nearest object that could be used as a weapon. Nothing, no signs of forced entry, no obvious disturbances, but I knew someone had been inside that night. I barricaded the door with furniture. I kept the lights on and stayed awake, listening for any sound. The house remained silent, but I felt a presence I could not explain. Sleep was impossible. My body rigid with tension. The hours passed slowly and I found myself staring at the curtain waiting for it to move. Dawn finally arrived, bringing a sense of temporary relief. I decided to install security cameras, needing proof that I was not losing my mind. The process took most of the day, but once they were set up I felt a little safer. I checked the footage before bed, watching every second carefully. Nothing unusual appeared and I let out a shaky breath that night. I finally managed to sleep. The exhaustion had caught up to me, pulling me into a deep slumber. When I woke, the room was dim and for the first time in days I felt somewhat normal. Then I looked at the curtain. It was open again. My stomach dropped as I turned toward the security monitor. The footage showed nothing. At first, the house was still untouched. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the curtain moved. It was not the wind, it was not my imagination. A hand reached through the gap, fingers pressing against the glass. My breath stopped as I watched the figure linger before disappearing into the darkness. I backed away from the screen, my entire body trembling. Someone had been there standing inches from where I had slept. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help, but something caught my eye, a notification, a new voicemail. My blood ran cold as I pressed play. The same whisper from before filled my ears watching. But this time there was something else, the soft chuckle followed by a slow, deliberate breath. The message ended, leaving me frozen in place. I turned toward the curtain, my pulse hammering in my ears. I needed to leave. I grabbed my bag and rushed out, refusing to look back. I drove without a destination, my only thought being to get as far away as possible. Eventually I reached a motel, locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I checked my phone. Again. No new messages, no missed calls. Sleep did not come easily, but the exhaustion finally won. When I woke, the morning sun streamed through the window. I hesitated before checking my phone. Nothing unusual. For the first time in days, I felt a sense of control. I stayed at the motel for a few nights, making sure no more strange messages came. Eventually I returned home, but not without precautions, new locks, more cameras and a security system. Days passed and nothing happened. The curtain remained closed. The messages stopped. Slowly, life returned to normal. One evening, as I sat in the living room, a sense of calm settled over me. The fear had begun to fade, replaced by the comfort of routine. I glanced toward the curtain, no longer dreading what I might see. It was finally over. Then my phone vibrated, a new voicemail. I hesitated before pressing play. The whisper was gone. Instead there was silence, followed by a single, quiet breath. My chest tightened as I listened to the last thing recorded. See you soon, Story 41. I heard footsteps on my staircase. The sound was slow, deliberate, each step creaking under the weight of someone unseen. My breath caught in my throat as I sat frozen in my chair, every muscle tensed. I lived alone and the doors were locked. My mind raced through explanations, but none of them made sense. I stood up carefully, my bare feet silent, against the floor. The footsteps stopped. The air felt thick, pressing against my skin as I strained to hear. A part of me wanted to call out, but the words stuck in my throat. My phone was on the table beside me, but I did not dare move to grab it. Then the sound started again, slow, steady, coming closer. I backed away, my pulse hammering in my ears. The staircase was just around the corner, hidden from view. I could not see who was there, but they were near. The creaks were too clear, too real. Someone was inside my home. I forced myself to move, slipping into the kitchen, gripping the first thing I could find, a knife. My hands were slick with sweat as I held it, my breath shaky. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. My chest tightened. If I waited, they would come into view. If I ran, I might not get another chance. I edged closer to the doorway, peering around the corner. The staircase was empty. The steps leading down stretched into the darkness untouched. My stomach twisted. I had heard them, felt them vibrating through the floor, but there was no one there. My grip on the knife tightened as I scanned the area. No movement, no shadow shifting in the dim light. I forced a breath through my teeth, my pulse still erratic. I needed to check the door to make sure no one had broken in moving slowly. I stepped toward the front entrance, locked, bolted. No sign of forced entry. I checked the windows, but they were shut. Curtains undisturbed. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I swallowed hard, the silence pressing down on me. I knew what I had heard. It had been real, too real. I paced the room, forcing logic into my thoughts. Maybe I had imagined it, maybe the house settling had mimicked footsteps, but the rhythm had been too precise, the weight of each step too deliberate. I shook my head trying to push away the creepy. On that night I barely slept. Every small all-sound S. A jolt of fear through me, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the clock, the occasional creak of the walls. My body refused to relax. I kept my bedroom door locked, my ears straining for any noise, but the footsteps did not return. The next morning I tried to push it from my mind. I went about my day telling myself I had overreacted, but the feeling of being watched never left. I caught myself glancing at the staircase, too often expecting movement where there was none. The air in the house felt different, heavier. As the sun set, the fear crept back in the house grew quiet, the weight of the silence unbearable. I stayed in the living room keeping the lights on, trying to convince myself that nothing would happen. Then, just past midnight, the footsteps returned, slow, heavy, climbing the stairs one at a time. A chill ran through me as I gripped the arms of my chair. My heart pounded against my ribs, each step dragging out longer than the last. I wanted to move to do something, but my body would not respond. The final step creaked and then silence. I turned my head toward the staircase, empty but I could feel it, the presence, the pressure of something unseen lingering at the top. My throat tightened. I was not alone. I forced myself to stand, my legs weak beneath me. My pulse roared in my ears as I stepped forward. The air at the base of the stairs felt colder, sharper. I swallowed hard, lifting a shaking hand to the railing. I needed to see, I needed to know. I took one step up, the wood groaned beneath me, the sound too loud. In the quiet, my breath came in shallow gasps as I climbed higher with each step. My body screamed at me to stop, but I had to see. I had to know what waited at the top. When I reached the landing, my skin prickled. The hallway stretched before me, doors closed, shadows unmoving. The air was still, but something was here watching, waiting. I took another step forward, my hand brushing against the nearest door. It creaked open, slightly revealing nothing but darkness inside. My breath caught as I strained to see, my heart hammering in my chest. Then, from behind me, the first step of the staircase creaked. I spun around, my stomach, twisting in terror. The stairs were empty, but the sound had been real as the footsteps. Before my pulse pounded as I backed away, my leg shaking, I reached for the nearest light switch, flicking it on. Nothing changed. The space remained empty, untouched, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. My breathing was ragged, my hands trembling as I stepped back toward my bedroom. I needed to get away, to shut myself. In the moment I turned, the footsteps started again. This time they were running, charging up the stairs toward me. A scream tore from my throat as I slammed my bedroom door shut, locking it with shaking hands. My back pressed against the wood, my entire body trembling. Silence fell once more. No movement, no breathing, nothing. I stayed there for hours, too afraid to move. When the sun finally rose, I hesitantly opened the door. The hallway was empty. The house was silent, but I knew it was not over. I had heard them, felt them that night. I did not stay. I packed a bag and left, not caring where I went. I just needed to be away from that house, away from the unseen thing that walked my stairs. Story 42. I walked into the bathroom expecting everything to be as I had left it. The air was still, the faint scent of soap lingering from my shower that morning. But something was wrong. My shower curtain, which I always left open, was drawn shut. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, unmoving. I lived alone. No one else had been in my apartment for a long moment. I stood frozen, my mind racing through possibilities. Had I, absent-minded, closed it earlier? No, I would have noticed. Maybe a draft had pulled it shut, but that did not make sense. The bathroom had no open windows, no source of airflow strong enough to move it. Like that, my skin prickled as an unsettling thought crept into my mind: someone could be behind it. I hesitated, my heart pounding. As I reached for the edge of the curtain, my fingers trembled slightly, my body tense. As I braced myself, I yanked it open in one swift motion, expecting to find someone or something hiding in the tub, but it was empty. The white porcelain surface gleamed under the dim bathroom light, completely undisturbed. A shiver ran down my spine as I exhaled, but the relief was short-lived. The question still remained: how had the curtain moved? Trying to shake off the unease, I stepped back and forced myself to think rationally. Maybe it had been a trick of my memory. Maybe I had brushed against it without noticing. I left the bathroom, quickly shutting the door behind me, as if that would somehow contain the discomfort growing in my chest that night. I tried to sleep, but the image of the closed curtain lingered in my mind. It was such a small thing, yet it left me with a deep knowing fear I could not explain. The next morning I walked into the bathroom again, half expecting to see the curtain closed once more. It remained open exactly as I had left it. I let out a small nervous chuckle, feeling ridiculous for how much the incident had affected me. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something had changed in my apartment, something I could not quite name. Days passed without incident, and I convinced myself it had been nothing. Then one night I woke up to a sound. It was faint, barely audible, but enough to jolt me awake. My apartment was silent, yet I could feel something was off. I strained to listen, my ears searching the darkness for any clue. Then I heard it again, a soft rustling noise. It was coming from the bathroom. I sat up, my breath shallow, as I reached for my phone. The glow of the screen illuminated the room, casting long shadows across the walls. I hesitated before climbing out of bed, every step toward the bathroom, feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the door, I stood still, my pulse hammering in my ears. I pushed the door open. The bathroom was dark, the faint outline of the shower curtain barely visible. My stomach twisted as I reached for the light switch. The second the light flickered on, I felt the air leave my lungs. The shower curtain was drawn shut again. I did not move. My body was screaming at me to run, but I could not take my eyes off that closed curtain. I had left it open before going to bed. There was no denying that. Now my hands clenched into fists as I forced myself to step forward. I had to see, I had to know. I grabbed the curtain and pulled, my breath hitched. The tub was empty again, just like before. No sign of anyone, no explanation. My hands were shaking. Now a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. Something was wrong. I did not know what, but I knew I was not imagining this. That night I barely slept. Every creak and whisper of the apartment felt amplified. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me. When morning came, I decided I could not ignore it anymore. I set up a camera in the bathroom, positioning it to face the shower curtain directly. If something was happening, I needed proof. The next night I fell asleep, but the unease still clinging to me. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check the bathroom. The curtain was open. My chest tightened as I hurried to my phone, opening the camera footage. With trembling fingers, I scrolled through the night, watching as the bathroom remained still for hours. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the screen flickered. My breath caught as I watched the footage. The shower curtain, completely still just moments before, slowly began to move. It did not snap shut all at once. Instead, it slid inch by inch as if someone unseen was pulling it closed. There was no visible hand, no person in sight, just the slow, deliberate movement of the curtain until it was fully drawn. Then the screen flickered again. I dropped the phone. My body felt cold, my fingers numb, as I tried to process what I had just seen. There was no logical explanation, no wind, no trick of light. Something had closed that curtain, and whatever it was, it had been doing it while I slept. I wanted to run to pack my things and leave without looking back. But a part of me knew that it would not matter. This thing, whatever it was not just tied to my apartment, it was tied to me. That night I did not sleep. I sat awake waiting, listening, but nothing happened. The silence stretched on, unbearable in its weight. When the first light of dawn broke through my window, I finally let out a shaky breath. The curtain remained open, and for the first time in days I allowed myself to believe it might be. Over weeks passed without incident. I stopped checking the bathroom obsessively, stopped feeling like something was watching me. The fear never fully left, but it delayed with time. I learned to live with the uncertainty, to pretend that whatever happened was just a strange, unexplainable moment at my life. But sometimes in the middle of the night I still wake up with the feeling that something is watching me, and every morning, before I step into the bathroom, I hesitate, my heart pounding as I glance toward the shower, because I know deep down that one day I might wake up to find the curtain closed again. Story 43. I noticed it as soon as I walked into the dining room, as single paperclip, silver and unbent, sitting perfectly in the center of the table. I stopped in my tracks, my stomach tightening as I stared at it. I never kept paper clips in the house. There was no reason for one to be there. My eyes flicked toward the door, still locked, the windows shut, just as I had left them the night before. I stepped closer, my breath slow and controlled, trying to make a sense of it. Maybe I had overlooked it earlier, though I knew that was not possible. The table had been empty the night before, wiped clean like it always was. I reached out hesitantly, my fingertips brushing against the smooth metal. It was cold, colder than it should have been, as if it had just been placed there. I picked it up, turning it over in my palm, waiting for some rational thought to come to mind. The silence in the house felt heavier, now pressing down on me. My heart beat that in my ears as I placed the paper clip back on the table. I stepped back, forcing a shaky exhale, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it had been stuck to a piece of mail fallen from a pocket left behind by someone else. But deep down I knew that was not true. I lived alone. I left the paperclip where it was and went about my morning, but the unease lingered. Every time I passed the dining room, my eyes flicked toward the table, expecting it to be gone or moved. Hours passed, the house remained still, yet the feeling of being watched never faded. I tried to shake it off, distracting myself with work, but my mind kept circling back to that single misplaced object. That night, as I prepared for bed, I glanced toward the dining room. One last time the paperclip was gone, my breath caught in my throat, my pulse hammering as I stepped closer. The table was completely empty, just as it should have been. I scanned the floor, the chairs, the corners of the room, but there was no sign of it. My hands clenched at my sides as I backed away, the weight of something unseen pressing against my skin. I barely slept that night. Every sound in the house, magnified by my growing paranoia, I told myself I had thrown it away without remembering that I was overreacting. But I knew better. When I woke up the next morning, I walked into the dining room with hesitant steps. The paperclip was back, sitting exactly where it had been the day before. I stood frozen, my breath shallow, my hands trembling at my sides. Someone had been in my house, someone had placed it there. The locks were still bolted, the windows still closed, but I could feel it now, a presence, something unseen, lingering in the corners of the room, watching, waiting. I did not touch it. This time I backed away, my heart hammering as I reached for my keys. I did not stop to think, did not question what was happening. I just knew I could not stay. As I stepped outside, the cold air hit my skin, grounding me in reality. But the fun did not leave me. The knowledge that I was not alone followed me, whispering in the back of my mind. I spent the rest of the day out of the house, finding excuses to stay away. I worked from a coffee shop, wandered through stores, even considered getting a hotel room, but that felt like an overreaction, a sign that I was letting my fear get the best of me. By the time evening rolled around, exhaustion won. I convinced myself it had to be nothing, some small oversight I had blown out of proportion. I stepped back inside cautiously, flipping the lights on. As soon as I entered, everything looked normal. I hesitated near the dining room, my pulse quickening as I peered inside. The paperclip was still there. It had not moved. This time, relief washed over me. Even to know I knew it should not have. I forced myself to move past it, heading to bed early, hoping a full night's sleep would clear my mind. I woke to a sound in the middle of the night, a soft, metallic click. My eyes snapped open, my body rigid as I strained to hear the house was silent now. But I knew I had not imagined it. Slowly I sat up, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I reached for my phone, checking the time. It was just past 3 a.m. The air in the room felt thick, pressing down on me like a weight. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, forcing myself to move. The hallway was dark. As I stepped out, every shadow stretching impossibly long, I moved carefully, listening, waiting for another sound. The dining room was just ahead, the table barely visible and the dim light from the street lamp outside. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The paperclip was gone. My heart pounded as I reached for the light switch flooding the room with brightness. I scanned the table, the chairs, the floor, but there was nothing. I turned in slow circles, my mind racing. Had someone been in here? Was I losing my mind? Oh, my skin prickled as a deep bunny settled into my bones. I forced myself to check the house, moving from room to room, making sure everything was still locked. The windows were shut, the doors bolted. There was no sign of forced entry, no misplaced items, nothing unusual, except for the gnawing certainty that something was wrong. I tried to go back to bed, but sleep never came. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, waiting for another sound. Morning came too slowly. As soon as the sun rose, I got up, moving through the house with a tension I could not shake. I made coffee, pretending everything was normal. When I finally gathered the courage to check the dining room, my stomach twisted into knots. The paperclip was back. It was not in the center of the table this time. It sat at the very edge, as if someone had been sliding it toward them, but stopped midway. I stood frozen, my hands clenched into fists. My body screamed at me to leave, to run, to never come back. I wanted to ignore it, to pretend it was not happening, but I could not. I grabbed my bag and left the house without looking back. This time I did not just wander aimlessly to kill time. I drove straight to a hardware store, buying new locks, new security cameras, anything that might help. I spent the afternoon installing them, my hands shaking with every turn of the screwdriver. It did not make me feel any safer that night. I kept every light on, watching the cameras from my phone, waiting for something to happen. Hours passed, but nothing did. Just as I started to believe I had overreacted, my phone vibrated, with an alert movement detected in the dining room. My hands trembled as I opened the live feed. At first there was nothing, the table, the chairs, all exactly as I had left them. Then slowly the paper clip slid forward, inch by inch, as if being pushed by an invisible hand. I could not breathe, I could not move. I watched, frozen in horror, as the paper clip reached the edge of the table and fell to the floor. The camera did not pick up anything else. No figures, no shifting shadows, nothing that could explain what I had just seen. I shut off the feed, grabbed my keys and walked out the door. I never went back. Story 44. My phone had a missed call from an unknown number. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the notification. It was late, past midnight, and I had not been expecting any calls. A strange feeling crept over me as I hesitated, debating whether to call back. I knew it was probably nothing, just a wrong number or some spam call, but something about it unsettled me. The longer I stared, the heavier the unease grew in my chest. A second later my phone vibrated again. Another call from the same number. My breath hit pitched as I watched the screen light up in the darkness. The number was unfamiliar. No name attached to it. I considered letting it ring, ignoring it altogether, but curiosity won. With a shaky breath I swiped to answer and pressed the phone to my ear for a few seconds. There was only silence. Hello. My voice came out quieter than I expected. Still nothing. No response, no background noise, just empty, suffocating silence. I pulled the phone away from my ear, frowning as I checked the screen. The call was still connected. Someone was there. My heart started pounding as I listened again, straining to catch any sound. Then, just as I was about to hang up, I heard it, a slow, deliberate inhale followed by a quiet exhale. I froze. My fingers tightened around the phone as my pulse thundered in my ears. Someone was listening. They were not speaking, not making any noise except for their breathing. A chill ran down my spine as I forced myself to speak again. Who is this? My voice was unsteady. Now my throat dry. Another pause. Then a soft chuckle. Low and almost amused, it sent a wave of dread washing over me. I ended the call immediately, my hands trembling. As I set the phone down, my room felt colder. Suddenly the air heavier. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was some prank caller, but deep down something felt wrong. I reached for the phone again intending to block the number, but before I could, another call came through the same number. My stomach twisted as I stared at the screen, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I did not answer this time. Instead I watched as the phone vibrated in my hand, the screen glowing against the darkness. It rang and rang in almost mocking persistence. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. A heavy silence settled over the room. I exhaled shakily, my fingers still gripping the phone. I needed to block the number reported. Do something. But before I could react, a message popped up on my screen. You should not have hung up. My breath caught in my throat. My fingers felt numb as I stared at the message. The words were simple, but they sent a jolt of fear through me. My instinct screamed at me to turn off my phone to ignore it, but another message appeared. I see you, I see you. A shiver ran down my spine as I whipped my head toward the window. My curtains were drawn, but the thought that someone could be outside sent a wave of nausea through me. My breathing quickened as I scrambled out of bed, checking the locks on my door. My hands were slick with sweat as I grabbed my phone and dialed a number. It rang for what felt like forever before a voice finally answered. Hello. Relief flooded through me at the sound of another human voice. I swallowed hard, trying to steady myself. Someone is calling me from an unknown number. They sent messages. I think they are watching me. My voice came out rushed, frantic. There was a pause on the other end, then a sigh. Are you alone? I hesitated. Yes, check again, the voice said. A cold wave of fear crashed over for me. My grip on the phone tightened as I glanced around the room. My closet door was slightly ajar. Had it always been that way? My mind raced, trying to remember if I had left it open. My legs felt heavy as I took a slow step forward, my pulse hammering in my ears. Who is this? I whispered, the call disconnected. A sharp knock echoed through the room, not from the window, not from the door. From inside the closet, my breath hitched as I stumbled back, my entire body frozen in terror. The knock came again, slow and deliberate. I did not move, did not breathe. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. Then the handle twisted. I bolted. My body finally responded. As I lunged for the door, yanking it open and sprinting down the hallway, my heartbeat roared in my ears as I reached the front door, fumbling with the lock. Just as I managed to wrench it open, I heard it laughter, soft, amused, coming from behind me. I did not look back. I ran into the night, my feet pounding against the pavement. The cold air burned my lungs, but I kept going, not stopping until I reached the nearest house, with lights still on. My hands shook as I pounded on the door, desperate for someone, anyone, to answer. Finally the door opened and a confused-looking man peered out. Are you okay? I tried to speak, to explain, but my voice failed me. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see someone there standing in the darkness. There was nothing, just the empty street in my house, its door still wide open, story 45. My bedroom mirror had a smudge in the shape of a handprint. The faint outline of fingers trailed down slightly, as if someone had pressed their palm against the glass and slowly dragged it downward. I frowned, stepping closer, my breath fogging the surface slightly. I wiped at it with my sleeve, expecting it to fade, but the print remained. A chill crept up my spine as I realized I had not touched the mirror in days. I turned away, shaking off the unease crawling over my skin. It had to be from before, maybe from when I last cleaned my room. The night was quiet, except for the soft hum of the fan in the corner. I climbed into bed, pulling the blanket up to my shoulders, willing myself to ignore the feeling of being watched. The mirror stood directly across from my bed, reflecting the dim glow of my bedside lamp. I turned to face the other way, closing my eyes. Sleep came in restless waves, my body heavy with exhaustion, yet my mind refused to settle. Every so often, I would stir a strange discomfort prickling at my skin at some point. The air in the room felt colder, sending a shiver through my body. My eyes fluttered open slightly and I turned just enough to glance at the mirror. My breath caught in my throat. The smudge had moved. I bolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. The handprint was now higher, as if someone had pressed their palm against the glass again. My stomach twisted as I threw the blanket off, reaching for my phone. The room felt too still, too silent, the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. My fingers fumbled to turn on the flashlight, casting a harsh white glow across the walls. The mirror reflected my trembling form, my own wide eyes staring back at me. I forced myself to stand, my legs weak beneath me, stepping closer. I raised a shaky hand, placing my palm over the print. It was larger than my own. My breath shuddered as I yanked my hand away, wiping the sweat from my forehead. There had to be a logical explanation. I grabbed a cloth from my desk and rubbed at the glass, this time with more force. The smudge faded under the pressure, leaving the mirror clear. Once more, I exhaled a nervous laugh, escaping my lips. I was being ridiculous, letting my imagination get the best of me. Shaking my head, I tossed the cloth onto the chair and climbed back into bed. Minutes passed in silence, but my body refused to relax. My back was turned to the mirror again, but I could not shake the feeling that something was there. My fingers gripped the blanket tighter, my breathing shallow. I told myself not to look, that I was overthinking it, but the pull was too strong. Slowly I turned my head. The handprint was back. Ah! A strangled gasp escaped me as I stumbled out of bed, my pulse roaring in my ears. It was higher than before. The fingers longer stretched. My chest tightened as I backed away, nearly tripping over the edge of the rug. The air felt thick, suffocating, as if the room itself was closing in. My eyes darted to my reflection, dread curling deep in my stomach. Something stood behind me. A dark outline loomed just over my shoulder, barely visible against the dim light. My entire body locked up. Cold terror seizing my limbs. I could not breathe, could not move. The figure did not shift, did not waver, yet the weight of its presence pressed down on me. I wanted to turn around, but I was too afraid of what I might see. A slow creak filled the room, dragging out like nails against wood. The sound sent a jolt through my body, breaking my paralysis. I spun around, my heart in my throat. The room was empty. My chest heaved as I stumbled back against the desk, my fingers gripping the edge so hard they aged. I forced myself to look at the mirror again. The figure was gone. The handprint remained. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, my mind screaming for me to leave. My fingers hovered over the screen, uncertain who to call. I had no way to explain this. No proof beyond my own terror. The second stretched the silence, unbearable. Then a breath. It was not mine, her. A rush of icy air brushed against the back of my neck and my body reacted. Before my mind could process it, I lunged for the door, yanking it open with shaking hands. The hallway was dark, stretching out before me like an endless tunnel. I did not care, I ran. I did not stop until I reached the living room. My breath ragged, my chest burning. The house was silent. Still as if nothing had happened, I turned on every light, forcing the shadows away. My hands would not stop shaking. Minutes passed, then hours. The night dragged on, but I refused to go back to my room. I stayed curled up on the couch, the television playing softly in the background, grounding me. Sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the handprint. When morning arrived, I gathered my courage and returned to my room. The mirror was clear, no smudges, no signs of anything unnatural. It was as if the night before had never happened, but I knew better. I took the mirror down that day, dragging it to the garage and covering it with an old sheet. I could not bring myself to throw it away, but I knew I could never keep it in my room again. The unease lingered, settling deep in my bones. I tried to push it away to convince myself it had all been a trick of my tired mind. But sometimes even now, I still feel the cold breath against my skin. Story 46. I noticed it as soon as I sat down, a single loose thread on the couch resting on the fabric light. It did not belong. It was long and thin, a light color that stood out against the dark upholstery. My fingers hesitated before picking it up, rolling it between my fingers. It was not mine. I had no clue. Clothing or blankets that matched its color. The realization settled uneasily in my chest. I glanced around the living room, scanning for anything out of place. The door was locked, the windows shut. I had been living alone for months and I was meticulous about keeping things tidy. A loose thread meant something had been here, someone had been here. My stomach tightened at the thought, but I pushed it aside, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe it had come from the laundromat stuck to my clothes. Without me noticing, I tossed it in the trash and tried to forget about it. The rest of the evening passed quietly, though the unease never fully left. I went to bed feeling restless, my mind circling back to that small detail. It was ridiculous. I told myself a piece of thread did not mean anything. But as I lay in the dark, I could not shake the feeling that something was off. The next morning I walked into the living room and froze. Another thread lay on the couch in the exact same spot. My pulse quickened as I stared at it. My breath suddenly too loud in the silence. I knew I had thrown the first one away. There was no way it had returned. My fingers twitched as I reached for it, feeling its rough texture identical to the first one. A cold sensation spread through my body as I turned, scanning the room again. Everything appeared untouched. The locks were still in place. There was no sign of a break-in, no mess, no footprints, just the thread sitting there like a quiet warning. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I forced myself to stay calm. There had to be an explanation. I checked every inch of the apartment looking for anything else unusual. Nothing. I barely slept that night, my mind running through every possibility. Had someone been inside while I was asleep? The idea made my skin crawl. I decided to set up a small camera in a living room before I left for work the next day. I needed to know if I was imagining things or if something more was happening. That evening I returned home and hesitated before stepping inside. The apartment was silent, but the air felt different, tense. I flipped on the lights and slowly turned toward the couch. My breath hitched. Another thread, the same color, the same spot. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, opening the camera footage with a sense of dread. At first, nothing happened. Hours passed in silence, the living room undisturbed. Then, just after midnight, the screen flickered. I leaned in, my heart hammering. The couch cushion moved slightly as if someone had sat down, but there was no one there. The fabric shifted, the loose thread appearing out of nowhere. I watched frozen in horror as the cushion subtly pressed inward, the shape of an invisible presence settling into place. My throat went dr cry as I slammed the laptop shut. My apartment felt too small, the walls pressing, and around me something was here, something I could not see. The thoughts sent a chill through my entire body. I backed away from the couch, my pulse roaring in my ears. I needed to leave. I grabbed my keys and rushed out the door, my breath unsteady. I did not return until the next morning when daylight made everything feel safer, but the moment I stepped inside, my eyes landed on the couch, another thread sitting there as if waiting for me. I packed my things that day. I did not know what it was, did not care to find out whatever had been there. It did not want me to stay. I never looked back. Story 47. I walked out of my bedroom and into the hallway, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The apartment was quiet, the air still heavy from the night before. As I moved toward the kitchen, something caught my eye. The picture frame hanging in the hallway was crooked. My steps slowed as I stared at it. Confusion settling in. I always made sure it was straight and I had not touched it in days. I reached out, hesitating for a second before adjusting it back into place. My fingers lingered on the frame, my stomach twisting with unease. I stepped back, tilting my head to check if it was even. It looked right now, but I could not shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced around the hallway, my mind searching for an explanation. The apartment was locked and no one had been over recently. Shaking off the nerves, I continued to the kitchen and started my morning routine. The coughing machine hummed as I leaned against the counter, still thinking about the frame. Maybe it had shifted on its own, or maybe I had bumped into the wall without realizing it. I took a deep breath and tried to let it go. As I sipped my coffee, the silence of the apartment pressed against my ears. I went about my day pushing the thought aside. Hours passed, the sun dipping lower in the sky. I had nearly forgotten about the picture frame until I walked down the hallway again. My stomach dropped. It was crooked, not slightly off, but tilted at an unsettling angle. My skin prickled as I stared at it. The uni's ret turning tenfold. I had fixed it. This morning. No one else was here. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to reach out and straighten it again. My fingers felt cold against the glass, my pulse quickening. I pulled my hand back and took a step away, my breath coming unevenly. This was not my imagination. Something was not right. My eyes darted around the hallway, scanning the shadows, the corners, every inch of the space. Everything else looked normal, but the weight in my chest refused to lift. I tried to ignore the way my hands trembled as I walked back to the living room. I turned on the television, needing some background noise to drown out my thoughts. The sound helped, but my mind kept drifting back to that hallway. Every time I passed it, I found myself glancing at the frame, half expecting it to move before my eyes. I hated how unsettled I felt over something so small. Night came faster than I expected. The apartment was dimly lit. The only glow coming from the television. I thought about going to bed, but the idea of walking past that hallway again made my stomach twist. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to get up. I could not avoid my own home. I needed to stop overthinking. I turned off the television and walked toward my bedroom, my eyes automatically flicking to the frame. It was crook again. My breath hitched, my legs freezing in place. My chest tightened as my mind raced through possibilities. Had I heard anything? Had I seen anything? My fingers curled into fists as I took a slow step forward. My heart pounded as I reached out, but this time I hesitated before touching it. The air felt heavier, colder. A chill ran down my spine as I gently pushed the frame back into place. I stepped back quickly, my skin crawling. I turned on the hallway light, scanning the walls and corners, looking for any possible explanation. Nothing. My fingers hovered over my phone in my pocket, debating whether I should call someone. But what would I even say? That my picture friend kept moving on its own. It sounded ridiculous. My own voice would betray how absurd it was. I forced myself to go to bed, but sleep did not come easily. I lay there for what felt like hours, every tiny noise in the apartment making me tense. The silence was worse. It stretched on, thick and suffocating. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to rest. I kept picturing that frame tilting on its own, shifting. When I was not looking, I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to stop thinking about it at some point. I must have dozed off. The sound jolted me awake, sharp and quick. My eyes snapped open, my body going rigid. My ears strained against the darkness, listening for anything else. My heart pounded as I turned my head slowly, eyes locking on my bedroom door. It was open. I was sure I had closed it. A cold sweat broke over my skin as I sat up, my breath shallow. I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking as I checked the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. My pulse hammered as I forced myself to get up. Every part of me screamed to stay in bed, to pull the covers over my head and pretend I had imagined it, but I needed to see. I needed to check. My bare feet touched the floor, the cold seeping into my skin. As I stood, I stepped into the hallway, my breath catching in my throat. The picture frame was off the wall. It was lying face down on the floor. The glass cracked down the center. My entire body tensed as I stared at it, unable to move. The air around me felt thick, pressing in on me from all sides. My mouth went dry as I took a slow step forward, my pulse roaring in my ears. I bent down, hesitating before picking up the frame. The crack ran deep, splitting the image beneath the glass. My hands trembled as I turned it over, feeling the weight of something I could not explain pressing down on me. I checked the nail on the wall, but it was still firm. The frame had not simply fallen, it had been taken down. My chest tightened as I realized the horrifying truth. I was not alone. My fingers clenched around my phone as I backed away. I could not stay here. I turned quickly, heading straight for the front door. My shaking hands fumbled with the lock, but I managed to yank it open and step into the hallway outside. The air felt lighter out here, but my pulse refused to slow. I dialed 911 with unsteady hands. My voice barely above a whisper as I explained that someone had been inside my home. The wait for the officers felt endless. When they arrived, they moved through my apartment, carefully checking every room, every corner, every possible hiding spot. They found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no unlocked windows. But I knew what I had seen. That frame had not moved on its own. Something had been in there with me. Something had taken it down. They advised me to stay somewhere else for the night. Just in case I did not argue, I grabbed a bag and left, my heart still hammering in my chest. As I walked down the apartment hallway, I fought the urge to look back. I knew if I did, I would see my door standing open, the darkness inside waiting for me to return. But I was not going back. Not that night, maybe not ever. Story 48. It was late and the house was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wooden floor. I had been lying in bed half asleep when a faint sound reached my ears. At first I thought it was part of a dream, but as I fully woke up I realized it was real. A soft ringtone, barely audible, was coming from inside my closet. I sat up, my pulse quickening. My phone was right next to me on the nightstand. It screamed dark and untouched. The sound was distant but unmistakable, a generic melody that I did not recognize. I stared at the closet door, slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond the crack. My breathing slowed as I tried to make sense of it. No one else was in the house and I had never left a phone inside my closet. I hesitated before swinging my legs over the bed, my bare feet touching the cold floor. The ringtone stopped abruptly, leaving a heavy silence in its place. I waited, my ears straining, but no other sounds followed. My heart pounded as I forced myself to stand. My hands were climbing as I reached for the door knob. Slowly, I pulled the door open, revealing rows of clothes hanging motionless in the dim light. I reached inside, pushing the hangers aside, my fingers brushing against fabric. Nothing seemed out of place. Then, just as I was about to close the door, the ringtone started again, this time louder, as if it was buried beneath something. My breath caught in my throat as I crouched down, my hands moving toward the pile of old boxes stacked in the corner. I hesitated, then lifted the top one away, revealing a black foam resting beneath it. The screen glowed, displaying an unknown number. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. It felt warm, as if it had been in use recently. I stared at the screen, debating whether to answer. The ringing stopped before I could decide. The silence was overwhelming, pressing down on me like a weight. I turned the phone over in my hands, looking for any sign of who it belonged to. There were no cracks, no stickers, no case, just a smooth, unfamiliar device. A new message popped up on the screen. My stomach twisted as I read the words, "Do not leave the house." My throat went dry. I stood there gripping the phone, unsure of what to do. A sharp knock echoed through the house, making me jump. My body tensed, my breath shallow. Another knock, louder this time, came from the front door. I set the phone down and crept toward the hallway, my pulse hammering into my ears. I peered through the peep-hole, but the porch was empty. The street beyond was dark. Only a flickering street lamp casting weak light. I waited, expecting another knock, but none came. A chill ran down my spine as I backed away from the door. When I returned to my room, the phone was gone. My closet door stood wide open, though I knew I had left it slightly ajar. The clothes inside swayed gently, as if someone had just brushed past them. I swallowed hard, my skin prickling. The air felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. I checked under the bed, behind the curtains, every corner of the room, but nothing was there. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to steady my breathing. My own phone remained where I had left it untouched. I checked the call log. No unknown numbers, no missed calls, no evidence of anything unusual. But I knew what I had heard, what I had seen. My closet stood open, empty yet filled with an undeniable sense of presence. That night I slept with the lights on, every sound making me jolt awake. The phone never rang again, but the feeling of being watched never left. Even now I still wake up, sometimes convinced. I hear a faint ringtone in the distance, always coming from the closet, always just quiet enough to make me doubt if it was ever real at all. Story 49. I had been looking for the remote control all evening. It was not on the coffee table where I usually left it, and it was not on the TV stand. I checked the floor, the kitchen counter, even the bathroom, thinking I might have absent-mindedly carried it with me. Nothing. The longer I searched, the more frustrated I became, unable to recall the last time I had used it. I sighed and sat down on the couch, rubbing my temples. As I shifted my weight, I felt something hard press against my thigh from under the cushion. I frowned and reached down, sliding my hand beneath the fabric. My fingers closed around a familiar shape, smooth and cool to the touch. I pulled out the remote, staring at it in disbelief. I had checked the couch already, lifting the cushions and sweeping my hands underneath. How had it ended up there? I shook my head, convincing myself I must have missed it earlier. I aimed the remote at the television and pressed the power button, but the screen remained black. I pressed it again, harder this time, but nothing happened. Annoyed, I flipped the remote over to check the batteries, but when I opened the back panel they were gone. A strange chill ran through me. I always kept spare batteries in the drawer, so I got up and grabbed two, sliding them into place. Still, the TV refused to turn on. Frustration turned to unease. As I glanced around the room, the air felt different, heavier. Somehow I set the remote down on the coffee table and stepped back, staring at it. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. I had checked under the cushions before and the batteries had been inside the remote. The last time I used it, I felt a sudden urge to leave the room, as if something unseen was watching me. I turned on a lamp in the corner, trying to shake the unease settling in my chest. The moment the light flickered on, a faint sound came from the couch. It was barely audible, like fabric shifting against itself. My breath caught as I slowly turned my head, my eyes locked on the cushions. The remote was no longer on the coffee table. It was back under the cushion. My body tensed, my skin prickling with cold. I had not moved it. I had set it down just moments ago. I stepped closer, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. With trembling hands, I lifted the cushion again, revealing the remote sitting exactly where I had found it earlier. My stomach twisted. I reached out, hesitated, then grabbed it again. This time the batteries were inside. A wave of nausea rolled over me as I backed away from the couch. I had no explanation for what was happening. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating. I swallowed hard and forced myself to sit down, gripping the remote tightly. I needed to think maybe I was overtired, maybe I had just forgotten my own actions. But deep down I knew that was not true. Determined to ignore my growing fear, I pointed the remote at the television again. This time the screen flickered to life instantly. My body relaxed slightly, but the feeling of unease did not fade. I tried to focus on the show playing, forcing myself to act normal. But no matter how much I tried, I could not stop glancing at the couch, half expecting something else to happen. Hours passed and nothing else seemed unusual. I started convincing myself that I had simply been imagining things. I turned off the TV and placed the remote on the coffee table, once again watching it for a moment before heading to bed as I lay in the dark. My mind replayed the strange events of the evening, but exhaustion eventually won. I woke up with a start in the middle of the night, my heart racing. For no reason the room was silent, except for the faint sound of the clock ticking on the wall. I turned onto my side trying to go back to sleep. When I heard it, a small, almost imperceptible click, I sat up, my breath catching in my throat. The television had turned on by itself. The remote was nowhere near me. My stomach dropped as I slowly turned my head toward the living room. The glow of the screen cast eerie shadows along the walls, flickering with static. I did not want to move, but I forced myself to get up. My hands were clammy as I stepped forward, my body tense with fear. The remote was back under the couch cushion. I swallowed against the lump in my throat and reached down my fingers, brushing against the smooth plastic once again. This time, the back panel was missing and the batteries were gone. My chest tightened as a cold realization settled in. Whatever was happening, it was not just my imagination. I was not alone in the room. I did not sleep. The rest of the night I sat in the corner of the living room watching the couch as if it might move on its own. The television stayed on, refusing to turn off, no matter what I did. At some point exhaustion overtook me and I closed my eyes for just a moment when I woke up. The TV was off. The remote was on the coffee table. Nothing else happened after that night, but I never forgot it. I never left the remote on the couch again, and every time I lost it I felt a deep sense of dread, terrified that I might find it exactly where I knew I had not left it. Story 50:50. A water bottle caps out of my kitchen counter. I stared at it, feeling a strange sense of unease settle in my stomach. I had not left it there. I did not even remember having a bottle of water recently. The small piece of plastic seemed harmless, yet it sent a chill through me. I lived alone. No one else had been in my apartment. I picked it up, turning it over in my fingers. It was dry, no sign of condensation or water stains around it. My mind raced through possibilities, searching for a logical explanation. Maybe I had absent-mindedly left it there and forgotten. Maybe it had been stuck to something else and fallen without me noticing. But no matter how I tried to reason with myself, the feeling in my chest would not go away. I checked the door, making sure it was still locked. The chain was in place and the deadbolt was secure. I walked through my apartment, inspecting every window. Nothing was open. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I even checked my trash can, looking for an empty bottle that might explain it. There was nothing. The cap had appeared without a reason, and that fact alone unsettled me. I tossed Ed in the garbage and washed my hands, trying to shake the uneasiness from my mind. The day went on as usual, though I found myself glancing at the counter more often than I wanted to. It felt ridiculous to be so focused on something so small, but I could not help it. As night fell, I double-checked the locks before heading to bed. The next morning, I stepped into the kitchen and felt my breath catch in my throat. The cap was back, sitting in the exact same spot as before. My chest tightened as I stood frozen, my thoughts scrambling for an explanation. I had thrown it away. I was sure of it. I had watched it fall into the trash. I had even taken the garbage out. Later that night, a slow, creeping fear settled over me. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had put it back. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone, ready to call for help, but then I stopped. What would I even say that a bottle cap had moved, that someone had broken in just to place it back on my counter? It sounded absurd even to me. I searched my apartment again more thoroughly. This time, every closet, every cabinet under the bed, behind the couch. There was no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no missing items. Yet I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone that night. I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every shift of the air made my heart race. I kept my phone close, the screen lighting up every time I checked the time. Eventually exhaustion won, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. In the morning, I forced myself into the kitchen, dread coiling in my stomach. The counter was empty. The cap was gone. Relief washed over me, though part of me remained tense. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe my exhaustion had made me forget what I had actually done. I tried to push it from my mind, forcing myself to move on. Days passed without incident. I started to feel normal again, letting go of the lingering fear. Then one evening I came home late, flipping on the kitchen light. My heart nearly stopped. The cap was back. This time it was different. It was placed upside down, perfectly centered on the counter. I felt sick. My hands clenched into fists as I backed away, my mind screaming that I was not alone. I grabbed a knife from the drawer, my breath shallow and unsteady. My pulse pounded in my ears as I moved slowly through my apartment. Every door was locked. Every window was sealed. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. I returned to the kitchen, staring at the cap as if it might move on its own. I grabbed it and threw it into the trash again, slamming the lid shut. Then I did something I should have done the first time I set up cameras. If someone was coming into my apartment, I would catch them. I would finally have proof that I was not imagining things. That night I barely closed my eyes. Every sound sent my heart racing. My body AED with tension, waiting for something to happen. When morning arrived, I rushed to check the footage. My fingers trembled as I played back the recording from the kitchen camera. The counter was empty for hours. Nothing moved. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the screen flickered just for a second. When the video cleared, the cap was there. No one had entered, no shadow passed through. It had simply appeared. A cold wave of dread crashed over me. My stomach twisted and my hands felt numb as I stared at the screen. I played the footage again, searching for any sign of movement, any explanation. There was nothing. It was as if the cap had materialized out of thin air. I left my apartment that day and never returned. I did not care about my belongings, my furniture, or my clothes. I packed a single bag, booked a hotel and left everything behind. Whatever had been in that apartment, whatever had been watching me could keep it. I was never going back.